His face was covered with bruises, blood was flowing from his lip, but he still continued to stand on his feet, looking forward. It was a clear, sunny day, but the whole air was saturated with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and dead, rotting bodies. At that moment, he was transported back to the present time. Someone called out to him and called him by name. It was a beautiful female voice that came from somewhere in the depths of his subconscious. But reality continued to be divided into two parts. On one side, the sound of the wind was heard, and on the other there was serenity and silence. For a minute, the fog cleared, and he began to see the outline of a woman's face, looking at him with care and tenderness. Tom looked at the girl with a clouded look and tried to tell her something. He must have wanted to apologize for his absent-mindedness. She has already asked him many times not to stare into space in the presence of other people. It looks strange and a little stupid. And again he was transported to a place where a column of tanks was visible on the horizon, heading towards him. It was a well-armed army consisting of the most modern equipment, which was designed to quickly and effectively eliminate the enemy. In addition to the tanks, there was also an infantry of well-armed soldiers, with an experienced combat commander and at any moment ready for a fierce firefight. A moment later, he found himself among the rotting corpses, being in the very center of events. It turns out that he was the only survivor on this side of the front. Everyone else was killed. On the other side, a group of soldiers was already waiting for him, who were about to finish him off, just like everyone else. Military planes roared high in the sky above his head, and he continued to stand and stare straight into the face of his death. The commander ordered to open fire on the enemy, who was this strange young guy named Tom. There was a bang from the cannon of the huge tank, and the shell flew out on its direct and deadly course. At that second, Tom realized that the only way to survive involves some kind of action on his part, which means it's time to get out of the coma. A bright blue light lit up in his eyes like lightning, and he finally came to his senses and prepared to strike back. The attacking side clearly did not expect such an answer. But today they will all have to see something new. Something worse than shells, tanks, and aircraft. Tom kicked the ground with monstrous force, creating such an earthquake wave around himself that it destroyed everything almost to the very core. The enemy army scattered in different directions as if they were toy soldiers and not real people. The guy continued to remain in place, preparing for a new blow, but there was no one to fight with. Everyone around was dead. Our universe contains many galaxies, within which solar systems and other cosmic objects rotate endlessly. Against this background, planet Earth is just a small, inconspicuous grain of sand on a huge shore, which is lost among billions of other planets. But the Earth is lucky, because the planet is located at such a fortunate distance from the sun, which allows all things to exist. Sunlight does not burn plants with its rays, but gives them energy, just like everything else on Earth. If we were a little closer to the sun, the reservoirs would immediately evaporate, and this wonderful life would become impossible. Once in the past, our hero was in the body of a fish swimming in a large, cool lake. Another time he was born as a bird, which all its life flew freely in the open sky and looked for prey on the ground. He was also a little ant, working to build an anthill along with all the other insects. Sometimes, on the contrary, he became a huge, heavy dinosaur, tearing plant food from tall trees. Or, for example, he could be born in the guise of a volcano with a hot vent, every now and then spewing out hot lava. Not so long ago, it was a cold, huge glacier somewhere on the edge of the planet, where there was permafrost, or a small green sprout that is forced to survive among blizzards and frosts, desperately fighting for its life. He lived and died thousands of times, reincarnated into every type of living being that exists. And yes, he lived the full earthly life of each of these creatures, from birth to death. Memories from the past did not leave him for a minute and forced him to return to the minutes he lived. He knew well how life leaves the physical body of a creature, and what it feels at the same time. One day he was again caught and killed by people while he was in the form of an elephant. Tom loved all things, but there was one creature on the planet that he hated. We are talking about people. It was for them that he had a deep feeling of hatred and contempt for everything that they had done. Every time he reached the end of his life, he fell prey to a strong predator and was eaten by it, and it seemed natural. After all, this is a logical path for the development of events, and in fact this law of nature suited Tom. But the murders that people always committed were very different from the murders of other predators. The reason is that people take the lives of other beings just for their own pleasure. The methods they use are countless and constantly evolving, making it impossible to resist. In thousands of past lives, he had been killed by them, and each time he was disgusted by the methods of murder and their motives. Even though death was nothing to him, he still felt a burning hatred for them. Death is already close, but next to it, life continues to bloom. This is repeated again and again for the 1000th time, and every time Tom approaches death's door, he has the same question. What kind of creature will he be reborn in the next round, and how will he end his next earthly life? And most importantly, Where did he get the ability to be reborn, and why exactly did he begin to possess it? The truth is that our hero has long wanted to end this endless circle of life. He is tired of being reborn again and again. But now his next new life is approaching, and a flash appears before his eyes. Everything repeats itself. Although Tom's vision was blurry for the first few minutes, he immediately realized who he was going to become this time. He was reborn into the only being he hates. Now he's a man, and this rebirth has become the worst of all his past existences. For the first time in all his lives, he had a name. It was the sound with which people called each other. They called him Tom. It was a very famous name among people, and probably sounded good. Human life is very complex. It makes people work hard and weaken early. And for some reason, people set boundaries between countries and races, although they all live on the same planet. They give their names to all things in the world, and give them a special meaning that does not initially exist in nature. When Mom brought little Tom to the hospital, the doctor immediately stated that everything was fine with the boy, and there was no reason to worry. Then the mother angrily stated that her son did not speak at all, and it was with this problem that they came to the hospital today. However, the doctor did not find any physical abnormalities, which means this is a psychological problem. Louise, as his mother was called, did not immediately understand what the doctor meant. She simply did not know such a word. Then the doctor advised them to see a psychiatrist in the hope that he could help them. This caused Louise to become truly hysterical. She did not believe that her son could be a crazy boy. The doctor hastened to reassure the annoying mother, telling her that he meant something completely different. In truth, Louise was stupid and ignorant. She always behaved provocatively with all people in society. In her distant childhood, she lost her family in the war, and for the rest of the years she had to do adult work. And a little later, she had to experience the loss of her beloved husband, which finally led her to this state. This world was too harsh and cruel for her. She had to go through too much. However, now she had a creature in her arms that she had to take care of no matter what. To somehow make ends meet, she sold vegetables at the local market, and Tom was always by her side. One day she heard that children grow up correct if they listen to the stories of their elders and learn their lessons. Therefore, she decided to constantly talk to the boy despite the lack of response from him. She loved her son very much and wanted to cure him as soon as possible with her mother's love. Then Tom did not understand what this young woman was talking about, but he felt the warmth of her gentle hands. 5 minutes later, she fell into a deep sleep after a hard, exhausting day of work. And Tom continued to look at the ceiling and think, this life was very different from all previous lives. This guy named Jack worked in the local investigative department and was right now chasing a suspect. The guy who was unlucky enough to be caught today begged Jack for mercy and was terribly afraid of reprisals. Jack replied that he could not leave the communist alive because he had real hatred for them. But the guy loudly answered that he was not a communist and asked to take his word and let him go. Jack suggested that he get up and discuss this issue in another place a little later. And if the guy didn't agree, he promised to use physical force and roughly drag him to the police station. At this moment, the boy Tom was looking down at them, carefully observing what was happening. It seemed that he was not at all afraid of heights, since he climbed to the very top of the wooden pillar. The three guys, seeing the little boy upstairs, at first could not understand what he was doing there. Is this child really so fearless? Because if he falls from this height, he will definitely die. Jack turned to the boy, asking him to get down from there as soon as possible. It was very dangerous there. Suddenly, he saw a bright blue glow that came from the boy's body, and thought that it was just a reflection of moonlight. And a second later, he already saw a child flying down with his arms spread across him. Incredibly, Tom then plopped down as if he had jumped from some low ladder, and not from a high-rise building. None of those who saw this miracle could believe their eyes. The boy really survived. Then he wanted to test his abilities and understand what power he had in his new form. The first ability he discovered in himself was the speed of a cheetah. Then he felt the physical strength of the Argentinosaurus, which awakened in him with every new second. One of the guys, seeing something wrong here, pulled out a pistol in fear. But with such brutal speed, Tom was clearly faster than all the people, and it was impossible to move faster than him. The little boy hit the guy in the face, and he was thrown several meters back, splashes of blood flying in all directions. After such a blow, Tom realized that he was right and indeed had unique abilities. It's hard to believe, but Tom was superior to everyone in physical strength, although in the eyes of others, he was an ordinary boy. Throughout his existence, he has been reborn in various organisms and now seems to have all their natural skills in one body. For example, he looked at his human palm, but at the same time felt the animal paw of a bear. It was not clear why all the abilities came together in this life and what the purpose of this new birth was. However, Tom seemed to feel that the end of his existence was approaching, and this life could be his last. Yes, this is his final life. He can finally be free of his burden. Jack loudly shouted some words to the boy, but Tom's thoughts were occupied with something completely different. Finally, this life would be the last in his long earthly journey, and now this thought occupied him most of all. It is strange that he will end his journey precisely in the body of a person who was so hated by him all the long years of his existence. But for this, perhaps he is ready to live another life after which he can die in peace. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes right now. The little boy stood on his feet, towering over the corpse of a big man with a skull smashed into smithereens. His head was so badly crushed it looked like a train had recently run over it. It was clear how frightened the guy who was the victim of today's persecution was. The little boy acutely felt a surge of physical strength, which only intensified in him with every minute. At that moment, Jack rushed at him from behind, completely maddened by what was happening. The boy was sharply thrown to the side by this blow. He was not ready for such a vile act. For some time, Tom could not come to his senses, trying to recover from being hit by an adult man. Jack also felt confused, because he had never laid a hand on small children in his life. At that moment, Tom realized that he became a very ordinary person when he did not use his abilities. Tom looked piercingly into the eyes of his offender, knowing in advance what he was going to do next. The guy was completely warped by this look from the kid who didn't want to calm down. In a fit of rage, he attacked Tom again, as if he were not a little boy, but a real adult rival. It's strange that Tom didn't react to this attack, as if he knew for sure that Jack wouldn't succeed. Something went wrong, and Jack felt a sharp pain in the area of his hand, and it hung in the air. His hand immediately weakened from wild pain, as if he had struck titanium armor with his bare hand. Jack could not hold back a wild cry. His hand was broken, and most likely his bones were crushed. Tom used the turtle's ability, which made his body as strong as a shell. It seems that our hero already knew what to do with his abilities and how to use them in battle. Now he decided to use the chimpanzee's grip, which he used to grab Jack's throat. It seemed to Jack that a little more and his neck would burst from the vice in which the little boy clamped his Adam's apple. The beings whose lives he once lived are now all gathered together in one human body. Suddenly, a sharp pain from a through bullet pierced the boy's body. Hot blood poured out from somewhere on the side, and in a second the body began to grow cold and lose strength. This was the same guy that Tom saved that night. It was he who pulled the trigger and shot the boy. The body began to noticeably weaken, and our hero began to lose consciousness. After a through bullet, Tom could no longer control himself, and after a few seconds he completely lost his composure. The hands of the guy who shot were shaking with fear, barely holding the gun. 3 corpses remained lying on the sand, and next to them were 2 completely frightened young people. The guy's face expressed wild horror at what he saw that night, and what was happening right now. Out of fear, he decided to simply run away from the crime scene, leaving everything to chance. None of those remaining on Earth showed a single sign of life, including Tom. Morning came, and the chirping of awakened birds could be heard everywhere. Suddenly, subtle finger movements appeared in the lifeless body of our hero. It's incredible, but it seems Tom felt the strength to get up, even though he had been lying here all night. He raised his head with difficulty, and tried to understand what had happened to him at night. Rolling onto his back, Tom with an effort coped with the unbearable pain that he had never felt before. The same pain, dear YouTube viewer, I feel when you don't subscribe to the channel. Don't leave a comment with a like. I tried for you, do it. Have a good day. The bullet passed through the internal organs of our hero and should have taken his life on the spot. He thought about why he was still alive and whether he would die today from this wound. The sky was incredibly beautiful, but besides beauty there was something else unexpected with the arrival of this morning. Tom felt some new sensation, as if a new strength was awakening in him at that moment. Surprisingly, the wound from the through bullet suddenly began to heal on Tom's body until the bloody hole was completely covered with skin. It was as if some unknown force from within helped Tom get to his feet. He then fell to the ground feeling dizzy and immediately began to feel very sick. I wonder what ability helped him survive this time. It remains to be seen. The experience of being a sea cucumber in the past helped him survive, healing the wound and completely restoring his entire body. Leaning on one knee, he already felt much more strength than a minute ago, which helped him stand up. After a short time, Tom was already on his feet, continuing to hold on to the place where the wound had recently been. Previously, he thought that he would no longer be able to experience anything new. But what happened today was truly a new discovery. The fact that this small body had such abilities made him think twice about what he should do with it. It seems that Tom heard a familiar voice somewhere far from him. It was his mother calling him by name. Louise ran down the road in panic, trying to find her missing boy. All the residents guessed what was the matter. There were rumors in the settlement that her son had run away from home. Tears streamed down the poor woman's face, but she continued to look for him. At this time, Tom was just near the pillar where, yesterday, he first tested his new powers. But it seems that something distracted the boy. He felt wild hunger after losing blood. In the distance, he noticed a straw scarecrow on which a bird had become quiet. She, suspecting nothing, looked at Tom, and he looked at her and thought of something. Suddenly, he rushed towards it, and within a few seconds captured the bird with his teeth like a real predator. He felt an animal hunger within himself, and now it was as if he had gone out hunting just as he had done in past lives. Only the bird's tail remained sticking out of his mouth, but for some reason it did not seem tasty to him. However, now he realized that he could hunt on his own and no longer needed anyone's tutelage. There is no longer any reason to stay close to her, and now he can be completely free. Yes, it seems he made the decision to leave and wander the world alone. He went into the forest and wandered there for 4 days. During this time, he was very tired and moreover terribly hungry. He seemed to understand that he was losing strength and was about to collapse to the ground. He fell to the sand in oblivion and was somewhere between consciousness and death. Tom felt his stomach hurt and his whole body dehydrated. Is food really such a big problem for people he didn't suspect it before? For some reason, he thought that he was an omnivore, even while in human form. But it seems that this is not so, and without human food, his earthly life will come to an end. If this is truly so, then he does not regret anything, and death was even a joy to him. But suddenly he heard approaching steps somewhere near him. Had someone really found him? A female figure appeared from behind the bushes, in which Tom recognized familiar features. Yes, it was his mother. She managed to find him in this abandoned place. I wonder how she was able to find him. Does she also have some kind of ability? Louise frantically rushed to the dying boy, and her scream was heard throughout the area. She hugged him warmly and was happy that she found Tom still alive. Tom thought he was about to die, but suddenly his thoughts began to clear. He is hungry. He desperately wants to eat the very food that this woman prepared. How long is she going to cry instead of feeding him? Tom decided that the only way to make her stop crying was to say human words. She was very surprised at how Tom began to behave and why he became so animated right now. Tom said out loud that he loved Louise, and these were his first words since birth. Of course, these words touched Louise's maternal heart, and even at such a terrible moment. Tom answered her with a tender gaze, copying exactly the look with which his mother looked at him every day. She warmly hugged him in her arms and sobbed even harder, becoming the happiest mother in the world. And the boy continued to wonder when she would finally finish with these sobs and take him home. Yes, it was a beautiful sunset. It gave some hope for the best, although Tom still remained rather indifferent to everything human. But now is the time to forget about everything and take a little break from past troubles, being next to her. Louise continued to hold Tom in her arms and did not stop sobbing loudly. She could be understood because just recently she thought that she had lost her son. Tom was already starting to get used to her loud hysterics, and it was becoming part of the usual order of things. Until he becomes independent, he will try to live with her, like all people live. Meanwhile, in the investigator's office, the witness was being interrogated, who looked terribly frightened. Witness Paul talked about how a little boy did terrible things, and it seemed unconvincing. He shouted that he killed that child and saw with his own eyes how he died. However, investigator Nick replied that there were only 2 bodies at the site and the boy's body was not found among them. Paul could not believe that this was true because there was no reason for him to deceive the investigation. He continued to claim that he shot him with a pistol, but did not remember exactly all the details of the incident. It's strange why they didn't want to believe Paul, because he really only told what he saw with his own eyes. Jack, watching this interrogation, actually understood that this guy shot the child to save Jack's life. Suddenly, Jack turned to Nick, saying that one could not trust the nonsense of this madman. Is anyone really ready to seriously consider everything this idiot says? Suddenly, there was a proposal to quickly finish with this guy, because so much time had already been spent. It's strange why Jack behaves so vilely with this guy, and can't just tell him how it really happened. They agreed that it was that boy and no one else who was guilty of the murder of the detective. At the last moment, the guy shouted out that he had shot that child, or rather, that monster. For a minute, the thought flashed through Jack's head that the boy really wasn't quite human. It was a clear, sunny day in the yard. The air was fresh and clean. After Louise found her son again, she did not let him go for a minute. Of course, she was afraid of losing him again, so it was better to always hold his hand and not let him go too far from her. Tom felt warmth and love for his mother, although this feeling was something alien to him, and it certainly couldn't be said that he hated everything Louise did for him. The new reality is becoming familiar, and it was becoming a little dangerous for Tom. Louise defended her son everywhere and everywhere. This time they decided to go to school on one issue that was important to her. She came to investigate her son's fight and blamed the teachers for everything. Although the teacher denied his guilt, saying that this is a common occurrence among children. Louise continued to accuse the teacher of encouraging fights at school. She threatened that next time she would break the hands of anyone who touched her son. Only with Tom was this woman sweet and friendly. Only to him did she give her warmth. One day, while passing by 2 neighboring women, Louise overheard unpleasant conversations about her son. While doing their usual thing, they gossiped that her son didn't talk to anyone, and looked very strange compared to other children. This made Louise very angry. She no longer intends to turn a blind eye to these insults. Why don't they just mind their own business instead of spreading gossip here? Nobody asked their opinion. Isn't it clear that hearing such words about your family is quite offensive? Louise was not one of the timid, and at every opportunity she proved that she was right. One day, standing at her workplace, She got into a dispute with an inspection organization. She stated that she worked at this place before her son was born, and now they want her to leave. But in this case, she and her son will die of hunger, so she won't do it. It's easier to kill her. And if they don't want her dead, then let them get the hell out of here. Yes, she constantly fought against the whole world all her life. It became her habit. Meanwhile, Tom was getting used to his human body and the way of life of people. Many moments were very pleasant for Tom, for example. He really liked to walk with his mother on the street. He really began to truly love Louise and became very accustomed to her constant presence nearby. Thoughts about leaving still visited him, but the longer he stayed with her, the more difficult it was to decide to leave home. During the walk, Louise suggested that he go home and eat something tasty. He immediately agreed, taking her warm, motherly hand. So the days passed unnoticed with Louise, and Tom became happier. It seems that exactly what he was always so afraid of and what he did not want to put up with happened. Now it is already difficult for him to pick up and leave home, although before he could do this quite calmly. On the contrary, now he wants to spend more and more time with his mother and not be separated. What had recently seemed so hateful to him gradually became familiar and natural. While they were walking carefree and enjoying the sunny day, someone was watching intently from behind them. This man followed their every move, trying to find out some information. Jack remembered well the contemptuous look of this strange boy, and would never have left this matter without his attention. Tom was still thinking about the fact that this kid really could be a monster and wanted to unravel his secret. In this world, the strongest survive. The weak prey becomes food for predators. This is the law for all living beings in the world. It has always been and always will be. And every creature is in this natural connection. Everyone accepts this universal law of the universe. However, there is that death that occurs outside the framework of this law, and is therefore a wrong creation. For example, it is not clear how a person could kill another creature just to cope with the heat. Or let's say, why is that death needed after which another creature was able to withstand the cold? The murders that a person commits every day just for the sake of his own development. In order for a person to simply carry his money, he also takes the lives of creatures. Some deaths were simply to decorate someone's house, and murders were committed for that purpose only. Other deaths were committed only for the pleasure of others. All these deaths had nothing to do with the true nature of the universe. That day, Mike went about his usual business, which his mother told him to do. He had finally gotten used to human society 12 years after his birth. The area they lived in had changed a lot over the past couple of years. The roads became smooth, and the buildings were built much higher than the old ones. Bridges were built everywhere, and life became much more convenient with these innovations. But there were also those buildings that made a person's life worse, although people did not notice it. The new factory grew up next to the river, right in front of their house, and it was one of these buildings. Finally, he got home and was about to please his mother with his early arrival. But what he saw when he went inside became fatal for his entire next life. He saw his mother lying on the floor, and it was clear that she was very seriously ill. Her face was all in a feverish fire. She could barely restrain herself from losing consciousness from the fever. Tom immediately understood what caused her illness, remembering the previous days. That day, he ate the food that Louise offered him and suddenly felt a strange taste. Quickly spitting out the unswallowed food, he realized that the food was contaminated. Louise thought he just came across a bone, so he spat it out. While Tom continued to look at this strange food and did not understand how anyone could eat it, Louise said that it was a very difficult catch, and besides, the food was good for his health. She said it would be better to eat it while the food was still fresh. But it seems that Tom could not be persuaded, and he stubbornly refused such a dinner. Louise could not understand what was wrong with her child and why he refused to eat with such persistence. Then Louise said that she would eat everything herself, since Tom was behaving so badly. Many children would like to be in his place, and it was strange that he did not understand this. But the boy was only thinking about how to stop his mother from eating this poisoned food. He had never been able to do it that day. Now came the consequences of his stupid silence. She is sick, and this serious illness has completely shackled her body. He wasn't sure whether he could help her at this moment, or whether he had the right ability to help. The boy got ready to leave, and Louise just asked him if he was going to go to school today. Yes, she only thought about her son's fun, because that was the most important thing in her life. It's strange how she got so much strength, because she's just a simple, extraordinary person. However, Tom today came exactly where he had planned from the very beginning of the day, and it was not school at all. Today, instead of his mother, it was he who brought the apples, intending to sell them at the market. He displayed all his goods in the same place where his mother always did. He still thought that in order to create their comfort, people have to inflict pain on other beings. And he also wondered why this serious illness overtook her and not someone else. All these apples look pretty tasty, although one of them contains rotten death inside. After some time, a man approached him and asked how much the apples cost. The boy named the price, to which the man responded contemptuously, calling the price too high. It was Jack, the same guy Tom had recently met on that fateful night. Jack said the phrase that this is a tasty apple, but there is wormy death inside it, isn't it? He planned to visit Tom earlier, but first decided to watch the monster grow. He wanted to ask him about one thing that remained unclear to him. Why does he always pretend to be an ordinary boy? Because he is such a great man, like no other on Earth. The crowd watched as a group of people surrounded the boy and were intent on arresting him right there. As if Tom were handcuffed, as if he were a criminal. He was a seemingly harmless boy. Although it was strange that Tom didn't resist, would he really be okay with leaving like this? He was accused of espionage and has been in custody since then, while the investigation continues. Jack also told the boy that his mother would also be detained as an accomplice to the crime. They knew that she was in poor health and wondered whether she would cope with this problem. Hearing these words, his true power began to awaken inside Tom. Noticing this, Jack ordered his two partners to move away from him. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. The staffers did not immediately understand what their commander meant. At that second, several abilities awakened inside Tom when he heard words about his mother. Everyone suddenly saw how he really turned into a monster and emitted a bright blue light. This made Jack very happy because he was right that he was dealing with a monster. Tom ran down the street with such power, as if a herd of buffaloes were rushing along the ground at that moment. It seemed that only Jack understood what was happening, unlike everyone else. He explained to his comrades that Tom was dangerous to others and needed to be captured immediately. It seems that everyone around underestimates the full scale of the event. Tom could become anyone, and right now he came up with something special for this occasion. Today it will become a disaster. It will be a global disaster and destruction for all life on Earth. There is one reason why the human species was able to surpass all others in its development. The reason why humans are considered the center of the world despite their weak physique. This reason lies in the development of their language, their methods of transmitting information. Sophisticated communication allowed humans to form groups and develop civilization faster than other species. Tom also understood their language, being in the guise of a human being, and could communicate with them. The only question is whether language is a blessing for people. Is it worth extolling this tool? Or in fact, he became a curse for them that will destroy them. Tom hurried home, as if he had sensed something at that moment in time. With every minute, he increased his speed more and more, bringing it to its extreme limits. During his journey, he tried many different techniques, borrowed from animals and insects. It was as if every piece of land helped him overcome distances. It was complete unity with nature. She endowed him with energy, and it seemed that he had an endless amount of strength. Although he was at the other end of the settlement, after a few minutes he had almost reached home. He could see from afar, like a bird of prey. His vision was able to discern an object tens of kilometers away. Meanwhile, the usual everyday work was going on at the police station. Two police officers were talking about the last known case of that strange boy. One officer asked his partner why his boss was reprimanding him in his office. The fact that a 12-year-old could be a spy was quite strange. The partner said that he forced everyone with his position. He muttered in response that he knew, continuing to remain in deep thought about this matter. His partner asked why he tried to stop the boy that day. He wanted to answer but did not dare tell the guy the whole truth. But the truth was that he still remembered that mysterious look that haunted him. He looked at his hand and saw that it was shaking all over like a leaf in the wind. That's right, the reason was precisely that he was very scared of the boy. And at this time events were unfolding, to the beginning of which our hero was in a hurry. A group of investigators approached the house where his mother was to arrest them both. The task was to get the mother outside without causing any noise. And as soon as they began to call the mistress of the house, a silhouette appeared high in the sky. Tom was right behind them, making a dash completely unnoticed, like an invisible man. But a second later, they all turned around at once, feeling someone's presence behind them. And here is our hero, and it seems he is extremely serious at this moment. No one understood how he ended up here, and for some reason no one dared to ask the boy himself about it. The detective turned to Tom, asking him if the young man lived in this house. One of the group members said that perhaps they made a mistake, because just looking at this little child. However, it was decided to take him away until they completely deal with this matter. Tom understood what they were going to do, but he didn't want to give in to them so easily. They offered to ride with them for a while until they completed their investigation. Tom felt an unprecedented surge of strength, but something stopped him from launching an attack. The door to the house opened, and this attracted the general attention of everyone who was there. It was Louise. She wanted to know what was going on there and why so much noise. Suddenly, she saw a group of people in front of her and began to guess why they had come here. The officers realized that this was the same monster mother, but were surprised by her emaciated state. After all, they are simply following orders, so both should be captured and taken to the station. One of them invited Tom to follow them, reassuring the boy that everything would be fine. Louise immediately rushed to help her son, as she had done before. She screamed that it was better to let him go immediately, otherwise she would not be responsible for herself. She tried to call out loudly to everyone, but she was so weak that she could not utter a word. Suddenly her voice broke through and she began to call her neighbors for help, gathering her last strength. One of the group immediately tried to calm Mommy down, but she was adamant. The woman began to scream even louder, so that all the neighbors would come running to their yard. I wonder where she got so much strength from. Maybe she was faking it all this time. Tom saw how his mother protected him, and it was an unthinkable act on her part. Suddenly, one of the guys grabbed Louise by the shoulder too roughly. What did he want from her? The next second, he hit the woman in the face with a flourish, calling her a communist. Her face, already pale, was distorted even more from the strong blow, and abrasions appeared on it. Yes, human language could describe any situation that occurs in people's lives. But what Tom saw right now awakened something new in him that other animals do not have. He felt pain somewhere deep inside, but not physical because it felt completely different. When Louise collapsed to the ground, Tom already knew perfectly well what he would do next. At that moment, none of the members of the investigation team realized that the boy had already lost control of himself. The ground under his feet cracked, as if a volcanic eruption was about to begin here. He lost contact with his mind, and all his instincts spilled out at once. A minute later, they were all dead, and their bloody bodies were scattered throughout the yard. Some were lying on the ground lifeless and covered in blood, while others were thrown far from home. One thing was clear, that there was no one left alive, because every blow from Tom was lightning fast and fatal. She silently watched what was happening, trying to understand what was happening here. Only a pile of corpses on the sand was there, and in the middle of it stood the little boy, Tom. He did not want to turn towards his mother, because the animal aggression was still visible in his eyes after the series of murders. After some time, he finally turned to her, and the mother was able to see his real personality. How much grief this poor woman suffered when she realized that her beloved son was truly a monster. Tom committed a crime again, and this time it will be impossible to hide it. Everyone will know about it. Yes, the consequences that follow after these terrible murders will break their former life in half. Just at that time, a noise was heard from a car approaching their yard. Joyful laughter and rejoicing could be heard from there. A familiar voice was heard. This man was not here by chance. He was waiting for such a development of events. Jack warned everyone about who this boy was, and now they saw everything for themselves. He said that one should not be careless around him because it is deadly for others. Out of anger, Tom could have lost control of himself again. But then Louise intervened, saving her son. She said in hysterics that it was she who killed all these people, and her son was not guilty. The woman screamed that Tom was only next to her, but he didn't even lay a finger on any of those investigators. Her boy did nothing, and she tried to prove this to all the agents who arrived. Tom thought about why you need to cling so tightly to your life, and why it matters so much to people. He remembered his mother at a time when she was still strong, healthy, and everything was fine with her. These memories hurt him because she was always ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of her only son. For the first time in his life, he felt pain that could not be described in words, because these were human feelings. Just think, she continued to protect him even at the cost of her own life. He could not hold back his tears, and a heavy hot drop ran down his cheek. Yes, she really sacrifices herself in his defense, but he just wanted to get food from her. Jack was tired of listening to all this nonsense, because he knew the true culprit of what happened. Tom continued to cry as his mother frantically tried to protect him. Until now, it was not entirely clear where she got so much strength, this fragile, sick woman. It seems that she sincerely wanted to be taken instead of her son and insisted on her own. Everyone looked at the mother in bewilderment, and no one could understand what to do with her next. The boy continued to sob, knowing that now he was unable to change the situation. But Jack was not one of those who could be moved by a woman's scream and a child's cry. He pointed the gun at both suspects in the murder of his partners, as he should have acted at that moment. He wanted to immobilize a potential criminal, and to do this, he pointed his gun at Louise's leg. Seeing this, Tom realized what would happen to his mother right now if he did not act. Suddenly, a strong bang was heard in that place. Even birds fluttered from their homes due to the loud sound. Louise heard this pop from the shot, but for some reason the bullet never reached her body, and it fell right into the hand of the boy, who caught it in front of his mother. She realized that her son was able to catch a bullet with his bare hands. Tom's eyes were filled with hatred. He rushed to help his mother and was ready to tear everyone apart here. Jack shouted that he had assumed so, and ordered that all the monsters be killed immediately. One of the guys said that they shouldn't start a firefight if the suspects don't resist. Does he really not understand the whole situation and allow himself to show weakness at such an important moment? Yes, they didn't want to lie next to those corpses, although they didn't want to shoot the woman and child either. For a second, everyone stopped, not knowing what to do with this and whether to follow the officer's order. But Jack gave the order to fire, and the whole group, raising their weapons, pulled the triggers of their pistols at once. Tom realized that he could stop them only by using his abilities, doing it right now. He simply must do this if of course he wants to save his sick mother. Louise saw how the guys on the other side opened fire, and this meant the inevitable end for her and her son. Tom intended to gather to the very limits all his strength in one point, which he inherited from his previous lives. He was ready for what would happen in the next second, and knew what to do. One of the bullets hit him directly in the arm, but he didn't even feel any pain. The main thing is that he managed to do this trick once, which means he can repeat it again. He increased the rigidity of his body, displaying the ability of an armadillo, so that all the bullets simply bounced off of him. Louise saw something that could not have been imagined, because Tom really was not an ordinary boy. No one could believe it, including even Jack, because it was beyond reason. It was unclear what to do next with this boy and his mother, because he was becoming simply invulnerable. There were only small marks on his skin and holes in his clothes, and the boy himself was still safe and sound. This infuriated Jack to no end. He had to end this once and for all. Everyone lowered their pistols at once, but Jack angrily continued to fire at the target. If they don't want to die right now, then you need to shoot them both. In his opinion, this was the only option to save their own lives. Tom also had no choice but to kill them all at once, saving himself and his mother. Just before his attack, Tom suddenly saw his mother's hand, which for some reason intervened in this. Does she really want to cover him with her back, thinking that these bullets can really kill him? Yes, she simply covered her child with her back, exposing her own body to the bullets. Jack seemed to see an easy target for himself and immediately opened fire. Now she is absolutely defenseless, and death itself is rushing towards her with great speed. Oh my God, did she really do this? Because no one asked her to do this. Louise whispered to her son that everything would be fine. They would release the boy and only arrest her. A moment later, the bullets hit her body and Louise was twisted from painful convulsions. Life began to leave her. Tom knew perfectly well in his own body how this happens. She fell away from Tom, and in front of him, the boy saw people with pistols raised in their direction. Now she lay motionless, only quietly talking about something to her son. It seems that she asked to come closer to her one last time so that she could hug him before she died. She extended her hand towards Tom, wanting to touch her beloved boy, just as tenderly and caringly as she had always done throughout her life. When she was still full of strength, and Tom during these years did not appreciate her and did not truly love her. Only now did he fully realize that he and Louise were one and that today he had lost a part of himself. Her hand weakened and fell down, no longer able to hold Tom by the neck. And now she is dead. She ended her earthly existence at this minute. Birds flew in the distance, seeming free and far from everything earthly. She flew to heaven just like these birds, and there would be no more pain or suffering in her existence. Immediately after death, she woke up again in some new, incomprehensible place. Louise thought she was in heaven. She felt light and free here. And right behind her, in the same position, was her boy Tom, sobbing loudly with grief. He didn't cry even on his birthday, but now he was sobbing bitterly. He was very sorry that this happened to his mother and he could not help her. In addition, he became the cause of her earthly death, which he ardently regretted now. She listened carefully as the boy blamed himself for everything, but she was not at all angry with him. If only he had known what would happen next, he would never have gotten to this point and would have left home much earlier. To which Louise replied that everything would be fine, and this death was not worth such worries. She continued to reassure him as if nothing had happened, and they were continuing their happy life. She thanked him for being with her all this time and bringing joy into her life. Tom, choking with tears, said that soon he would follow her and they would walk together again. She suddenly stopped his hysteria and wanted to say something important. She asked to fulfill one of her requests when Tom returned back to Earth. He must promise her that he will never forget these words, no matter where he is. After all, now she will forever watch him from heaven and wait for her request to be fulfilled. He could still hear her voice, coming from somewhere like an echo. Even though she was dead, her voice and her last request continued to sound in his heart. No matter what happens, he must promise her one simple but important thing. He must fight for his life every second, and not rush the approach of the meeting that awaits them in heaven. This is what she wanted more than anything in the world. For him, her little boy Tom, to simply live. Although there were many reasons for Jack's obsession, there was one main reason. The bitterness was born of his human pride, which was what hurt the boy that night. People are proud of their ability to understand the world around them and are afraid of what they do not understand. Therefore, Jack took this matter personally and wanted to see it through to the end. He was ready to eliminate the boy, trying to do everything to achieve this goal. His mother's last testament still sounded in Tom's head, and maybe in his heart. What is clear is that he cannot continue to live among humans because he is too different from this species. He looked at his mother's dead body, remembering their entire past life. Yes, he can indeed hurt or kill another person, so he no longer belongs here. He remembered how immediately after her death they met in heaven. It was calm and quiet there. And how she told him to continue living no matter what. And now she is gone and there is no one else to talk to, although before he had so much time for this. He will try to fulfill her last request if that is what she wanted. Yes, he will live, although he is tired of this life. But there is something he has not yet managed to complete here. The crowd of people who killed his mother watched Tom's transformation, and this threatened them with big problems. Suddenly, he rushed away from them, clearly planning something completely different. Now, no matter what he has to endure in this life, he will exist on Earth until the very end. No matter what happens to him, as Louise bequeathed to him in heaven, he will remain. Tom ran at a furious speed, trying to throw out his pain in this run. A few moments later, he was already running along the roof of his house, where he was no longer destined to be. He turned with rage down on the main culprit, and he continued to see him off with his former hatred. Seeing that the boy was leaving, he ordered to immediately begin the pursuit. He ordered everyone to get into the car and follow him before he went too far. This is their last chance to get the boy for themselves. There will simply be no other chance. They would have been glad to catch him and grab him, but he was already racing too far. It was impossible to catch him. Tom was floating high in the sky and could be seen from everywhere, which made it much easier to follow him. The car was moving along the very field where the boy and his mother once walked all day long, enjoying the fresh air. With their wheels, they trampled the flowers with which Louise adorned herself. For Tom, these were native places. He knew them well, better than the pursuit group. After all, they were often here when my mother was still healthy in her carefree childhood. It seemed that he could run forward endlessly and not stop for a minute. He was happy to be here because it was in this place that all the memories of her were. Tom would not stop even if he had to run all day without stopping. But at some point he changed his mind and stood abruptly in one place, deciding to wait for his pursuers. He then turned in their direction and walked straight towards them. What was he up to? Even Jack did not expect this, not understanding the plan of this little scoundrel. The car stopped nearby. A group of guys were slightly apprehensive, not knowing Tom's main goal. They thought that he was tired, and for this reason could not continue to pursue them. Jack exclaimed that Tom could try running again if he still had some strength left. But it seems that our hero brought them here on purpose to do what he had planned. He suddenly began to cry, saying that he could not do this to them there, at the sight of his mother's murder. He's very sorry that he is forced to do what he now exists for. It was strange to hear the speech of an intelligent adult who did not sound like a small child. All the people Tom killed before had loving mothers just like him, including these guys who are standing in front of him in the open field right now. Each of them must be loved by their mother, and they love their loved ones in return. In this, the guys and Tom are very similar within the framework of earthly life. In response, Jack said that the boy was just playing a prank on them to distract attention and escape. He noted out loud that he was most likely hiding something and generally speaking too well for a baby. Tom clearly understood that he had made some mistake in this life, but still decided not to stop halfway. This again confused Jack. The words sounded too fatal from this kid. People kill other creatures without remorse, and this applies to every inhabitant of the planet. People dump waste and destroy fish without thinking about each useless and pointless death. They destroy all life on Earth, although there is no reason for this. And in general, a person spoils absolutely everything his hand touches. The guys were surprised and discouraged by the stupid philosophy that this kid was muttering. Tom always thought and doubted his conclusions, not understanding why he was reborn again and again. Why does he have to live forever? Because he has long been tired of existing and wants to retire. And in general, why did he acquire this unique ability? And why was it given to him in this life? Now he finally understood why all this was needed and what its purpose was. He acquired the knowledge through which motivation in life was achieved. Yes, it will exist as long as there are these pests on Earth who call themselves people. And he is here only to destroy every single one of them, every person on Earth. These words infuriated the guys even more. It was impossible to listen to this from the little scoundrel. But suddenly they saw the volume fly high above them, and it was too incredible. Seeing a group of guys below, Tom prepared for his attack. That fateful moment had arrived. The guys on Earth watched this carefully, waiting to see what would happen next. Now our hero cannot be stopped, because he has decided to fulfill his only mission. He shot down like a bullet and headed straight for the waiting investigators. Yes, no matter how evil this Jack is, he still has fear, and right now it is clearly visible. With incredible force, Tom hit the ground and a powerful explosion was heard below, as if a bomb had been dropped from a combat aircraft. Everything in the area scattered in different directions, and a bright, blinding light illuminated the place. The car was overturned. It was smoking and was destroyed by this explosion. In 1 second, all the people present there became corpses, however. One of them was crushed by a stone, and he was still alive. Tom watched the result of his attack. He did what he had to do. Suddenly, he heard the dying Jack wheeze something, turning to the boy. He knew about everything and was absolutely right that Tom should have been killed much earlier, back when it was possible, but now it's too late to correct the mistake. He accused him of being a danger to people, and that's why he wanted to eliminate him so much. Most likely, deep down, Tom agreed with these words as he listened to the guy. These were the last words in Jack's life, because soon he would leave his physical body. According to the logic of human life, Jack was absolutely right, and Tom should have been eliminated much earlier. Jack listened and wondered why he couldn't do this in time and what prevented him. The truth was that he was much weaker than Tom, so he had no chance. Tom then turned to Jack to tell him the most important thing before he died. All those he knows, all those close to him, will soon feel the boy's anger on their own skin. He wanted Jack to remember before he died that he would not stop until he exterminated them all. It's a pity that Jack won't see this, since he will already be dead by that time. Yes, he clearly understood that he could no longer live and nothing would change this situation. Moments later, he was destroyed by Tom in response to what Jack did to his mother. Tom then went back to where her body lay to look at it one last time. Arriving there, he took her in his arms and carried her somewhere into the distance. They were where they had once walked together all day long. Tom wandered aimlessly with her, losing track of time, because he just wanted to be close to her. It was as if he could still hear her words, although she was already dead. It is unclear whether he was hallucinating from fatigue or whether he actually heard her voice. He remembered how she gently stroked his face with her motherly hand, how she loved him. She was ready to sacrifice everything for him, including her own life. Louise had the most beautiful smile in the world, the closest to Tom. Only with her could one endlessly wander hand in hand down the street and listen to her beautiful speech. He remembered seeing her for the first time at the moment of his birth, when he did not yet know her true significance in his life. He will never forget her and will carry her image in his heart forever. It's a pity that now he can't tell her that he loves her, but can only remember and regret everything that happened. So he continued to wander the world in search of his true destiny, exploring the earth alone. Compared to the rest of my existence, the years spent with my mother were just a moment. But this moment was remembered so strongly by Tom that it seemed now the most important of all existences. He began to mean everything to him and determined his future fate in this world. It was with Louise that he knew love, felt it in every cell of his body. He felt the endless happiness that she gave him all these years. And now she is no longer there. She is somewhere in another world, inaccessible to him. Now he is forced to bear his burden of life alone without her gentle hands and care. And the main truth is that she died precisely because of him. He became the cause of her death. No other death in this world could compare to this loss. It was the most painful of all. He wondered what she really meant to him if her death could cause such suffering. He will definitely never forget her main instruction, no matter what misfortunes fate has in store for him in the future. This covenant seemed the most important in his life, and he was ready to do everything possible for this. It's just a pity that he didn't understand earlier the importance of Louise in his life, because he could be useful to her, but he was just a burden. It was quiet here. He was completely alone in this place, as in the rest of the world. How he wished he could address her by name, since she had so rarely heard his voice before. If she had been able to hear him, she would certainly have learned from him that this promise would certainly be fulfilled. Now her name has become the most pleasant word of all that exists on this earth. So he wandered around the world alone, continuing his earthly path. Suddenly one day, Tom noticed a man with a weapon who went hunting in the wilderness. He was tracking his prey, trying to shoot the bird, which right now was sitting on a tree trunk and did not suspect anything. Finally choosing the time, he raised his gun and was ready to shoot. At the last moment, the bird heard a rustling in the bushes, but did not have time to fly away. The bullet pierced her soft, vulnerable body, and she collapsed dead on the cold snow. The man with the gun was clearly pleased with the result of his hunt. He rejoiced at the death of this bird. Suddenly he saw a man in front of him, although he thought that he was here alone. It was the little boy Tom, who in tattered clothes, stood right in front of him in the harsh winter. It's strange because these hunting grounds were very dangerous and a child should not be here, as the man told the boy. But Tom didn't even want to listen to him, thinking only about the dead bird. It was a pheasant that a minute ago was flying freely in the sky, and now it is dead. The hunter said that it was the first time in a long time that he had seen such a large pheasant. Isn't he healthy? Suddenly Tom contemptuously asked him if he was proud of his prey, expecting the truth in the answer. Animal instincts and a thirst for revenge against this man began to awaken inside him. His pale face expressed hatred and contempt for the hunter for what he had done to the defenseless bird. Peter, as the hunter was called, sincerely did not understand what was happening and who this boy was. Suddenly he asked where his parents were and why he was here alone in the forest. Tom thought about his question for a second, not expecting such an attitude from a man. The boy admitted that his parents were dead, and this man no longer seemed as hateful to him as a minute ago. He listened carefully to his whole story, and he felt sorry for the boy. He came closer, looking at Tom's bare legs, and it was bitterly cold outside. Suddenly he took off his warm clothes and put them on the guy, leaving himself without a jacket. He continued to ask why the boy was dressed so lightly and whether he was afraid to wander alone in the forest. Then he suggested going home, where it would be much warmer and we could have some food. After that, they went from the forest to the house, taking with them the killed prey. Tom didn't expect this. Why would this man help the boy, much less take him with him? The path was not short, but they soon reached home. They were met by the elderly mother of that hunter. She was already waiting for her son to come home. In order to meet her son, she went out onto the porch, not caring about her own health. The same pheasant that Peter had shot was prepared for dinner. They all sat down together at dinner, almost without talking before. The boy was silent the whole time. Tom did not even touch the food offered, although he was persistently offered to refresh himself. Tom heard a noise somewhere on the street and did not immediately understand what was happening there. Peter began to tell him about the construction that was now going on high in the mountains. It was the construction of some new residential complex on the mountain, which Peter spoke about. Tom continued to silently listen to his interlocutor without responding to his remarks. It was not clear to Peter how Tom ended up in this mountain valley and where he had been before. Finally, the boy began to talk about his fate, explaining everything in order. Peter listened carefully to the whole story. He had never encountered anything like this before. Yes, this settlement is probably not the best place for a child to live because there is simply nothing here. Peter offered to go with him to the village tomorrow afternoon and find out if anyone would take the boy into their care. In addition, he told Tom that he definitely needed to go to school if he did not want to remain illiterate. Suddenly, Peter jokingly hit the boy on the head, which greatly surprised Tom. He did not understand what this gesture meant, and only looked questioningly at the big man. Peter then said that he should learn a lot at school, jokingly calling him a sket. Yes, apparently he still has a long time to get used to local customs and jokes. Finally, night came and everyone went to bed. It became dark and quiet outside the window. There was no electricity in this courtyard, so the house was illuminated only by moonlight. On the wall hung family photographs that chronicled their entire lives, starting with Peter's birth. In them, he was still a child who adored his father and was very similar to him. There were also photographs of a grown-up Peter with long hair. In the following photographs, Peter has changed a lot. This was already the time when his father passed away. Yes, this was an ordinary family who had lived many years of their lives. They clearly did not deserve the boy's hatred. Peter's mother lived a long life and always had the most noble intentions. She remembered her husband fondly and loved her only son very much, just as Louise had once loved Tom. Tom couldn't sleep all night. He was haunted by various thoughts that popped into his head every now and then. He still could not understand why this man took him in and provided him with refuge. It was clear that no one had insidious intentions towards him. These were very good people. Morning came. The air was clean and pleasant. It was time for a walk. Peter had just found things for the boy, but he doubted whether they were too big. Yes, it was a little too long for little Tom, but there were simply no other suitable things. To make walking easier, Peter decided to roll up his pants a little at the bottom. After that, they hit the road, and the mother, as usual, saw her son off at the door. In response, Peter promised to return soon, happily telling his mother not to worry about them. In response, she slightly waved her hand to her son, and this gesture was very familiar to our hero. Soon they reached the very place where they first met. All the way they chatted about different things. Peter talked about his life and adventures. Suddenly, Tom asked Peter why his mother was not talking, wanting to know the reason for this silence. And out of habit, he began to squeeze the boy, saying that he could talk well. Yes, his mother really didn't hear anything, but she understood everything perfectly. Why talk to a person who can't hear anything anyway? Tom couldn't understand it. Peter explained that even if a person doesn't hear anything, you need to tell him everything that happens in life because he feels everything in his heart. Tom remembered how he had not spoken to Louise throughout his childhood, but she too constantly chatted to him incessantly. Suddenly it started to rain, and it was unexpected at this time of year. Peter said that it would be a heavy rain, which means it would end quickly. The main thing now is not to catch a cold. They decided to quickly find a suitable place where they would shelter from the bad weather. The trouble was that there was clay terrain around, which was difficult to get through. The construction equipment is to blame for everything, which dug up all these quarries and created a threat to our heroes. Having entered the very corner of the forest, Peter accidentally fell into a deep quagmire and, it seems, got very stuck there. In addition to this, he hit his head and was injured. Their walk became truly dangerous. Tom shouted to him from afar, asking how he was feeling as he tried to take further action. Realizing what to do, he rushed to help Peter, easily bypassing this entire deadly quagmire. He began to dig up his new friend, throwing clods of earth in different directions. It is not clear how he was going to do this difficult work alone, and whether he seriously intends to go to the end. Tom promised to get him out by any means. It just takes a little time. And Peter, having already decided that this day would be his last, remembered his sick mother, afraid to leave her alone. Realizing that he couldn't cope with his own human strength, Tom decided to awaken his abilities in the name of saving lives. He didn't want to leave Peter's mom alone because he still remembered his own dead mother. A minute later, he was already dragging Peter's huge body on himself, as if not feeling the weight. It turned out that he was ready to drag it all the way home and could do it without much effort. Suddenly, Peter's mother unexpectedly appeared on the way and went to look for him in the forest. She saw the abrasion on her son's head and the state in which he was now. It is not clear what was more surprising, the incident itself or the sight of a boy dragging a big man. Finally, it was all over and they returned home. The rain stopped. Tom continued to think about his mother, remembering all the moments of their lives. Besides, he couldn't forget about all the murders he had committed using his powers. He remembered how mountains of corpses lay around him, and how he dealt with these people in a matter of seconds. How he flew like a bullet down to the ground, and with this blow killed all the guys below. He wanted all the people in this world to feel his wrath, every single one of them. Although, of course, Tom doubted how correct his decisions were and whether this really needed to be done. It's a pity that now there was no one to tell him the right decision, because he was left completely alone. He remembered the lessons from the past that his mother taught him, trying to teach him something. She scolded him for the mistakes he made in his school text assignment. Tom answered her that he could not solve this problem because he did not know the answer, and this was the only reason for his failure. But Louise replied that you should try to solve any problem, even if you don't know the correct answer. To this remark, Tom pointedly turned his head to the side, showing his attitude. Now he has to solve a more difficult problem, and right now he will begin to complete it. Just today, the opening of the new building will take place, which will be attended by many people. Everything was ready for the director to accept this building, and all the guests waited with bated breath for the ceremonial cutting of the ribbon. There are no outsiders at today's meeting. Entry is strictly according to the list of invited guests. Finally, the ribbon was cut, and from that moment the construction could be considered complete. The main person of today's event accepted congratulations and handshakes from everyone. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a boy walking towards them, who was clearly not on the list of invitees. He turned to the chief for the protection of the territory, saying that this should not happen, and Tom calmly continued to walk towards the crowd, not even thinking about asking permission. What are the guards doing at such an important moment? Is there no one at the entrance? You need to get rid of the boy immediately. Otherwise, the guests may think something is wrong. Running up to the boy, the man ordered him to immediately leave the territory because he did not belong here. Suddenly, he saw a pile of bloody bodies behind Tom, but this was only the very beginning of today's event. All the guards were killed and turned into a bloody mess of dead, rotting carcasses. Tom continued to remember the instructions that Louise gave him to solve a difficult school problem. Nobody cares how many points you get because anyone can make a mistake. And this rule, by which you need to act and never doubt, he intends to apply right now. Yes, he decided to make mistakes in cases where he did not know the correct answer in advance. After all, you just need to do what you want, and it will be much better than doing nothing. He decided that he would no longer think much, but would only act always and everywhere. He intends to kill them all and do it immediately, without doubt or much thought. In fact, this is exactly what he wanted all his life, and now he gets what he wanted. Every day, Tom became stronger, developing his skills and abilities. His powers were becoming more and more powerful in their capabilities, and soon he would become truly invulnerable. In addition, he managed to discover new abilities in himself that were not there before. Extermination is not easy. It takes a lot of strength, but who else but Tom should be prepared for any difficulties? The main thing is that he will do what he has planned and realize the meaning of his existence, no matter what the cost. He felt that he had the opportunity to continue to do this, because each new extermination gives strength for the next mission. Who knows whether he's destined to finish what he started to the very end, or whether something will stop him at the decisive hour. Peter died almost immediately after that accident in the forest. His injury was too serious and incompatible with life. Then a few days later, his mother died. She died in her sleep. Most likely her heart could not stand it, because she was already an elderly woman. Tom felt very sorry for her, although he was indifferent to all the other people on Earth. Now he had to think carefully and decide what to do next. First of all, he is duly obliged to realize the power that he now possesses and develops in himself. He now has the energy of all his lives, which he inherited from his past existences. He can become anyone, and this makes Tom practically invulnerable to both people and all other creatures. There is only one problem that stopped and haunted our hero. If he does not realize the wisdom of his mission, then it will simply become a useless and stupid undertaking. He just needs to properly determine for himself how to act in such a way that all his actions make sense. Of course, he will certainly find the answer to this question. It just takes a little time. The journey is just beginning. About a year has passed since that day. It was a normal summer sunny day. The passenger train was following its usual route, and no one on the train suspected anything bad. Suddenly, right in front of him, the driver saw a boy walking forward who was moving straight towards the railway. It seemed that he did not even think about running away from the train, but rather on the contrary, he was persistently waiting for its arrival. He seemed to do this with undisguised pleasure, seeing how the driver was shaking with fear. The man who drove the train that day had never encountered such a situation in his life, but clearly understood that the guy would inevitably die. At high speed, the train ran straight at Tom and with enormous force threw him far away from the railway. If an ordinary person had been in his place, he would inevitably have died on the spot. The driver, having stopped the moving train, immediately opened the door of the locomotive and ran out to the young man. It's strange, because just a second ago he was lying here on the ground and showed no signs of life. However, when the man finally ran out of the train, he found no one around him. What the hell? There was not a soul nearby. Maybe the body was left lying between the rails under the train. But it seems that, in the distance, there was the figure of Tom, well known to us, and apparently he felt great, not even needing help. The strength of the mollusk's teeth helped him withstand this blow and escape from there unharmed. He managed to maintain his strength even in an unconscious state. This skill saved him right now. Another year has passed since then, and our hero's powers became more impressive and powerful every day. By the way, he learned to communicate with all the animals on Earth, and he was very interested in this new type of communication. Of course, their language was not as precise as human language, but Tom didn't need that. The language of words is inherent only to people, and animals communicate with each other in one single language, which is distinguished by its universality. You can call it telepathy. This word best suits the description of this form of communication. By the way, it turned out to be much easier than Tom thought. It took him very little time to master this skill. You could also call it a sixth sense. It would be even more familiar and easier to understand. Tom knew well the characteristics of each individual because he still continued to remain in the human body. All beings have something in common that unites them all together, some single source of the origin of all things. Although it would be too dubious to equate humans with animals, especially for Tom, because he still hated people and considered them the worst creatures. Another 5 years have passed since then. Time flew quickly and imperceptibly. Tom grew up. Now he no longer looked like a small child. His body had noticeably strengthened and became like the body of a man. During this time, he changed not only physically, but also increased his skills and abilities. This period of physical maturity was the most comfortable for life of all the periods during which a human being develops. Using the abilities of a turtle, he extended the appearance of his youth, without changing in appearance for many years. Another 10 years passed. Cities continued to emit toxic smoke and contaminate nature with this smoke. The water bodies are becoming polluted every day, and the living creatures that lived there were dying in the dirty waters. But nature continued to resist, releasing oxygen and supporting life on Earth. Tom could communicate with anyone and anything, not limited to living beings. Earth, water, and plants also had the ability to communicate, and Tom even managed to learn to communicate with nature itself. No, there is definitely life in everything that exists, and now he probably realized this, having become much wiser than before. How much this planet has gone through during its existence, especially after man first headed the top of the food chain. He felt all her pain and the severity of the burden, wanting to quickly help her and free her from suffering. She didn't deserve to suffer. A human being would cripple the Earth for thousands of years, but in fact he should be grateful to her. Tom saw how the Earth was dying every day and how the rate of its destruction was increasing. This stupid man is killing her day after day, so Tom simply has to stop him from doing this. After another 30 years of his human life, Tom continued to train hard, bringing the technique of his skills to perfection. It seemed that there was no limit to his capabilities. All the time, some new unique talents were being discovered in him. But it seems that right now he was in complete unity with nature and felt the strength to fulfill his destiny. In addition, he noticed the ability to combine all his skills into one single bundle. It was this ability that he had been improving over the past years, and it seems had achieved absolute perfection in this. Now all the preparations were completed. Nothing stopped him from taking his first steps. It was time to act. He has already achieved the strength that will allow him to win the main battle with the human species, and he wants to go to this battle right now. It seemed that everything could be accomplished very simply, and there was no doubt that there would definitely be enough strength for this fight. Tom could destroy everything here right now, using the best method of destruction. He can add heat to a source deep in the earth and press down on it with force, destroying everything without exception. Repeating this action a couple of times will cause an inevitable earthquake, the destructive force of which will be equal to a nuclear explosion. The great earthquake that once tore the world apart can happen again today. There are 6 places in the world where his ability can cause a major earthquake of the same magnitude as the last one. It will split 6 continents into pieces, half of which will plunge into the raging sea. Not a single person will be able to survive this catastrophe, because this is simply impossible after such destruction. You can call it literally human extermination, which cannot be reversed once the processes have begun. It is not clear why, but Tom seemed to feel that this was exactly what would happen soon. The destruction was so easy to arrange that it seemed like he could start the apocalypse right this very second. True, this catastrophe will inevitably kill not only people, but also many other species of living beings. This is exactly what Tom did not want to do, because the animals did not do anything wrong. Only humans deserve death. He was ready to do this great deed, but it was as if something was constantly stopping him. So he lived alone for several decades, without communicating with anyone except animals and other objects on Earth. Maybe it's worth taking one last look at the human world, if only to say goodbye to them. On the other hand, he observed their entire life from the very first moment of creation. It is unlikely that anything new has appeared since then. This means that you should not look for reasons for doubt. There is no point in wasting time. Suddenly he wondered what would happen to the good people also living on Earth. Did they deserve such a harsh fate? In the end, what will happen to those people who personally helped Tom and did not harbor his hatred for themselves? But no, it's better to put all these doubts aside and decide on it if the decision has already been made and all the tools for implementation are also ready. Yes, Tom already felt completely ready at any moment to do what he had been studying for the last decades. Perhaps there is no point in rushing, because no one is rushing him now, and he can wait a little longer. It's amazing how people manage to fill all the space on the planet and in the sky, taking it at their disposal. There is not a single place left where man has not yet set foot. They have subjugated literally every corner of the planet. Everywhere Tom went on his journey, a human footprint was clearly visible. People settled even in the most remote forests, adapting nature to suit their selfish interests. During its existence, human civilization has tamed all of nature without exception in all its manifestations. There was no place untouched by gross human influence, which always makes things worse. So he wandered and thought about the role of man on Earth, about his influence on Mother Nature, and the future fate predetermined by Tom. Even while he was on the road one day, he remembered how different everything had been here just recently. People quickly transform living nature to suit themselves, each time depriving it of life and any inhabitants who live in the constantly destroyed territory. This place was once occupied by a forest that filled the air with the aroma of blooming acacia and fresh plants. Now there is only a dead road along which cars rush, poisoning the environment with exhaust fumes. Well, no. Now it's definitely time to leave all doubts, as his mother insisted and bequeathed to him in the past. He intends to end this now, before its influence on the human body becomes too strong. Suddenly, behind me there was a loud noise of an approaching car, and glowing headlights appeared somewhere in the distance. The car was inexorably approaching without noticing Tom, and was already very close to our hero. The noise of the cars was completely unbearable because it constantly reminded us of this vile human vanity. The headlight blinded Tom, and then a loud signal sounded, which should have forced him to move out of the way. This unnatural sound greatly injured Tom's sensitive hearing. It was not like any living natural sound. The car was already very close when our hero began to use his abilities. The car was driven by a young, frightened woman who tried to swerve at the last moment. Suddenly from above, right at the place where our heroes were now, a huge stone fell and rushed down. It was flying off the cliff of a mountain towards the car, and seemed certain to lead to the death of anyone caught in the attack. Tom, using his abilities, summoned the stone, wanting to quickly destroy the approaching car. Bella, that was the name of this girl, did not see the flying cobblestone, but she noticed Tom opposite her. At that moment, Tom seemed to recognize familiar facial features that had been imprinted on his heart since childhood. As if transported back in time, he remembered every last detail. These memories forced him to change his intentions. After all, the girl was strikingly similar to his deceased mother, like two peas in a pod. Their faces were similar to each other. This similarity struck the guy's imagination to such coincidences really exist. Tom believed that he would never see her again in this earthly life, but now a real miracle was happening. From the resemblance to his deceased mother, he involuntarily said her name out loud, although he understood that this was impossible. The stone was approaching the roof of the car, ready to hit it with all its might and all its weight. Suddenly, the cobblestone seemed to freeze in the air, surrounded by a bright blue light that appeared in that place. Tom instantly rushed to save the girl, preventing the impending danger of death, which was already very close. With the power of thought, he directed energy in that direction to stop the inevitable, terrible event. 1 second before the collision, he took on a flying stone, which shattered into pieces without hitting the car. The car drove on safely, leaving behind only Tom and fragments of soil rock. Bella even closed her eyes in fear, having already seriously decided that now should have come the end of her life. She braked sharply and then opened her eyes for a second to clarify the situation a little. Suddenly, to her left, she saw the face of an unfamiliar guy, looking straight at her with curiosity. Bella screamed loudly in horror, and her expression began to resemble Louise even more. At that moment, another stone fell down from the cliff. This time, the guy was not ready to stop it. Tom didn't notice him because he was too caught up in what was happening to him right now. Bella saw a huge stone flying straight at Tom's head, but she no longer had time to tell him about it. If the stone had fallen on his head, Tom would have died on the spot, and the girl understood this perfectly well. She had to move a little to the side because stones continued to fall from above. Tom lay on the ground, motionless, not showing a single sign of life had he really died. Tom's power operated even without his conscious control, but it required precise control. Tom completely forgot to cancel his order, so the stones continued to fall as he had originally intended. Bella immediately ran to Tom to inquire about his condition as soon as the rockfall stopped. Leaning over, the girl saw in front of her a young guy who was unconscious. He opened his eyes and saw Bella. She looked incredibly like his dead mother, as if they were twins. He could look at her face for hours, but consciousness began to leave him, and Tom was no longer able to control it.
Damn it, he can't pass out right now, even after such a blow.
He was again overtaken by that feeling of death, which he had experienced millions of times in all his previous lives. But can he die like this, like a simple living being without abilities? Waking up in the hospital, Tom saw two young girls who looked at him in amazement. He tried to remember what happened to him last night, but the thoughts seemed to be erased from his memory. It's hard to understand why he lost consciousness in the first place, since he was so strong and at the peak of his powers. The doctor said that he should not move, because too little time had passed since the operation. Did he really have an operation like an ordinary person? Are they joking or what? But according to the doctor, the operation was successful and there is no reason for concern, which means all this is true. The hospital staff then tried to find out the young man's name, but received no answer. The doctors had no information about Tom, so they asked his real name to find his history in the database. However, Tom had not used this name for so long that he had completely forgotten its sound. This news shocked everyone who was next to him, because this had never happened before in their practice. It was probably because of the heavy blow that he could not remember his name and say it out loud. Bella decided that the problem was in the dialect, and he could not pronounce the name after a serious injury. When Tom heard her voice, he also began to remember Louise's voice, although it seemed to come from somewhere in the depths of his consciousness. Yes, that's exactly what it sounded like every day of his past life when Mom was still alive. But suddenly Tom remembered his name, and it even seemed that he began to get better with every new minute. His name is Tom. This is his human name, which his beloved mother called him. The patient's age was unknown to anyone, as was his registration address. There was no information about him, and he himself could not give information due to memory loss. This was very strange, considering that the doctors did not notice any total changes, even after a severe blow. Bella looked at the doctor with the same blank look and looked even more like Louise. After some time, the police station tried to find out information about this strange guy. An investigation was underway. Bella was just there. She was informed that in their database there were no matches with men not only under 20, but also under 40. There were not even those registered fingerprints that had recently been taken from the patient's hand. One officer said he had been reviewing CCTV footage around the area for months, but had found nothing. This irritated Bella quite a lot. She was already very tired from all these searches and could not understand what to do about it. Yes, this was the first time such a case had occurred at this police station, and the investigation was very difficult. According to the doctor, Tom may have complete memory loss, although there is a chance that he is simply an illegal immigrant. The question was about what to do with this guy if this information was eventually confirmed. The investigator suddenly suggested that Bella become a guardian, although she did not give any reason to offer her this role. Why on earth should she be this guy's guardian when she didn't even really know him? In addition, Bella did not want to be anyone's guardian at all. She is a young, free girl and did not prepare herself for this. Finally, the day came to be discharged from the hospital after a long, painstaking examination and treatment. The administrator called Tom's guardian, who Bella eventually agreed to become, loudly announcing this to the entire room. Tom turned to the girl, telling her that she was called to the registration window. She needed to sign some papers there. She knew this very well, and there was no need to repeat the same thing to her 100 times. The woman asked if Bella had all the necessary documents for discharge, and she replied that the documents were available. All you had to do was fill out these papers and confirm your guardianship over the patient by signing at the bottom. Suddenly, the girl realized that she still did not know Tom's real age, which should have been indicated in the documents. She turned around to get an idea of how old he might be. He looked very young. Most likely he was some kind of 3rd or 4th year college student. Deciding that he was approximately 24 years old, she stopped there and entered the data on the extract sheet. Going out into the street, Bella leaned forward a little and sighed heavily. She was tired of all this running around the hospitals. Tom didn't quite understand her mood, but he didn't dare ask the girl directly about it. Finally, after a while, he gently asked if she was in a bad mood now. She looked carefully in his direction, the way Louise usually did when she was holding back her emotions. The girl replied that this accident was not her fault. The reason was a landslide, which unfortunately happened there. Honestly, Bella had no need to feel responsible, much less be indebted to Tom. It's strange, but she talked about it as if the guy had done something wrong to her, and she had absolutely nothing to do with it. Tom continued to listen to her, poorly understanding the meaning of her words and some strange accusations against him. After cooling down a bit, she said that she registered him as a young man aged 24. For his information, she was already 34 years old and much older. Tom replied that the younger the person's age, the better, completely forgetting about the basic limits of decency in communicating with a girl. Bella looked at him as if he were a child who did not watch his language at all and was difficult to be offended by. In any case, she introduced herself to Tom and gave her name for ease of further communication between them. Suddenly, Tom declared that she was his Bella and he intended to address her that way. What came over him? Bella threw up her hands in response, telling the guy that he needed to show a little more respect when communicating with her. Tom realized that he had somehow offended the girl again. Most likely he'd blurted out too much again. Finally, tired of this nonsense, she called Tom to follow her, resolutely telling him not to lag behind. Bella was just about to find the guy a job, and until then he would live with her in the dorm. Suddenly, she felt a touch on her hand. Tom again took her hand without asking, forgetting about the limits of decency. He did this as if such behavior was in the order of things for him and they had known each other all their lives. Of course, in response, she pulled her hand away with a scream, and Tom only looked at her with a frightened, questioning gaze. It seems that she already told him that you can't just take the hand of an unfamiliar girl like that, isn't it clear? Although in fact there was nothing wrong with this gesture because he just wanted to walk with her and hold hands in a friendly way. The girl could not understand how she should relate to this real child who does not understand simple things. How did she even get involved in this story? And most importantly, what to do with this guy now? After all, it is clear that you always need to ask the other person's permission and wait for his consent. Tom then asked the girl to give him her hand, realizing that this was the only problem. It seems that it is impossible to explain to him the rules of behavior in society and instill good manners. It would be better to say the same thing, but do it more respectfully. After all, she is a girl. Finally realizing, Tom tried to assuage his guilt by addressing her politely and courteously. After these words, Bella gave him her hand and led him forward along the road, holding the guy's hand tightly. Tom could not believe his happiness, as if some warm feeling from the distant past was again felt next to her. Bella confidently walked forward, and calling Tom with her, told him to walk next to her and not do anything stupid. It was as if memories from the past appeared before his eyes, in which he and his mother wandered around their native village. And just like that, they held hands tightly, strolling carefree and enjoying the conversation. Suddenly, the girl heard the sounds of sobbing behind her, as if someone had started crying. Was he really crying right now? Although there was no reason for this. Yes, Tom really began to sob furiously like a little boy, which surprised Bella. She asked him in confusion why he was crying. Could she really have offended him in some way? It was difficult to find words to answer, because you can't just tell her everything that's going on in his head. She'll definitely take him for a crazy person. Bella couldn't understand what was the reason for these sudden sobs. Is he going to cry every day now? In the distance, exactly the same flowers grew, which reminded Tom of the past even more. But it was still in a vague fog. It was with these flowers that some woman very close to his heart decorated her beautiful hair and always smiled at him. Bella asked Tom to wait a little while she and her friend thoroughly agreed on everything. She told the girl that she was taking this guy with her until he finally returned to normal. This was probably a strange decision, considering that Bella did not know him at all and could not guarantee her safety. At some point, Tom looked into the face of Lily, as Bella's friend was called, asking her why she was looking at him so intently. She answered only with a questioning glance, not expecting such boorish behavior on the part of the guy. Yes. This caused an awkward pause, and for some time the entire group of young people were silently perplexed. The cute dog who was next to them looked at Tom friendly. The friend clearly did not want such an act on the part of the girl, but for some reason Bella insisted on her own. All this time, Tom waited in the next room while a decision was made regarding his temporary placement. It was a shame that they wouldn't be able to verify his identity due to memory loss. And besides, he had a very strange dialect. Lily's mother was from the settlement Tom named, but she spoke a completely different dialect. She also believed that the guy was an illegal immigrant and saw no other reasonable explanation for his appearance. Although this assumption was a little strange, because there was no reason for him to emigrate. The friend continued to insist on her opinion, suggesting that we think logically about this matter. After all, Bella really doesn't know him at all, and you can't just let a stranger into the house. The girl recalled the very second when she first saw the face of this strange guy. Then she remembered the moment when he suddenly burst into tears on the street for no reason. She turned around to take a good look at the young man sitting in the next room. Tom, as if sensing her gaze, turned to meet her and peered into her face. He smiled back at her, looking friendly in her direction. Did he really look like some kind of rogue? This look confused Bella a little and caused undisguised surprise to her friend. Yes, she still felt some responsibility for his life, and she also had some kind of good feeling. It would be interesting to know what kind of good feeling they were talking about, and what did she mean by talking about it. In fact, Tom seemed very harmless in appearance and gave no reason to be afraid of him. Lily continued to listen to her friend's arguments, but they were dubious to her. Although, of course, the volume did not appear to pose any danger. She was right about that. He really seems like an ordinary kind guy and also looks pretty good. The girl knew that her friend was very stubborn by nature. It was impossible to convince her. She decided to leave everything as it is, since she makes her own decision and takes full responsibility upon herself. Usually her dog barked at strangers, but this time she behaved very quietly and calmly. Directly above this cafe, there is an empty room on the roof where they plan to put Tom. Let him live there for now, at least until everything is finally cleared up. Tom asked if he could be with Bella for the rest of the time and not be separated for too long. He said that he wanted to be with her, and again heard a request to be more polite with the girl for the umpteenth time. She jokingly told him that she didn't want to be with him because polite society wasn't supposed to act that way. This answer noticeably worsened our hero's mood. He lowered his eyes down in annoyance. Bella tried to cheer him up by saying that he would be paid for his work and given good housing. It's unlikely that this would have cheered him up, because at that moment he was thinking only about her. Suddenly she announced that she would often come to visit him, wanting to cheer up the guy a little. Although he understood that from that moment on he would clearly not be able to spend the whole day with her. It will be great if Lily takes care of Tom, at least for a while. The friend was slightly surprised why Bella suddenly decided to leave so soon because there were no visitors yet. She replied that she needed to run home for a while before returning to the technical staff. Hearing this, Tom asked what the technical staff was and why she needed to go there. Lily quickly reported that Bella worked there. It was a technical institute for environmental industry. Suddenly, Tom expressed a desire to work there too, and of course he would prefer to work with Bella. Suddenly, a dog named Royce suddenly jumped up on its paws and barked welcomingly towards our heroes. Bella joyfully responded to this greeting, thinking that the dog missed her. She leaned over to pat his head a little, as she usually did when visiting a friend. Suddenly, Royce escaped from her arms and ran towards Tom. Unexpected behavior. Lily had not seen such a reaction from her dog for a long time and was very surprised by it. This is strange because Royce never accepted anyone except his mistress and Bella, and now he's suddenly fawning over a stranger. Tom looked down at Royce with sadness, realizing that she wanted to take the dog home. But what about him? After all, she can even take this cute dog with her, but at the same time she just leaves him here. Tom leaned over to Royce to pet the friendly dog's head a little. He felt the positive energy of this cute dog, which cheerfully responded to his caresses. Suddenly something happened that Tom did not expect at this moment. The dog's strength and natural skills were transferred to him in an unconscious state. He had done this many times before, but always deliberately, but now it happened without his intentions. Realizing that he could not control this, Tom tried to hide the manifestation of his abilities from the girls. The next second, he began to acutely sense someone else's presence thanks to the dog's sense of smell. It seems that he smelled something unknown that was being transported in a car somewhere near their house. Indeed, a large truck was driving below, carrying a strange cargo inside. The same smell was felt by the dog, which bared its teeth and barked at the passing truck. The friends couldn't understand what was going on and tried to calm down their sweet, friendly dog. Tom told her that it was all about the car. It was at her that the dog was barking so loudly. Lily didn't understand what Tom was talking about and what does the car have to do with it. Then they actually saw the truck Tom was talking about drive by. A dog's sense of smell is 1,000 times stronger than the primitive human sense of smell. It is precisely this that allows one to feel so subtly. Tom unintentionally borrowed her ability and noticed a strange presence in the moving truck. An unnaturally tenacious creature that Tom had never met before was inside the body. This life form, born out of man's selfish intention, was a danger. Despite the fact that Tom lost his memory, he continued to feel it with every cell of his body. The emotion that the being inside splashed out was like an internal signal and was a powerful wave. While Tom didn't know what to do with this, he would decide this issue a little later. One thing is clear. Tom continued to experience deep subconscious hostility towards the human species. At that very time, busy work was going on in the scientific center. The behavior of the colenterate animal Hydra was studied, which in the future could become the key to understanding the treatment of oncology. Hydra can regenerate its body even if only one of its 200 parts survives. The scientist proposed using this regeneration mechanism to treat cancer. He demonstrated an example of his experience in which Hydra had one of its tentacles cut off, and after a few days, she was already recovering without a single scar. Many scientists are now trying to create these proteins that prevent the regeneration of Hydra's tentacles. If suppression is possible, then cancer cells can also be suppressed in this way. Some time ago, a certain marine company, under the guidance of technical personnel, discovered a new type of Hydra. Scientists are currently studying the differences between the two types of Hydra to unravel how they regenerate. Scientists are already carefully examining one of them. They have given it the name of the governing Hydra. To understand the general design, it's worth talking a little about the history of the emergence of the living world. The reason for the perfection of the Earth as a planet is its universal harmony. Every living organism on Earth has a set of instincts unique to it. Man is also subject to instincts, although less so than wild animals. They manifest themselves differently in each creature, depending on their purpose. A baby-sucking behavior is one such survival instinct. For example, the act of a chicken breaking an eggshell at the moment of birth also refers to instincts. These actions are determined precisely by instinct, and not by training, and each of them is aimed only at the survival of the creature. The life and death of all creatures on Earth are subject to a system of cycles. These cycles and their inviolability create harmony between life and death. Take plankton, for example, one of the smallest creatures on Earth. This organism is the basis of all food chains and plays an important role in the formation of clouds. The moisture that evaporates from the ocean is condensed by plankton into small particles. Clouds are made up of water droplets, which is their real structure. These clouds reflect solar energy to prevent the Earth's temperature from rising. Thus, the ocean produces half of Earth's oxygen, brings life and regulates climate. The sea is no different from the life support system of all other earthly spaces. But man, with his intervention in this system, brings chaos and destruction. Because of people, everything in the planet's ecosystem, on its land and in its water, is being destroyed. Tom turned to Bella with a question about where she was going to go now. She replied that she was going to church. She often goes there. Then he offered to go with her. But Lily reminded her that it was still working hours. She added that Tom got housing from work and he could easily lose it. Lily said that she was a Buddhist, a word Tom heard for the first time in his life. Bella asked if Tom had a religion before he lost his memory. This word was also unfamiliar to our hero, and he asked what it meant. They immediately explained to him that if a person professes a religion, this means that he believes in God. Lily thought he was an atheist because he didn't believe in the existence of an afterlife. Bella echoed her friend's words, saying that being an atheist and not believing in anything is somehow strange. Realizing that the girls believed in some kind of God, Tom hastened to declare that he also had a religion. They turned to Tom with interest, wanting to understand what religion he professed. Suddenly the guy replied that this world is too perfect and only God could create this perfection. These speeches impressed young girls with their mystery. Even with memory loss, he was a man who had existed on Earth for billions of years. Therefore, Tom affirmed the very truth that could not be forgotten. The world truly was completely perfect. It was designed that way from the very beginning. The planet does not need to closely monitor the maintenance of harmony here. Everything happens on its own. Those natural disasters that bring destruction to the human world are actually natural to nature. For millions of years, the planet has been faced with various types of destruction that bring that same harmony to the world. These destructions are hurricanes, earthquakes, and tsunamis. With their help, the balance necessary for the existence of the planet is established. Various natural disasters have always occurred and will continue to occur as long as the Earth exists. However, this was not enough, and recently a new method of destruction appeared. The time has come for the inevitable existence of a new species designed to maintain harmony. This creature also had an innate survival instinct, like all other creatures. Scientists carefully observed the development of this organism, trying to use its abilities for their own purposes. However, his innate instinct was aimed only at the destruction of all humanity, which they did not know about. There are now two types of beings on Earth with the same purpose. One of these creatures is now trapped and held tightly there. Another creature forgot itself after an accident. These two will eventually cross paths with each other sooner or later. No one knows what will happen next, but their combined strength will be enormous. What consequences this will lead to will become clear only after their merger. No one yet knew that the Earth had prepared their future merger, but soon it would become known to everyone. Meanwhile, the caring girls prepared coffee for Tom with a beautiful design on the foam. It was very nice of them, and the coffee was really delicious. Tom continued to live in his new home and work at Lily's establishment. He had already almost completely settled down in this place, with the help of the owner of the establishment. Going into his room, she was very surprised at how dirty Tom was and what a mess it was. But he did not understand the difference between order and disorder, because he did not have to keep track of it. Also, he was constantly silent when asked about something, which visibly irritated Lily. She said that you need to put all your things in one box and leave them in the corner. Realizing that he was completely helpless, she began to drag his things to one place. The room was full of boxes containing books and other heaps of rubbish. Lily explained that it was originally a book cafe, which is why there are so many books. Guests don't read now, and books began to take up a lot of extra space, so Lily moved them here. If Tom gets bored, he can take any book and read it for a while at his leisure. By the way, it wouldn't hurt to brush our shaggy hero's hair a little. Then the owner of the cafe asked Tom to work in the hall because there should be a lot of visitors today. The guests ordered coffee and had already paid for the order, so it needed to be served quickly. Tom had already learned not only how to place an order, but also how to pay clients and how to give change correctly. The girl told him to prepare a drink and serve it to the guest table. Before going to the gym for work, I needed to rehearse a little communication with clients. Lily carefully watched Tom, correcting mistakes in his behavior. Having spoken all the working phrases, he asked Lily if he had succeeded now. It wasn't bad, but there was still plenty to work on. There seemed to be something a little lacking in his approach to clients. His greetings were too dry. Still, it was necessary to treat her a little more kindly, and especially not to forget to smile. People treat others much better if they share their smile and joy with them. Finally, Tom went to perform his duties, going out into the hall. Seeing the visitors, he became a little nervous, but soon overcame his initial anxiety. These were two girls who just popped in for coffee on their lunch break. Remembering Lily's words about a smile and a good mood, Tom decided to act. He smiled broadly at the girls who entered, said a welcoming phrase, and invited them to come inside. This is how Tom's working day continued, successfully coping with his task. Meanwhile, Bella, listening to dynamic music, went for her daily evening jog. Finding herself next to the cafe, she was very surprised by the large number of people. This has never happened before. Where did so many visitors come from today? It seems that the girls liked Tom and his friendly smile, so they hurried to take their table in this cafe. He did not stop smiling from the very morning, as Lily told him, taking this as his main duty. He seemed to take her words literally and considered greeting guests with a smile on his face part of his job. At the end of the day, Bella couldn't get enough of the huge profit as she counted the proceeds from the cash register. Visitors came in a stream because of his smile, although his face was already hurting from such happy work. It was very nice and of course profitable for the establishment, which Bella was also happy about.
She came here to see how Tom was adapting to his new place.
A friend said that he adapts quickly, even faster than she expected. Then, since everyone was in a good mood, it was suggested that everyone have a little drink together.
But Lily immediately refused, saying that she had a blind date today and would not be able to accompany them.
Bella was already accustomed to her friend's constant excuses and only smiled affably at her in response. Suddenly, Tom unexpectedly offered to drink with her since her friend didn't want to. He said that he was not busy right now and would be happy to keep her company, waiting for her reaction to the proposal. This was a little unexpected, considering that Tom was always silent and modest. But what difference does it make? You have to thank Tom for such a big profit, thanks to his smile. They went to a nice establishment where mostly young people hung out. Tom was in such a busy place for the first time he had never been to a night bar before. When Bella asked what he would drink, Tom for a long time could not understand what to answer her and what he should have ordered. She invited him to drink some beer, but the name of the drink was completely unfamiliar to our hero. Realizing that Tom couldn't make up his mind, Bella offered to do it for him. She said that she would prepare a delicious cocktail that the guy would definitely like. Taking the cocktail in her hands, she handed it to Tom with a smile. He certainly should like it. Tom decided not to refuse, in case it would be really tasty, because Bella should understand drinks. Finally, he took his first sip of this strange, bitter-tasting liquid. The girl watched his reaction with interest, trying to understand his tastes and preferences. After the first sip, Tom felt an unpleasant bitterness and did not want to finish the cocktail. Maybe he doesn't understand something and just hasn't tried it well since Bella likes it so much. She quickly drained her glass without noticing any unpleasant taste sensations. After drinking everything, the girl sighed loudly and said that she was alive and everything was fine with her. Looking at this, Tom could not understand why people drink this bitter drink and why they behave this way. Bella said that people were trying to get drunk, although it was clear that she was saying this as a joke. Why do people get drunk and where do these strange desires come from? Then the girl with a serious look said that the world is too harsh, and sometimes you need to forget a little. If you want to survive in this harsh world, you should also be harsh. Does beer really make people angrier? Although Bella was not actually a violent person, she was open to the world. Having said this, she continued to drink this strange drink, and he looked at her in bewilderment, trying to find out something for himself. She then continued to talk about the effect that an alcoholic drink brings. Bella said that it softens people, makes them more sociable and open. After drinking alcohol, she becomes softer and easier to make contact with. Looking into her empty mug, Bella wanted to take a walk somewhere in the fresh air. The words that alcohol makes a person soft and shows his true essence made Tom think.
What if he also tried to drink this drink to the very bottom like this girl did?
He looked into his glass, which was completely filled with alcohol, and decided to repeat his friend's action. Although he was a little uneasy at the thought that he would have to drink all this bitterness without a trace. In a great mood, they went for a walk around the city at night, drinking heavily. Tom was noticeably drunk from the cocktail and couldn't understand why it had become so soft. Hearing Tom's words that the world around him began to bend, Bella laughed and replied that this was normal. Having reached the intersection of streets, she told Tom that she needed to go in the other direction, which means it was time for them to say goodbye until tomorrow. Bella told him to be careful on the way back if he didn't want to get into any trouble. He immediately offered to walk her all the way to the door if she didn't object. The girl did not expect that Tom had finally learned good manners. This lifted her mood even more. So they walked along the night field and talked cheerfully about something, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, Bella noticed something beautiful not far from her, which made her stop. Surprisingly, Bella had never seen so many fireflies before, living for so many years in the city. It was a mesmerizing sight. You can look at such beauty forever. Only Tom was somehow too thoughtful, looking at these beautiful little creatures. For some reason, he asked the girl if she liked these fireflies, as if someone might not like them. The guy seemed to know the true nature of this light, which was understandable only to him. Tom wanted to touch the firefly, as if something from within was beckoning him to do so. Memories from the past suddenly flooded into his mind, and he remembered his past life. He extended his hand forward, and Bella carefully watched his strange behavior. The girl could not have expected what happened next and looked ahead in complete incomprehension. Has she drunk too much? Or is this really happening before her eyes? The fear of what she saw made her scream loudly, without taking her eyes off her friend. Tom took the Firefly's ability and wanted to amuse Bella with it, as if he was showing her magic tricks. A second later, he himself lit up all over, like those fireflies, creating a bright light around himself, and now resembling in his appearance some kind of living lantern. Looking at Bella in this way, Tom asked if she liked him now. He smiled cheerfully at her, saying that he was now handsome too, as if that was what she was worried about now. I wonder what reaction he wanted to see from the girl who saw the glowing man in front of her. In any case, the reaction was a wild horror in her eyes, as if she had seen a ghost. Probably I should have come up with an easier way to surprise the girl than this. Calm reigned over the city, but on the ground, a completely different picture unfolded. Bella couldn't believe her eyes and screamed louder in fear, not taking her eyes off the guy. Tom didn't understand what was happening and why it scared Bella so much. Without saying a word, she rushed away as fast as she could, leaving an astonished Tom behind her. It seems that it was already impossible to stop her. Maybe it was not worth showing her these tricks. Suddenly, Tom saw that Bella was waiting ahead and tried to call out to her. But she shouted to him, not wanting to hear anything, so that he would not come one step closer to her. It's a pity that she didn't see the danger she was so rapidly approaching at that moment. When she turned around and looked ahead, it was already too late. It turned out that she was running straight towards the edge of the road, and now it was unlikely she would have time to stop. The girl tripped over the fence and flew out of it at full speed into the abyss. Seeing this, Tom felt within himself the emergence of incredible power that was just waiting for this hour. It was an animal instinct awakened in the depths of his nervous system and ready for action. There were only a few meters left to the ground, but there was still a chance to save Bella from certain death. Tom didn't want to lose her, and so he decided to take a risk, although the danger was more than real. Using the cheetah's ability, he instantly found himself at the very edge of the cliff. At that second, Bella realized that right now her end was approaching. This was her destiny. Her whole life seemed to flash before her eyes in 1 second, as happens before death. Suddenly she saw Tom flying towards her at incredible speed, full of determination. This desperate guy jumped into a cliff after her, hoping to save his new friend. At that moment, his ability was fully revealed, as if he remembered who he really was. Incredibly, this guy was willing to risk his life for her, and he was proving it right now. The next second, Tom was already there, grabbing the girl's hand and holding her tightly. What happened was a real miracle, because this should never have happened. Yes, this was the same hero, well known to us, who was capable of anything. In an instant, he was waiting for the girl below, ready to catch her in his arms. And so it happened. She found herself in his arms a second before the collision, before she could touch the ground. For some time, they stood motionless, not fully realizing what had happened. Tom shouted that she scared him terribly and asked how she was feeling. It is impossible to imagine what was going on in her soul, but she seemed unable to utter a word. The research center was in full swing. New developments did not stop for a day. Recently, scientists announced a new Hydra, the same control Hydra that has been the subject of lively conversations all around. If a part of her body is cut off, she will regenerate perfectly, becoming the same as she was in the beginning. Bella attended this demonstration, trying to concentrate on the scientist's lecture. He continued to say that 14 scientific objects had been grown so far. All experiments had the same positive result. The cut-off part grew in the same way as the main body. The young scientist asked the lecturer whether these Hydras should be considered different, and the parts of the Hydra should be taken as different objects. This was an interesting question because a group of scientists also wanted to know more about this. Then the doctor took out a bottle of sulfuric acid, which he was going to use in his experiment. When it comes into contact with water, it releases a large amount of heat, which is necessary for the experiment. According to the doctor, the subject of the study will not die even from this sulfuric acid. Although if the Hydra survives in this case, there will still be consequences for its body. After all, contact with liquid will cause severe irritation of her nervous system, and this affects the entire body. In addition, there were many other equally interesting objects in the laboratory. To the left of them were containers with liquid in which other Hydras were placed. They demonstrated the transmission of stimulation to the main body, which was the answer to the young man's question. An object with a part cut off may turn out to be a separate creature, but so far scientists did not know the exact answer. Bella, turning to the scientist, stated that the creature was not connected by nerves. It was completely divided. But the doctor still could not answer exactly how this happens, and what is the real reason. This riddle captured all the girl's attention. She wanted to find out the secret of this creature's behavior. Of course, this discovery had great potential, if only we got to the bottom of it. After everyone had left, Bella lingered in the center to talk with the scientist. She told him that just recently she saw a guy in front of her, shining like a firefly in a field. The doctor suggested that alcohol could be the cause of her hallucinations yesterday. Bella did not stop trying to prove to the doctor that it was not a vision, but reality. What if she's right and this creature really lives on our planet? Incredibly fast, with monstrous strength and controlling other beings, is this possible?
The doctor noted that if such a creature really exists, then it certainly cannot be considered a human. This means that he may well become a valuable research object for their institution. These words sounded too suspicious, and Bella began to doubt a little. Finally, she approached the cafe where Tom worked today. He was a very active worker. Tom wiped the dishes with a dry towel, going about his usual business. Suddenly, he noticed the figure of a girl on the veranda looking at him from afar. She saw him looking intently at her, but did not dare to enter. Then Tom waved his hand at her welcomingly. Finally, she overcame her fear and went inside. She had to find out everything. Tom enthusiastically told her about her friend, but Bella's thoughts were on something completely different. Suddenly, he asked her directly if she remembered the events of last night. She screamed that she remembered everything perfectly and did not want him to continue pretending. Tom sincerely told her that he could be anyone, but he didn't know where he got this ability from. The girl could not believe his words. They seemed too naive to her, although the guy immediately promised not to do this in the future if Bella didn't like it. She thanked Tom for his courtesy and agreed that it would be better to remain a normal person. I wonder what else he is capable of. Maybe yesterday's manifestation is just the beginning. Tom thought for a moment, going over all his options in his head. This long pause seemed suspicious to the girl. Was he really planning something again? Memories from the past flashed before Tom's eyes, in which he killed people. These memories seemed so real, as if everything had happened just yesterday. Suddenly, he blurted out a phrase that made the hair on your head stand on end. He said that he could, for example, destroy all of humanity. How do you like this ability? What did his words about killing humanity mean? What did he mean by this? He continued to look at Bella, as if hiding a terrible secret somewhere deep down in his soul. Having come to his senses, he saw her strange gaze on him and immediately realized that he had blurted out too much. Tom asked what he just said, and was there anything strange in his words? Yes, the phrase about the destruction of humanity really seemed strange to her. Something unthinkable was happening to this guy, and it was necessary to immediately find out what it was. Bella has already experienced too much during this time. It was time to put an end to this story. Tom, it seems, was ready to do anything to calm down the already tired girl. Suddenly, she slammed her hand down on the table and gave him a great idea. It is necessary to find out what is happening to him, and she is ready to help him with her connections at the research center. She will take him to the laboratory, where the best doctor will carefully examine him. To do this, you just need to sign an agreement. This is an ordinary trifle, and you should not worry about it. Tom just has to give his consent to the research and sign the document. There will be no dangerous tests, but he may refuse this offer. Tom immediately signed and handed the signed document into her hands. Now he would do anything Bella said and was ready to agree to any of her demands. This answer suited Bella quite well. It was good that he was so understanding. Although it was a working day and Lily had already warned Tom about taking work seriously. Appearing at the cafe, Bella loudly announced to everyone that she had returned. Tom greeted her politely, but could not be as hospitable as usual. What happened to this cheerful, friendly guy, and why is he so broken? Where is that radiant smile that guests liked and brought so much profit to the establishment's cash desk? Tom didn't know what to answer her and simply looked away. Bella's offer to get tested was simple. First, she needed to donate blood, and then drink some liquid, which helps improve the quality of the analysis. These studies could reveal the whole truth about Tom, which so far remained unknown. Tom continued to claim that his broken state was caused by night work. Lily peered anxiously into her pet's face, not understanding what had happened to him. That night, Bella couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed and constantly jumping out of bed. The same questions swarmed in her head. They required urgent resolution. Yes, she really got very tired during the research. It was clearly visible from her appearance. Most likely, she developed insomnia due to recent experiences. And she couldn't forget Tom's words about the destruction of humanity. He clearly said them in an unconscious state, which means these thoughts are spinning in his head. Was it temporary insanity, or did he seriously intend to do something like this? Maybe it has something to do with his past, before that fatal loss of memory. While it remained a mystery to her, Bella intended to find the answer. Turning her head, she saw a framed photograph on a shelf in the distance. In it, she laughed merrily next to a young guy. The girl was overcome by nostalgia for that time. Finally, the research results came. We didn't have to wait long. The main one was a general blood test, which was personally examined by the chief scientist. He said it was the blood of a young and healthy man and nothing more. Is this all really about a simple, extraordinary person? And in truth, it was just human blood. None of the doctors had any doubts. Then Bella hastily said goodbye to the scientist and the doctor, thanking them for their work. Once alone, she continued to think about the test results. The conclusion was clear. There is nothing special in his blood, because it's just human blood. But how could he have such abilities if he is only human? She remembered well those moments at night when Tom demonstrated his abilities. He really glowed from head to toe, like those fireflies in a night field. And when she flew down the cliff, he, like a hero from a movie, caught her right in the air. By this act, he saved her life. But this is beyond the power of an ordinary person. Only a creature possessing unimaginable strength and skill is capable of this. The girl's common sense was crumbling. She could not connect these facts together. Perhaps a little later she will solve this guy's riddle, although who knows, maybe not. Lost in her thoughts, she walked along the scientific research rooms. The experiments continued, and the two scientists carried out another inspection of their scientific specimens. The young scientist was just comparing the results of yesterday's and today's research. At that moment, Bella passed by, carefully peering into the blood taken from Tom. Suddenly, the tentacles of one of the experimental hydras began to move too quickly. Why would this happen suddenly? The young scientist, surprised by such activity, drew attention to this and wanted to study this sudden activity in more detail. But before he could turn to his senior colleague, the hydra brought the flask down. The flask flew down from the table with a roar, and it was too late to catch it. The senior scientist, who had observed such activity from a specimen for the first time, watched with excitement. He understood what the fall of the flask could mean, but he could not do anything. It was unclear whether the hydra itself rocked the vessel, or whether this young guy accidentally touched it. At that second, Tom's nervous system sharply aggravated. He suddenly felt something. The creature inside was already lying on the floor, completely freed from any obstacles. Lily couldn't understand what was happening to Tom. He was alarmed about something. But what happened to him, and why did he turn to her so abruptly? Maybe he had that nervous breakdown again that he had just recently. In fact, he felt that terrible things were happening in that laboratory right now. The hydra, emitting strange radiation from itself, continued to lie on the tiled floor of the laboratory. The scientist did not know what to do with it, but he understood that the situation was becoming irreversible. He ordered that another container of that young, careless guy be immediately dragged here. He was sure that this particular student was to blame for what had happened, and therefore he was terribly angry with him. He ordered not to fiddle around for too long and move faster. Why was he stuck there? Suddenly he heard a hissing and turned sharply towards the experimental specimen. Moving a little closer, the scientist extended his hand towards the organism to examine its tentacles. Suddenly he felt a light, almost painless hydra bite, which came as a surprise to him. Could she have such an instinct? It certainly was not to be expected. She behaved strangely, and it began to seem that she was dying, making an incomprehensible sound. Finally she fell silent, finally remaining motionless on the floor. The same research center student ran up to him from behind with an already unnecessary vessel. The scientist said that the flask would no longer be useful because the body died without liquid. Then he glanced towards the other specimens. Something was clearly wrong with them. They behaved as actively as if the main body of the hydra was still alive. They weren't really affected by the death of the main body, which was surprising. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the place where the hydra bit him. My hand cramped, as if an electric current had run through it. Then he felt such a strong burning sensation in the area of his hand that he could not stand it and screamed in pain. The young scientist could not understand what was happening and how to help his teacher. Some monstrous events happened to him. He began to change his appearance before our eyes. This seriously frightened the guy, and he rushed to loudly call for help. Bella, who was passing by, heard a scream coming from the laboratory. Sharply opening the door, she loudly asked the guy what was going on here. In response, she heard that his boss was experiencing symptoms of a seizure and urgently needed medical attention. He told her to call 911 before it was too late. With trembling hands, Bella took her cell phone to quickly call emergency medical services. While she was calling for help, some inexplicable events began to happen to the scientist. He suddenly wheezed loudly with an animal, inhuman sound, frightening everyone present. The girl hurriedly explained to the ambulance operator the essence of the incident, telling her the reason for the call. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the scientist, who had turned into a mutant, rush towards her. She only managed to turn her head, but it was too late to react to the attack. With incredible speed, the mutated doctor extended his mutilated hand towards Bella's face. A few centimeters separated her from the mutant's fingers. It seemed that he wanted to squeeze her skull with one movement. His eyes were bloodshot from rage and anger. What was happening to him? Suddenly, someone jumped out from behind the girl, hit him in the face, and broke his glasses to smithereens. It was Tom. How good it was that he was here at this difficult moment. It was very timely. He was determined to protect Bella, who looked at him with fear. His eyes glowed with rage. The guy was ready to grind this mutant into powder. Then he knocked the mutant upside down with such force that he lost consciousness with one blow. A few seconds later, the defeated doctor was already lying on the floor without signs of life. I wonder how Tom ended up here and how he managed to understand that the girl needed help. But the main thing that worried the young man was Bella's well-being at that moment. This attitude greatly excited her, although it made her a little wary of such a reaction. And he continued to examine her, trying to find out if everything was okay with her. The mutant still tried to move, but it seemed the blow was too strong. Having given up trying to get to his feet, he finally froze, no longer having the opportunity to harm anyone. At this time, a young scientist standing behind noticed something strange. There was a scratch on his hand that wasn't there before. Where did it come from? It seems that at the moment when the doctor attacked Bella, he managed to scratch him with his claw, although this was just an assumption and everything could have been different. For a second, it seemed to him that Tom knew about his little secret and was looking at him intently. Tom actually looked closely in his direction, trying to figure out something for himself. The young guy decided to hide this fact, let it be his personal secret. By that time, an ambulance group was already at the entrance to the laboratory. They were dragging the doctor's body into the car. The young people watched the car drive away, trying to come to their senses. Bella asked how he found out about what happened and how he could get here so quickly. But Tom himself didn't really know anything, he probably just felt it. Both then and now, that strange feeling of danger inside him arose again. He suggested that the girl leave here immediately, and it would be better if she listened to him. The young scientist listened attentively to their conversation and, as if planning something, grinned gloomily. The ambulance was rushing to the hospital at full speed. The patient was on the verge of death. He could barely breathe, and for a second it seemed that he was about to die right in the ambulance. Only occasionally did his palm twitch slightly, although perhaps it was just spasms. Or whether the remnants of that new creature still lived in it, and it still showed signs of life. It was not clear. Tom hastily said that it could be dangerous here and we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. The girl didn't fully understand what he was talking about, but she had no reason not to trust the guy. I wonder what the consequences of that unpleasant scratch left on the young scientist's hand will be. In any case, as long as Tom is nearby, you cannot be afraid of any danger and be confident in your safety. Perhaps we should have believed Tom that it was getting dangerous here, although he spoke about it in a strange way. Bella called out to him, asking why he had to leave so quickly and what even happened. He did not let go of her hand, and it even hurt her from such a strong grip. Finally, she pulled her hand back, unable to bear the pain any longer. She didn't understand what came over him. And most importantly, how did he decide to come here? What motivated him? Tom tried to explain but could not find the right words, realizing the complexity of his feelings. It wasn't easy to explain in human words, but it was truly too dangerous here. In addition, he had a bad feeling. A strange atmosphere hung in the air. Can she trust Tom for once and not ask unnecessary questions? Such a statement was not entirely appropriate, and the guy began to seem insane to her. The day was drawing to a close, but the story of our heroes was just beginning. On the way home, Bella called the hospital to find out about the scientist's health condition. On the phone, they told her that everything was fine, and there was no reason to worry. She breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news and hoped for the doctor's speedy recovery. Tom, by the way, thanked her for the girl's concern for his life. But Bella still had many questions for this guy. She watched him closely. In the glove compartment were the test results that Tom took the other day. His body was not much different from the body of an ordinary person. The test results were quite acceptable. Most likely, it was Tom's mental abilities that were different. They were much more progressive than those of everyone else. For example, he had a good sense of danger, even when he could not explain it in words. The girl believed in his premonition because that's what the test results showed. Tom's level of sensitivity was unusually high for a common man, but that was not all there was to talk about. Bella suddenly asked if he liked her. Tom immediately replied that of course he liked it, a little embarrassed by the direct question. Then I would like to know if he likes all the other people on Earth. And this question was much more difficult than the first one, and Tom thought about it, not daring to answer right away. Is this girl thinking too much? Maybe she should let go of these complicated thoughts a little. But Bella didn't want to let Tom go without an answer. It was a very serious question. At this time, the same chief scientist Nick, who survived the terrible events in the laboratory, came to his senses. Having not yet fully recovered, he, in a state of fever, bit the doctor standing next to him on the hand. It's not clear why he did this. Is there really something wrong with him still? After catching his breath a little, Dr. Nick tried to remember the last incident. Finally, he regained his sanity, and what he remembered filled him with horror. He hastened to apologize to his colleague, saying that he was slightly out of his mind a minute ago. Apparently, he still needs a little time, and in general it would be better to undergo full rehabilitation. The young people decided to leave him alone before he did anything else. His consciousness appeared and then disappeared again. This had never happened to him. The indicators were normal, and no abnormalities were detected, which means he should be healthy. All that remains is to understand where that seizure came from and what served as its trigger. The doctor asked if he had recently experienced severe stress from some kind of mental trauma. He looked carefully at his hand and saw some strange trembling in his palm. However, he replied that he was fine and completely balanced. In fact, he was almost certain that the control hydra was the cause of his seizures. We urgently need to find out what other properties this organism has, and how it can influence a person. It is necessary to return to the laboratory and reanalyze the test results. Meanwhile, his young partner was in his office. His name was Ralph. The young man's arm was still a little sore from the scratch he had inflicted and was bothering him a little. Just at that moment, a mosquito flew into his office and rushed towards his body. Sitting unnoticed on Ralph's neck, he bit him. Ralph did not immediately feel the mosquito, but it had already managed to drink his blood. Feeling the pain, he instinctively slapped his hand on his neck, but it seemed the mosquito had already flown away. You should close the windows, otherwise a lot of insects will fly in here in the evening. Meanwhile, the mosquito calmly flew to freedom, proving to be dexterous and agile. And the young scientist continued to finish the rest of the day and wait for his senior colleague to return. The phrase about hatred of people clearly exposed the presence of an abnormal attitude towards the whole world. It was obvious to Bella that some unpleasant event had happened to Tom before he lost his memory. He listened carefully to her speculations and tried to remember what actually happened to him, although the girl admitted that she also has some aversion to people. Tom asked what she meant and what disgust she was talking about now. Although she was most interested in a completely different question, it was precisely this that she was going to ask the guy. Tom listened carefully to her speech, because she wanted to ask about something very important. Namely, Bella wanted to know why Tom likes her so much, because he dislikes all people. If this is so, then why does he have a completely different feeling for her? Tom hated other people, it was now obvious to Bella. He listened to her, and no matter how rude the words sounded, he understood that all this was true, and he should agree with the girl. Tom couldn't say a word against her accusations, although in fact he didn't want to argue with her. Other creatures who called themselves people were very different from Tom. In addition, they were a source of uncertainty for him, and posed a constant danger. With all their actions, they only caused disgust for themselves, because they were always selfish. However, there was one person on Earth for whom he had neither hatred, nor contempt, nor disgust. It was her, although it was unclear what exactly was the reason for such an attitude towards Bella. Tom seemed to know the answer to this question, but with his memory loss, it was as if he had forgotten something important. Maybe it's time to show all the cards and show what he is capable of. He invited Bella to learn something very important that she had never known before. At some point, she decided that the guy was starting to go crazy, saying all sorts of stupid things. But it seems that he decided to actually prove to her what he can do thanks to his special abilities. With one wave of his hand, he began to control the water, commanding the water mass with his thoughts. Suddenly, the water began to boil below them. At that second, Bella seemed to be dreaming in reality. Was he really capable of even more complex things than those he had already shown her? She couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed that the fish in the pond began to behave somehow strangely. They literally followed the movements of our hero's hand, as if completely obeying him. Yes, he was able to command sea creatures to move one way or the other, following his hand. But Tom didn't stop there and decided to do something else interesting. He summoned an even more powerful force, and now all water became subject to him. Suddenly, right before their eyes, it took the shape of a ball and slowly began to rise up. The girls saw how this water ball appeared more and more from the depths. Finally, the balloon rose high into the air and hovered right above them, ready to burst. After another moment, the ball broke into small pieces and turned into one tall water tower. Eventually, a swirling stream of water appeared in front of them, like a giant funnel. This is a fascinating sight. She could not imagine that this was possible in nature. Is it possible that this boy, who seems simple and inconspicuous in appearance, can do all these things? Tom asked her if she liked what she saw in front of her. Then suddenly he invited her to ride the crest of this wave with him. What does it mean to go for a ride? Is it really possible to curb this natural element? Within a second, the two of them were rushing straight to the center of this raised wave. Tom really spoke the truth. He decided to show the girl the full power of his abilities. Standing on a wooden board, they rushed into the distance on the crest of a wave, looking at what was happening from the very top. She begged him to stop, but he knew that after a while her fear would pass. Tom held her hand tightly, not intending to let go for anything in the world. She clung to him as best she could, trying to trust the guy because it was too late to step back. Tom explained that the reason for her fear lies in her attempt to resist the movement. There is no need to fight nature itself. Besides, there was nothing to worry about because she already perfectly understood who she was dealing with. Tom explained that in the world there are land and water, which perfectly complement each other. Besides them, the single chain of all elements includes the wind, which right now picked them up and carried them away into the distance. All the elements have been in a single connection for millions of years. You just need to accept and feel it. At some point, Bella began to understand Tom and tried to trust him. Of course, the first time she managed to control her emotions, then she managed to relax a little. At that moment, she saw incredible beauty, watching everything from above. God, what an unimaginable beauty it was, and had she really not noticed it before? Together, holding each other, they watched and admired this natural beauty. Tom carefully watched her reaction and tried to instill confidence in Bella. It was as if every photon of sunlight was reflected in her eyes. The picture was simply amazing. Gradually, Bella relaxed her muscles and let go of her thoughts, which gave her the opportunity to completely immerse herself in the process. It was as if she herself had learned to tame and control this element, as if it were she who controlled the elements of nature. The girl already kept her balance well and did not react to what was happening with the same fear. There was a complete unity of the girl with nature and immersion in its deep processes. She liked this new sensation and didn't want it to ever stop. They were so high that it seemed that they would soon be even higher than the birds that were flying nearby. She was happy to experience this new feeling, as if she had dreamed of this all her life.
Like birds, they flew on the crest of a sea wave along with a fair wind.
They spent the whole day like this, and today the girl felt truly free for the first time in her life. Having sailed to a distant island, they finally stopped, deciding to interrupt their journey for a while. Bella was pretty tired from these adventures, although emotions still overwhelmed her. She couldn't believe that this happened to her, as if she had discovered a completely new facet in life.
Looking up at the night sky, she quietly thanked Tom for the experience.
Tom did not immediately understand what exactly the girl was thanking him for, and looked at her questioningly. She said that in her entire life, it was the most pleasant experience, and nothing could compare with today's emotions. These words touched Tom a little. He was glad that he dared to show her his real abilities. And at that moment, Dr. Nick was in his laboratory trying to figure out something important. He could explain what happened to him even without an examination, since he felt everything on his body. The scientist understood that the main body of the Hydra was alive, so all the other Hydras also survived.
The controlling Hydra lived inside his own body and shared his nervous system with him.
Now, based on this scientific discovery, he decided to make a truly interesting discovery. The first organism to be reproduced was his young comrade in arms, Ralph, who happened to be close to the doctor at that moment. Then several more people were added who were infected in the first days. Then there were already 36 of them, and the reproduction rate was even higher than expected. In a matter of days, there were already 247 infected people, but soon there could be thousands of them. It seems that the more infected creatures became, the higher the reproduction rate. I wonder how far things can go, and is there a limit to Hydra reproduction? Nick felt a powerful signal, like a command from the main body inside his physical shell. For some reason, he wanted to increase this signal by increasing the number of contacts with multiplied organisms. And our heroes continued to rest on the very island where they were carried by the crest of the wave. Yes, now Bella could trust everything Tom said. This guy had been telling the truth all along. Although there was a danger in such abilities, because his very existence could pose a threat to humanity. Hearing these words, Tom stopped for a second, trying to understand the essence of what was said. But she looked cheerfully in his direction, saying that she was his guardian, which means she would never hurt him. She had no idea about his past, but now she intends to keep an eye on what his future holds. Maybe this is her main role in life, and this is her purpose. At her job at a research center, she tries to protect this beautiful world. Tom interrupted her, saying that by protecting Bella, he was protecting the entire planet, and he quite liked this idea. Yes, it seems this idea suits his idea of life. The guy has always liked the role of a defender. After these words, she looked carefully into his face and realized something new for herself. In response, Tom also looked carefully at the girl, as if reading her thoughts. He reassured her, saying that he would not destroy the world that she intended to protect. These words pleased her. She was waiting to hear something like this. This time, Tom decided to change something in his vision of the world and in his purpose. Meanwhile, Hydra continued to increase its copies in other people, spreading more and more. Tom seemed to feel that something new had happened in this life, and this world needed him even more than before. Yes, it seems that these Hydras spawned weak-willed puppets that could serve some evil purpose. What this goal was, and how quickly they would increase their influence, was still unknown. The International Organization for Environmental Protection was in full swing. The chief doctor did not allow anyone into his office all day, locking it with a key from the inside. The entire working group was worried about him. The scientist's antics were not like the behavior of a normal person. He had changed a lot since he fainted in that last incident. Nick continued to fanatically study his research topic, unearthing new information. He was missing some very important information, and he was trying to find it. He spent so much time on the computer that he was involved in his search from morning to night. It was now impossible to contact the controlling Hydra through the doctor's consciousness and connect all people to it. Around the world, there were already more than 200,000 people connected by this organism. This became dangerous for the planet because they still continued to reproduce. The doctor did not give up hope of finding a connection with them and tried to establish control over them. Yes, he still had a few options left, but time was working against him. What will happen if he can copy himself to the extent of the entire population and does not leave a single free person? At the same time, the doctor was not even a little preoccupied with one very important question that haunted him. Why, of all the people living on Earth, was he chosen for this mission? Was there not a single person with similar health and mental abilities? He also had much more to learn about this, but for now there was other news that deserved attention. Last week, the president implemented Green New Deal policies to protect the environment. Why should Nick deal with all these global issues? Is this really his destiny? The Republican congressman said Green Deal policies are extreme socialism. True, sometime after this statement he was found dead at home. Yes, it was his fate. It was fate, and there's no escaping it. The discussion on the topic of the Green Law did not subside in Congress. Everyone expressed their point of view. At 14 o'clock, a meeting was held on the topic of a serious revision of this policy. It seemed that the scientist felt some kind of connection between this event and the main event of his life. It became known that the chairman of a global oil company who opposed the Green Law recently committed suicide. Gradually, the doctor realized that this lot had not been drawn by chance. The Republican Party, which has always opposed the new course, unexpectedly issued a statement of its active support.
Yes, he was chosen by someone from above, perhaps by God himself.
His destiny was to decide the destinies of the whole world. He must help the planet find true harmony. He was happy, having finally found what he thought was the true meaning of his life. Yes, he has finally found his way, realizing his main purpose and intends to realize his ideas. Suddenly, that same evening, a guy who was well known to him again appeared in his office. It was Tom. He had long wanted to see Dr. Nick and find out something. The guy asked if the scientist really does all these strange things, and if Tom correctly understands the cause of the latest incidents. The doctor turned to him angrily, asking who he was and what the hell he was doing here. Tom immediately introduced himself to Nick, telling the scientist his real name. But this name meant nothing to Nick. He wanted to know who he really was. And most importantly, why did he come to him at such an hour without any warning? In fact, he guessed why Tom came to see him, and was already ready for his visit. From anger, the fits that had happened a few days ago began again in him. He felt helpless against the force that seemed to be lodged somewhere deep within him. His glasses accidentally fell off his face, but he didn't even try to pick them up. They were no longer needed. The same power that was hidden somewhere in the subcortex of consciousness began to awaken in him. He turned sharply to Tom and directly asked him what he was going to do next. Our hero knew the answer to this question very well, but did not dare to voice it out loud. He looked sideways at the scientist, realizing that he was just an innocent victim of an accident. The guy recalled a recent conversation with Bella, where they touched on this topic. One day, Tom's instinct kicked in and he hit the wall with his fist. Bella was quite surprised by this act, asking what happened to him and what this trick was about. Tom looked carefully at his hand and felt a surge of some new strength. He replied that he was fine, although he saw that strange mark in the center of his palm. Now he was ready to tell the whole truth directly, and announced to the doctor that he was going to kill him. After this, there was silence. The doctor looked carefully into the eyes of our hero. After a pause, he said that he felt Tom in the same way that Tom felt him. Tom also has a human appearance, but in fact was born for the same purpose as this scientist. So why is Tom trying to stop him? Because they should be allies, not enemies. Tom didn't want to listen to all this nonsense, and the doctor's speeches began to irritate him quite a bit. Tom said that scientist Nick is becoming too dangerous, so he cannot be left alive. In addition, he poses a threat to Bella, and Tom promised to protect her from all threats at all costs. This means he won't stop until he's done with Nick and destroys him, ensuring the safety of Bella and the entire planet. Then Nick told him that on that first day he had no strength and he just pretended to be dead, holding his breath. But now it's a completely different matter, and he's unlikely to just stand still. He intends to fight back. Indeed, this monster was also strong, and now intends to use its strength in confrontation with our hero. Such a turn was quite expected, and Tom was ready for it. It was difficult to surprise him. Although there was something that he had not yet guessed, the scientist prepared a little surprise. He did not intend to fight Tom alone, but wanted to call together all the zombies who had become his puppets. All those who were once human, and in whom the blood of the Hydra now flows, will blindly carry out his orders. There will be many of them. We are talking about thousands of monsters, and maybe millions of walking puppets. It is unlikely that it will be so easy to defeat him, given the huge mass of infected people subordinate to him. They will become his weapon in the fight against Tom and anyone who gets in his way. Not listening to these empty threats, Tom pounced on Nick, tightly squeezing his head. It seems that he was not one of those who would flee at the first danger. This trick should not be played on him. The guy grabbed Dr. Nick tightly and seemed to be going to end him forever. He came up with one effective way to quickly get rid of this crazy doctor. Tom felt a surge of unprecedented strength in this fight, and these forces became more and more every minute. He continued to unwind the doctor, and seeing the window in front of him, it became clear what he was going to do next. Tom threw the doctor out the window with all his might, and he flew straight down from the high-rise building. Tom's weapon is Mother Nature herself. You shouldn't scare him with some stupid zombie mutants. It will end badly for them. A crowd of controlled zombies burst into the room, trying to capture Tom. Nick continued to fall to the ground, breaking out the office windows with his body. Realizing that the zombies are secondary, and the main target is the scientist, Tom decided to deal with him first. He leaned forward, trying to grab Nick in time and find out something important for himself. Having caught up with him, Tom realized that he needed to leave here to a safe place, taking him with him. The doctor managed to notice that Tom flew towards him and was clearly planning something. Yes, it seems Tom intends to kill him in another way, since all other methods have failed. He grabbed him by the collar, squeezing him tightly in his hands with a death grip. He then picked up Nick and went to where it would be safest. After some time, he was already heading towards the wilderness, where there definitely shouldn't be any zombies. Once there, he threw Nick with all his might towards the sheer cliff. With monstrous force, the scientist hit the rock and was pressed into it with his entire body. He looked with fury at the approaching Tom, but could not resist his strength. At this time, Tom was already approaching him at the speed of sound and was about to be in that place. It seemed to be a serious blow to Nick, but he was still conscious. He looked at Tom with an angry look, wanting to tell him something. Tom approached him and looked at the mutated doctor in bewilderment, not understanding where such vitality came from in him. How is it that after such a monstrous blow he is still alive, and what could kill him? Finding no other way, Tom decided to launch a series of powerful blows using his natural strength. This was supposed to finally kill the mutant and put an end to his selfish plans. He continued to deliver a series of fatal blows, realizing that it was almost impossible to withstand them. Swinging each time to make a blow, Tom realized with surprise that the doctor was able to remain conscious. Although his force of blows was inhuman because it contained the power of typhoons and earthquakes, over and over again he repeated his series of attacks, causing irreparable damage to his opponent. This seemed to have an effect, as the mutant's face was already shattered into pieces. A few minutes later, he was lying motionless on the ground, and Tom was looking down at him. But he was still alive, which completely confused our hero. He even tried to stand up, leaning one hand on the ground and showing some unimaginable strength. It's incredible. But the mutant managed to rise a little higher, and it was clear that he would soon completely restore his vital resources. Yes, his face was still disfigured from a series of monstrous blows, but he did not die after them. After a few more seconds, the wounds began to heal and the face returned to its normal appearance. Less than a minute passed, and only bloody marks remained on the senior scientist's face. It seems that it was impossible to destroy this mutant with simple blows. But how is this possible? And why has Tom never heard of such an ability before? Out of frustration, Tom grabbed the doctor by the throat with a death grip, wanting to find out what was the reason for the restoration. He asked Nick directly how he could kill him, and why he had not yet been able to do it. He only looked angrily at our hero, having experienced such a restoration for the first time. He tried to transfer the Hydra into Tom's body by taking his hand, and in this way subjugate him to himself. But it seems that the cells were unable to penetrate our hero's body. He still remained beyond the doctor's control. It's strange why he doesn't get infected, and how can a Hydra body be implanted into him? The scientist began to understand that inside Tom contains the energy of nature itself, and it is this energy that resists all foreign creatures. Yes, his body is a vessel containing nature in its depths, which means it is impossible to control it so easily. There must be another way to defeat Tom, but this tool must be completely different. Tom pulled his hand away from the doctor, realizing what he was planning to do, although his plan was useless to him. The next minute he heard some loud noise behind him and looked back in its direction. Suddenly he saw hundreds of forest animals and insects rushing straight towards them. He looked at Dr. Nick's hand. It was she who commanded all these forest creatures at that moment. Did the doctor decide to use the power of animals against Tom? This was something new. Of course, it was impossible to defeat our hero so easily, but such a move was truly unexpected for Tom. The crazy scientist wanted to reign over the whole world, single-handedly controlling animals and people. But this was not part of Tom's plans. He just calmly and carefully watched what was happening. Then he kicked the ground with all his might, using his favorite method of destruction. For Nick, this was an unexpected step, and he was furious with all these abilities of his opponent. With one hand, Tom threw Nick up and he flew 100 meters into the sky like a light little ball. And on the ground, Tom caused an earthquake, because the herd of creatures was now infected with Hydra, and they had to be stopped. Nick just watched what was happening from above, and couldn't believe his eyes. Where did this damn brat come from? It seems that our hero was starting to get bored with this. He no longer wanted to play children's games. Nick saw that a new round of development of Tom's abilities was beginning, and he was ready to move to the next level of struggle. With lightning speed like a rocket, Tom flew towards the hovering doctor. He was approaching Nick with monstrous speed and was ready for a powerful blow. Its speed was no less than the speed of sound, and the impact promised to be destructive and fatal. This time, Tom managed to make a huge hole in the mutant's body after his strongest blow. The doctor flew down with a hole in his side, from where pieces of meat and splashes of blood flew. Yes, Tom began to use much stronger blows and began to take this problem more seriously. The mutant flew down to the ground with a hole in his side, but still did not lose consciousness. The mutated animals began to scatter in different directions. Now they are not subject to the doctor's influence. Having descended to the ground, our hero took a closer look at Nick's body, which lay motionless on the ground. He rested his face on the ground and showed no signs of life, although this was not the end of the story. And indeed, after a few moments, he hardly turned his face to Tom and looked into his eyes. Damn it, what other force needs to be used to finally destroy this ghoul? The doctor continued to lie with a large hole in his body, bleeding. Tom understood that he could not defeat the mutant so easily, because his body has the ability to regenerate, even after severe injuries. In turn, the scientist also thought about how he could deal with Tom. There must be some way. He came up with a very interesting idea to fight against this invulnerable guy. He remembered how, on the first day of his mutation, Tom burst into their office, sensing danger to that girl. She was the reason Tom met him in the first place. Tom heard some sounds from the zombie lying on the ground. He was quietly wheezing, as if before death. But suddenly, the scientist's laughter was heard, which came as a big surprise to our hero. Yes, Nick realized how to cope with Tom's natural strength and defeat him. It's all about her, this girl. She is the one who should become part of his new plan. Bella is the most vulnerable place for Tom, which means there is a chance to cope with this young man. Tom continued to look at the ghoul, trying to understand what would happen next. He only smiled maliciously, although at first glance it seemed that he was living out his last minutes. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he began to get up, as if lost strength began to return to him. Strangely, Tom's monstrous strength could not finish him off completely, but only weakened him for a while. The mutant decided to take a new step in the fight against our hero. He did not want to give up. What will the mad scientist do this time, and how can he answer Tom? He began to talk out loud about how he could make everything much easier, because his existence was not limited to this body. Suddenly, in the distance, the croaking of a raven was heard, which was also infected with Hydra. This was evident from its strange appearance. Looking back, Tom saw a whole flock of such birds moving towards him. It seems they wanted to attack Tom, but they were unlikely to be able to cope with him. This was the mutant's last trick, but it was quite cunning and unexpected. These mutated birds flew around the guy from all sides and rushed towards the doctor's body. Having stuck around the main mutant, they seemed to start tearing him into pieces. Not a pleasant sight. The feathers flew in different directions, and at first it was unclear why the mutant would set these evil birds on himself. It seems he has something special in mind, because they don't really want to kill their leader, do they? Subsequent events confirmed Tom's guess. Everything looked like another trick. The birds actually pecked the scientist's body to shreds, and he began to gradually change his appearance. Then they flew into the sky and rushed somewhere far away from that place, having fulfilled their goal. They took with them the control body, which was inside the real Dr. Nick all this time. This was starting to irritate Tom after all. Too much time had been spent on this ghoul. As a result, all these birds flew away, taking the true mutant with them, and a human corpse remained on the ground. He wheezed, trying to tell Tom important information about this case that would help fix everything. The answer was in his computer. This is exactly what that scientist was talking about in the last minutes of his life. But Tom simply didn't have time for this. He urgently needed to run after the mutant. Without listening to the last words of the scientist, he rushed in the direction where the flock of birds had flown away. These were the final minutes of his life. Dr. Nick did not have time to convey important information. He wanted to ask Tom to get to his computer because it contains all the most important things. Without this knowledge, it is impossible to defeat a new type of creature, because it becomes invulnerable. That folder contains a way to counteract it, which was derived from research. It is a pity that now it will be impossible to find out the whole truth, because the scientist is no longer a tenant. A minute later, Dr. Nick died, taking with him the main method of counteracting evil. And a flock of birds, infected with Hydra, was already heading towards the city, carrying with them the controlling Hydra. A terrible danger was approaching, akin to the end of the world, which Tom had to prevent. Is this possible? And most importantly, does he have enough strength to fight this new creature? There were no visitors in the establishment that day, perhaps due to the absence of Tom and his radiant smile. Lily was unhappy that the guy was not there, because of this, all her clients fled. But she won't even be able to fire him. Tom has a well-deserved day off today, and she can't force him to come on shift every day. Bella also couldn't understand where Tom had gone. It wasn't like his usual behavior. What if it was all about Bella? What if they had some kind of quarrel about which they are both silent? Lily had been suspecting their relationship for some time, but still didn't dare say it out loud. The girl jokingly said that there was nothing between them and Tom's absence had nothing to do with her. Suddenly her friend stretched her hand forward, covering Bella's face. What's wrong with her? Then, as if having come to her senses, she pulled her hand away from her friend's face, saying that the hand itself did it. She couldn't understand how it happened, but right now some force forced her to do it. After another second, she closed her eyes at the new feeling inside that controlled her body and thoughts. She grabbed her head from a terrible headache and a completely new, incomprehensible sensation. There was a bloody mark on her neck that looked like some kind of insect bite. A friend turned to Lily, asking what was happening to her and whether she needed medical help now. She responded by ordering her to run away, feeling the impending danger and her complete powerlessness against her evil will. What was she talking about? And what did she mean when she spoke about the danger for Bella? Not wanting to listen to anything, the friend ordered to quickly run away from here before it was too late. Bella looked at her in amazement, trying to understand something from her strange words. Then she heard a loud noise somewhere to her right and turned her head in that direction. The next second, she saw a crowd of zombies who were right now trying to break into the cafe. They quickly managed to do this, breaking out the windows and entering the establishment with a bullet. Bella screamed in fear, trying to quickly figure out what to do next. Apparently, all these people are crazy and ran away en masse from some mental hospital. But turning towards her friend, she saw her distorted, ferocious face. Her hand suddenly tried to grab it again, extending towards Bella. Bella jumped back a little from the bar counter. She still managed to dodge this grab. It's good that Tom burst into the cafe at that second. He intended to get Bella out of this mess. The crowd of zombies still continued to break into the cafe, but Tom was already nearby. He grabbed the mutated Lily tightly by the head, because she had already ceased to be human. With enormous force, he knocked her head over the table to eliminate this creature. Her eyes glowed with a bright red light, just like those of that mad scientist. Bella couldn't believe that Tom attacked her friend. Why did he do it? He was very sorry to do this, but it was the only way to save Bella's life. He prepared to throw Lily's mutated body against the wall with all his might. The next second, with monstrous force, he threw it to the side where a crowd of zombies was located. Right now, Bella was watching Tom literally kill her friend. Unfortunately, Lily had already mutated and was as dangerous as all the other zombies. It was impossible to save her. All that remained was to destroy her infected body. And at this time, news was booming everywhere about a terrible pandemic that was sweeping the world. The government viewed it as a contagious disease and tried to determine the cause of the pandemic outbreak. And right now, additional news has arrived regarding this high-profile case. Some patients with mild symptoms have stated that they hear a voice in their head that sends them messages and images. These images feature a young, long-haired woman who resembles Bella. The same message was conveyed to all infected people, and it was impossible to resist. They needed to scratch or bite this girl to make her like them. So far, neither the cause of this disease nor the source of its occurrence has been found. On the news, the announcer asked everyone to be careful and not leave the house again. The news anchor reported that the first symptoms include mild muscle spasms. First, the fingers of the human body react to these spasms and only then the rest of the body. At some point, the whole body goes out of control of the patient and he begins to behave like a psychopath. The World Health Organization, given the widespread nature of the disease, called it a pandemic. Right now, the young reporter was reporting from a local hospital. He was next to a person who, according to all his symptoms, had a similar disease. The reporter said that he was now experiencing the same pandemic, as this mass disease was called. He asked the man to show him his hand in the frame to see what was happening to it. At first glance, the hand seemed very ordinary, but it trembled somehow strangely and chaotically. And indeed, the man's hand moved against his will, as if under someone else's influence. The young, ambitious journalist was delighted to have captured this symptom on camera. I wonder what this trembling in the hand was like, and what it could be compared to. The man added that he has no control over his hand, and it moves on its own. The guy continued to happily communicate with his viewers, but had no idea what would happen next. The next second, the man's head hung strangely to one side. Then he began to rise. His body noticeably changed and became somehow unnatural. He turned towards the window, clearly planning to do something terrible. After another moment, he had already made the jump. Did he really want to commit suicide? It's incredible. But for no reason, he jumped straight out the open window. The guy rushed to the place where a second ago there was an absolutely sane person. But why did he do it, and who advised him to jump out the window? The guy looked out in horror to see what was happening below. Suddenly, he saw a huge crowd of people running in one direction. Or were they no longer people, and they all really became uncontrollable zombies? It was clear that they were all rushing towards the same goal, which was reported on the news by that anchor. They wanted to scratch and infect Bella, but our hero was always next to her. He destroyed these walking corpses with one blow, preventing them from touching the girl. Yes, there were a lot of them, even too many, and it was necessary to decide what to do with it. All of them were aimed only at Bella. She was their main goal and motive for their actions. Tom saw a crowd of zombies in front of him, and it seemed that a whole city of these mutants had gathered here. Then he decided to resort to other tactics, because there was no point in killing them all. There remains one proven way to solve the problem, even if it is temporary. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly grabbed Bella's hand, squeezing tightly. Realizing that there were too many infected, it was necessary to make an urgent decision to save the girl. Turning to Bella, Tom wordlessly made it clear what he was going to do, and this was the only right decision. Bella also realized that she needed to escape from here with him. She completely trusted Tom. A little later, they will find a solution to this problem, but now they just need to save their lives. Moreover, the number of zombies was becoming more and more, and it was unclear whether they would ever end. The day was already coming to an end, but the real adventures of our heroes were just beginning. Bella jumped onto Tom's back, clutching his body as tightly as possible. The crowd of zombies was not going to stop and tried to grab them. What makes them so evil? Why did Hydra decide to catch Bella and not someone else? The entire street was filled with these creatures with their arms outstretched. Tom told Bella to hold on tight. They would have to move quickly in space. He had done this many times before, so there was no reason to worry. They quickly flew up to the surprise of the crowd of angry mutants. Then they found themselves on the roof of the building. It seemed to be much calmer there than on the ground. The crowd of mutants could only watch them go, because they were already far away. Our heroes looked down at the infected people and couldn't believe their eyes. This new type of Hydra was called the Manager, and it was the main cause of all the troubles. At the moment, the virus was free from that scientist's body, which meant it was difficult to locate. Bella asked if the guy really killed her boss. Tom turned his head to the side, saying that he simply had no other choice. After all, he turned into exactly the same zombie as those who right now want to tear them to shreds. Bella reacted strangely to these words. Tom's actions seemed wild to her. She said that it didn't matter whether they were infected or not, because they were still human inside. How can he kill someone and still think that he has every right to kill? After all, this way you can kill the entire city, and then say that he had no other choice. Is this a small thing for Tom? Doesn't he ever think about it seriously? She tried to explain to the guy that there must be another way out of this situation. You can't just kill all people, they need to be freed from the influence of Hydra. Bella wasn't sure Tom shared her opinion, but she decided to do it her way. She wanted to go to the very laboratory where the first research was carried out. If this situation was caused by the Manager, then there must have been a clue to solving this mystery. She decided to return to that place and find out everything herself, without anyone's help. Tom extended his hand to her, deciding to immediately take her to her destination. Suddenly, Bella pushed the guy away, which was a bit strange. Tom didn't expect such a reaction and asked Bella what was going on and why she was acting this way. She looked carefully at our hero, as if she had understood something for herself again. The girl stated that she did not understand his intentions and did not share his position. Tom continued to listen to her, trying to understand what she was going to do now, but it seems that she decided to go there alone without the help of Tom. Then she actually turned around and, without waiting for the guy, set off. Tom just watched her go. Did she really want to solve all the problems alone? Suddenly, that distant image from the past flashed through the guy's memories again. He remembered a woman who was somewhat similar to Bella, but his thoughts seemed to be in a fog. Her face became more and more clear in his mind, but still remained vague. At this time, Bella was already rushing towards the scientific center, where she wanted to get without his help. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door, which meant that the mutants had finally gotten here. A second later, the door was knocked down from the inside, and these damn creatures appeared behind it. Bursting onto the roof, one of the mutants tried to grab Bella. His hands were already close to her face, and he almost managed to scratch her and infect her. But at that moment, Tom came to the rescue, hitting the zombie in the face with a flourish. It seems that a crowd of mutants have found their way to the roof, and are all ready to rush here right now. Dealing with one zombie was not difficult for our heroes, but what if there was a whole city of them? He tried to explain to Bella that she shouldn't be alone. After all these mutants are aimed only at infecting her. Isn't it clear? Tom intends to protect her, and he will never leave her at the decisive moment. Only Bella was important to him. He really didn't think about all these people around him. At that moment, one of the mutants burst onto the roof, and Tom blocked the passage with his body. The monster managed to bite him on the shoulder. I wonder what this stupid zombie was counting on. Seeing this, the girl screamed loudly, afraid for Tom. But it seems that this angered our hero even more, and yet he could barely restrain himself. Finally, he seriously used all his abilities to eliminate this bunch of zombies. Having blocked their way, he did not leave a single chance for them to get onto the roof. Tom shouted to her that he would protect her, and was ready to make any sacrifice for this. The girl continued to look at it, understanding the complexity of the situation and its hopelessness. At that moment, on another roof, someone was watching this event. It seems that this was the young guy who was filming his next report. He recorded everything that happened in front of him on camera, wanting to become a popular journalist. Filming everything on video, he commented on these events for his viewers and subscribers. At this time, the Security Council held an unscheduled meeting regarding the current problem. One council member said the illness was similar to a recent wave of muscle diseases. Although there were no such symptoms before, no one could suggest other hypotheses at the moment. The Prime Minister addressed his colleagues with a question about why this happened right now. Suddenly, the voice of an assistant was heard, bursting into the office. But no one paid attention to him now. The issue of the first patients who appeared in the morning was discussed. The girl suggested waiting a bit until the results of the examination were known. Everyone was concerned about future reporting to senior management and to the people they needed the results of their work. The man who burst in seemed to have urgent information and did not wait to be received. This was unthinkable impudence, because right now there was a meeting on countermeasures. Wasn't it noticeable? But he did not let up, saying that the commission members should take a little break from their affairs. In his hands he held a tablet which contained an extremely strange recording, which an eyewitness managed to capture. Meanwhile, the battle between the zombies and our heroes continued and became larger. Bella screamed and called for help, but it seemed that there was no one except Tom who could help her.
The huge crowd of monsters was growing, and it seemed that the number would soon reach unimaginable limits. Our hero continued to protect Bella, desperately blocking the passage with his body. He didn't let zombies in and wasn't afraid of being bitten by one. At some point, he stopped and decided to change his tactics a little. It was useless to destroy them all, because in fact, they were already dead. Even if they turn off their consciousness, they will be controlled by the Hydra that is now free. At that moment, Tom felt something, as if there was another creature behind him. Somewhere in the distance, there was a silhouette that had been watching everything that was happening for a long time. Yes, indeed, there was someone there, but who was that creature? It turned out that it was the same Raven that took the Hydra from Dr. Nick's body. It looks like this is the body of the Hydra that is controlling all these monsters right now. Realizing that he had a real chance, Tom launched a surprise attack. He prepared to gather a powerful clot of energy at one point and launch it at that creature. Taking a piece of solid concrete, he intended to use it as a projectile, charging it with his power. Then he took a good swing, looking towards the Raven and calculating the distance between them. I wonder how he will like such a surprise and whether it will calm him down. Without thinking for a minute, Tom sent the projectile straight towards that creature. With incredible speed, rushing past Bella, he followed to the roof of a neighboring building. It seems that Tom managed to throw a stone at his head. He had long ago honed his accuracy. Somewhere in the distance there was an explosion, as if a combat missile had been launched there a second ago. Tom watched the effect, like all the monsters behind him, waiting for the outcome. For a little more time, Tom carefully watched what was happening. He hoped to get the desired effect from the shot. Suddenly behind him, he heard a vile rustling, painfully familiar to our heroes. Damn, it seems those monsters have become active again and remain just as dangerous. It seemed so because a crowd of mutants was still standing at the entrance to the attic and eager to fulfill their mission. Bella watched in horror, relying on Tom for everything. That Raven finally escaped and was still able to control his pets. It seemed that they intended to attack our heroes with even greater fury. Tom stood with his back to them, and Bella, seeing the danger, screamed in fear. Feeling all this evil behind him, Tom first decided to tell Bella the main thing. He put his hand on her palm and reassured her, saying that everything would be fine. Bella was very surprised by such heartfelt words that sounded at this terrible moment. Tom promised not to do anything else that she didn't like and offered to go with him. Maybe we should have believed him this time because he spoke quite sincerely. At that time, the monsters were already close to them. They almost came close to our heroes. The hand of one of them was a few centimeters from Tom, and he could easily reach him. However, Tom managed to pick up Bella, doing it quickly and on time, as always. Then he kicked off the ground with great force and prepared to fly. A second later, they were already floating in the air. Now the monsters could not catch them. The young reporter was just filming what was happening on his phone and managed to capture it on camera. Tom held his girlfriend tightly in his arms. She was not in any danger at that moment. It was this recording that fell into the hands of the Prime Minister, who was watching the flight of our heroes right now. He could not understand whether the recording in his possession was real or just another montage. The assistant said that based on the results of the surveillance camera check, this situation is indeed real and is happening right now. The video quickly spread across the internet, with more and more people watching it on their devices. This man has never seen anything like this in his life, what is happening to this world. On a large display board in one of the central high-rise buildings, citizens watched this miracle live. Even in the subway, people, while in the carriages, managed to find out this information. All the office workers vied with each other to discuss the flight of our heroes, not believing their eyes. Although the students who were the first to know about this were watching entertaining content without stopping. Finally, this information reached the building of the Ministry of Security, where the first persons learned about what was happening. All senior management was watching live right now as our heroes flew away from the monsters. But aren't they themselves monsters for demonstrating such abilities? Although Tom thought about all this in the last place, after all, the main thing for him was saving Bella. It seemed that all these monsters existed only to catch our heroes. Tom continued to run along the road, and there were these angry, evil spirits around. The chase continued all day, but everything had to come to an end. And then it came, because right in front of them, the heroes saw the fences put up by the city administration. Tom looked ahead carefully, remembering that he had promised to protect Bella forever. In this case, he has to take the next step. He always has a backup plan. Suddenly, at that moment, Tom felt the painfully familiar presence of a monster nearby. It seemed like someone was still close to them, most likely the main Hydra. Yes, this Raven was circling next to them, but why on earth did he dare to fly so close? Tom decided that this was a good time to get rid of him, but something stopped our hero. Something very important, much more important than that damn bird and all those stupid walking corpses. Turning to Bella, he saw a fresh wound on her right shoulder. Was this really the very scratch that all these zombies wanted to leave on her? But when they managed to do this, how did they manage to hurt the girl? Meanwhile, an investigation into the latest incidents was underway at the Intelligence Service headquarters. The assistant chief investigator came with a report on a rare species of Hydra, which was called the Manager.
The investigator heard about this Hydra for the first time and carefully followed the report of his assistant. It seems that he did not come empty-handed. He brought a flashcard with a file that was seized from the scientist's computer. It contains all the most valuable information and all the answers to their questions. The investigator was pleased with this work. He was eager to study all the materials himself. They were contained in this folder, and it is good that his group of officers managed to obtain this information. Meanwhile, the events that unfolded with our heroes were truly unexpected. The crowd of zombies that had recently been chasing our heroes stopped not far from them. A moment later, they were already ordinary people and wondered what had happened to them. Among the crowd of people was Lily, whom we knew, and she also became a human. It was as if it had been a bad dream, and now she woke up. That's how she felt. Meanwhile, our heroes stood in the middle of the road, and in front of them lay a dead raven. Bella looked around and saw that everyone suddenly stopped. People began asking each other how they were feeling and whether anyone needed help. Why did they suddenly stop pursuing them? What was the reason for such a drastic change? The raven that had recently threatened our heroes lay dead on the asphalt. It seems that Tom realized what the real reason was, but did not want to talk about it right away. He was still looking at the wound that was inflicted on his girlfriend's arm. It seems that Hydra's goal had been achieved, so it no longer wanted to control the infected organisms. They found a place where they could talk about everything calmly. Tom was worried about the latest incident with Bella. He told her that the girl was infected through this wound, and now it contained the Hydra virus. If this is true, then the new problem that has arisen will be more difficult than dealing with these stupid ghouls. First of all, you need to find out what this Hydra wants and what measures to take next. The girl's hand was well bandaged, and it seemed they managed to stop the bleeding. One method came to our hero's mind that could solve this problem. Bella looked at him, asking what exactly Tom's plan was. He suddenly responded with a phrase that horrified her because he offered to cut off her hand. She looked at him with fear, saying that this was absolute nonsense. But Tom said that they had little time and he could carry out this operation quickly and efficiently. At the main headquarters, the investigator continued to study the materials that the assistant brought on a flashcard. He carefully studied all the information, trying not to miss a single detail. Some of these materials shocked him. He had never encountered anything like this. He came across a scientist's diary, where he told how a Hydra bit him on the finger, and about the loss of his mind following this. A review of the CCTV camera showed that, having lost his mind, the scientist tried to bite the researcher. Most likely, it is the manager who is the cause of all these troubles. Having come to his senses, the doctor remembered for a long time the pictures that flashed before his eyes. For example, he recalled biting a junior employee who was helping him conduct research. He also remembered how those symptoms appear that give rise to the desire to scratch or bite others. But if you concentrate and try to suppress this desire, you can stop yourself from doing stupid things. As a result of the check, he found out that the manager's cells were found inside his body. The manager was not dead, and that was already an obvious fact. Like a parasite, it held Dr. Nick as its new host. The main body constantly tried to increase its numbers by copying its genetic code. In addition, Dr. Nick could sense all individuals infected with this virus. He is very sorry, but all the people closest to him became his first victims. With his will, he could control other fragments or all fragments at the same time. After a few days, he already knew how to control not only people, but even animals and insects. The manager controlled him, that's a fact. But could he in turn also control the manager? There has not yet been a clear distinction and answer to this question. Although he had a suspicion about how this connection between the manager and the person really took place at the genetic level. When Nick was young, he came to work for an environmental organization with the goal of improving general well-being. He wanted to make the world a better place, and contributed to this idea in every possible way. The disorderly development of civilization and various environmental problems associated with it have always weighed heavily on him. After all, they may well lead to the complete extinction of the human species and all living things. He understood why this happened to him and why he was chosen as manager. He began to secretly hope that thanks to this ability he could fulfill his destiny. Namely, he wanted to create a better world and do what he could not do without these abilities. Meanwhile, our heroes were driving along the road and discussing the latest events. Once the cells entered the body, cutting off the arm was no longer useful because they had spread throughout the body. Bella was sure that all the clues were in that same research center. Tom was not so optimistic. He was looking for another solution to the problem. The investigator read the doctor's will, which stated that he had failed in his task. If this force has an evil will, humanity will perish in an instant. He also noted that the very discovery of this folder means the end of all hopes of rectifying the situation. It is already too late. Tom knew only one way to eliminate the manager, which guaranteed the success of this goal. The host of this organism had to be killed. There was simply no other option. It seems that the investigator knew the same thing, having thoroughly studied all the material on the flashcard. Fortunately, this method was easy to implement, but will Tom be able to take the step? Ahead of them, our heroes saw a completely unexpected event that took them by surprise. A group of soldiers was heading straight towards them, and one armed infantryman was already running up to the car. Movement in the area was prohibited, and it was unclear how they got here in the first place. The girl said that she was a member of the research group and had the right to free movement. She said that she needed to come here right now as she had a special mission. The investigation has been completed at headquarters, and the first conclusions have already been made. The researcher, whose body was penetrated by the cells of the controller's main body, came to his senses. In addition, at the entrance to the science center, there are two very important people who should be interviewed. Hearing this, the investigator immediately went to the two unknown persons. Tom and Bella stood right in front of the entrance, surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. A man came out to meet them who, for some reason, was rude to them. He immediately declared that Tom must stay downstairs and the girl must go with them. But Bella replied that she needed to check something in the laboratory first. He interrupted her speech, saying that she was obliged to cooperate with them, otherwise she would not like the consequences. After that, the soldier standing behind grabbed Bella by the hand, doing it rudely and unceremoniously. This caused noticeable irritation in Tom. He was wildly infuriated by such treatment, and was not one of those who could tolerate such things. It seems that this was not the best idea. They should not make our hero nervous, especially now. Although there were many of them around, they had no idea what Tom was capable of when he was angry. The investigator continued to persistently order Tom to stay where he was and wanted to take the girl with him. He began to threaten that they would open fire if they resisted. It seems that this was too rash an act on the part of the investigator. He will have to find out what real power is. Noticing movement from Tom, the man ordered the soldiers to take aim and they carried out his command, surrounding our heroes on all sides. The officer once again asked them to cooperate and not take matters to extremes. Tom's rage had almost reached its limit. He was just waiting for the right moment. One of those soldiers was looking right at him through the sight's eye, ready to pull the trigger. In exactly the same way, in the distant past, a group of armed men looked at him, but the memories were vague. The main thing is that he felt this disgusting feeling in himself when someone threatens you. His strength seemed to be concentrated in one fist, and this did not threaten anything good for those soldiers opposite. He was ready to take on the challenge and knew who would emerge victorious from this fight. The man continued to threaten that they would open fire if our heroes refused to comply. Hearing this, Tom lost control of himself and wanted to measure his strength with them. They had no idea how Tom could answer, and it would be better for them not to know. Fear flashed in the investigator's eyes. It seemed he realized the seriousness of his opponent's intentions. Tom began to gain natural strength. The whole planet gave him its energy. His eyes expressed determination to destroy everything here and leave no one alive. But at that moment, Bella took his hand, showing with her gaze that he needed to stop. She had already warned him once that he should not kill people. Otherwise, they would have to separate. Tom lowered his head in disappointment, realizing that he would not be able to use his abilities. Of course, he could stand up to an entire army, but it seems Bella won't want that. The investigator ordered to immediately escort the girl to the office. She sadly looked into Tom's eyes, realizing that he was doing this only for her sake. He knew what could happen next and didn't want to let Bella into their arms. But it seemed that she had already made a decision, and now all that remained was to carry it out. Their hands separated, her warmth stopped warming him, she left. Bella's investigative activities and interrogations lasted until late at night. The handcuffs had long been chained to her wrists. This was done for security purposes. She did not understand why she was handcuffed, because the scientists did not yet know the real cause of the disaster. The girl was told that she was infected by the manager, and they needed to follow safety measures. Finally, the man said that everything was ready and we could get down to the main thing. Bella looked in their direction with disbelief, but she had no choice. She had to obey. All this time, Tom was waiting for her in another office, and his situation was no better. He sat alone in a chair with handcuffs on his wrists, awaiting a decision. Of course, he could take them off in 1 second, but then it would become too dangerous for Bella. Suddenly, to his right, he heard the sound of a door opening. Someone entered the office. It was Laura. She held the rank of general and personally came here to communicate with Tom. The woman was a very experienced officer and carefully examined the guy from head to toe. She greeted Tom, giving her full name and position. Tom, not listening to all this nonsense, asked what kind of room this was and where they were. Laura, as if not listening to him, said that the video had already spread throughout the world. In this video, Tom showed his ability to fly while escaping from being chased by zombies. But this question did not interest our hero. He wanted to know where they were and where Bella was. The general saw the young man's concern and decided to wait a short pause. She then told the story of her father, who was once a national security agent. He died when Laura was still just a child, leaving her and her mother completely alone. Tom interrupted her, loudly asking where she took the girl and what happened to her now. The guy did not want to listen to this nonsense, but she continued to talk about the journal of her investigation, which her father left after his death. It was a story about a mysterious creature, chasing which her father died. Was her father really the same Jack whom Tom met as a child? The general looked intently at the young man, suspecting that very monster in him. Tom saw a young soldier enter the general's office. He asked permission to enter to report on the current situation. Hearing this, Tom wanted to immediately get up and run to Bella, but decided to wait a pause. The general, turning to Tom, said that they know the measures against him and his abilities. But the main thing now is opposition to the manager, which is why they were forced to take the girl away. Tom asked if there really was a way to counteract the virus, or if it was just a rumor. Without thinking for a second, General Laura replied that there really was a way, and they were ready to use it. There is only one way to destroy the control hydra, which has penetrated the body of its host. The virus can only be destroyed by killing the carrier itself. This is what will guarantee the result. Hearing these words, Tom jumped up from his seat and tore the handcuffs on his wrists. Laura had never seen such strength in a person before, and it seems that her suspicions were justified. Tom asked if he heard and understood the general correctly about the need to kill Bella in order to save the world from this disaster. She replied that this was a necessary measure. She would have to sacrifice it for the sake of the future. Unable to withstand such impudence, Tom hit the glass with a flourish, leaving a crack on it. He found that it was a very durable material that was not easily destroyed. The general explained that there was bulletproof glass in front of him, which meant he couldn't reach Laura. Tom sarcastically asked the general if he was sure that the glass was impenetrable. The general continued the story, saying that in the investigation log there was a photograph of the monster at that age. Looking at Tom's age, she suggested that this was simply impossible at first glance. But there were clear facts. She took out a photograph of a little boy who looked incredibly like Tom. Isn't this him? Isn't this a photograph of Tom in his distant childhood? Seeing the photo, Tom didn't know what to say because that boy really looked a lot like him. It was as if he had recreated in his thoughts that gentle female hand that held him every day in distant childhood. Every day he heard a painfully familiar voice, the most pleasant sound in the world. The photographs showed Louise holding little Tom's hand. She always protected him and never gave offense to anyone, seeing this as the meaning of her life. It was as if the whole past had suddenly flooded into Tom's consciousness. And mainly this past was the image of his loving mother. And that last moment of her life when, seriously wounded, she looked into his eyes for the last time. These were the most tragic moments in Tom's life. And now it's as if he was reliving them all over again. Hot tears flowed down his cheeks and he remembered everything. There was a lot of debate within the Ministry of Security about how to deal with this new problem. The assistant brought an important document to the chief minister for signature. It spoke of the need to kill the researcher. Was there really no other way out? The assistant confirmed that they had gone through all possible options and a decision had been made. This made the man think hard. He did not want to harm anyone. The assistant objected that they did not fully understand the danger of the manager. Possible risks should be avoided. Humanity is in danger and the price to save it is just one life. This was obvious to all members of Congress, so they made a unanimous decision. All that remained was to sign the document that would implement this decision. Just one sacrifice for all future generations. That is the price, and it should be accepted. Finally, after listening to all the arguments of his subordinate, the president made a difficult decision. He was ready to put a seal and his signature so that the decision would become legal and be implemented. Meanwhile, work at the research center did not stop for a minute. Two agents met in the hallway to discuss a serious topic. The junior officer reported that the order had been approved, and there were no further obstacles. The agent looked towards Bella's room, seeing an innocent young girl there. He was very sorry, especially since she really wasn't to blame for anything. But there was no choice, and it was necessary to carry out the order, which was no longer subject to discussion. The headquarters was in full swing with lively work until late in the evening. Everyone was tense and excited. General Laura was still holding the photo of Tom and his mom, presenting it as evidence. She closely watched Tom's reaction. It was important for her to know his real intentions. Tom could not hide his feelings. He began to remember his entire past life. Laura, in turn, continued to stubbornly show him the photograph, as if she liked to poison his soul. Tom plunged further into the jungle of his thoughts. Images of memories of his mother emerged more and more clearly. She was the closest person on Earth. Could he really forget her? She hugged him when she found the boy in an abandoned place after he ran away from home. Every day they wandered around their favorite places, picking flowers and enjoying nature. Louise always protected him, sacrificing herself and despite any danger. And most importantly, she died only through his fault. It was he who was guilty of her murder. This painful memory rushed into his heart and mind like a whirlwind. And then he remembered why he was here. Tom came to his senses a little. Now he clearly remembered not only his mother, but also something else. He finally knew again his main purpose, which he swore to serve. Yes, he remembered the main reason why all people should be exterminated. Every single person without exception should be killed. What a pity that he forgot about this after the injury. Laura carefully watched how this guy's mood changed. She began to suspect something. Tom's eyes were red from tears. He could hardly restrain himself and his abilities, which were rushing out. Memories kept creeping into his thoughts, including General Laura's father. Tom realized that the reason for her anger towards him lies in banal revenge for his father, whom he killed in the distant past. He turned his head to the side and found a chair lying next to him. Then he sat down opposite Laura, who suddenly told him that she couldn't even remember her dad's face, because she was still just a child at that time. Now the general thinks only about national security. She no longer lives in her past.
But it seems that Tom didn't care. He didn't even listen to these conversations.
He was interested in another question. He wanted to get this photograph for himself as a memory of his mother. The condition was that he would not kill the general right now if she gave him the photo. But Laura refused to do this, saying that she did not want to follow the lead of the impudent young man. Tom threw a clot of energy to his right with all his might, creating a huge tunnel in the wall of the headquarters. The wall was broken through as if hit by a rocket so that the street could even be seen through the hole. The guy ordered Laura not to test his patience and ordered him to immediately give him the photo. And by the way, she was the daughter of the same Agent Jack who ordered the death of his mother. What should he feel right now other than fierce hatred and a frantic desire to kill her? He extended his hand in her direction, wanting to receive the treasured photograph. Unable to withstand such pressure, Laura gave him a photograph with her mother, realizing that this threatened her with death. Tom took an old photo, for which he was ready to do the most extreme things. Laura continued to watch him with a contemptuous look. She did not like to obey anyone.
Finally, she asked where he was going. Did he really want to free Bella right now?
Hearing this, Tom slowed down a little. It seems that something has changed in him since today's epiphany. He replied that Bella was just a person, and the death of a person meant nothing to him. Now for him, all people are the same, just as it was before. He intends to do something more important, and one human death cannot change his intentions. A huge hole appeared in the building of the Ministry of Security, similar to the mark of a missile that hit it. The soldiers watched in horror what was happening, awaiting orders from their superiors. Tom calmly looked forward in front of him, feeling a surge of new strength in himself. He was already ready to do anything to achieve his mission, regardless of any human losses. He was unstoppable, and no army in the world could resist him. He seems to have regained all the skills he had forgotten after his injury. The soldier shouted to Laura in horror that there was an emergency going on right now. She listened carefully to his report and ultimately decided to act against Tom, who was a real monster in her eyes. She knew who she was dealing with thanks to the diaries of her deceased father, which had long been in her possession. However, now she was worried about the pain in her arm had the worst happened to her.
Laura ordered the most powerful army unit to be put on alert.
The soldier in bewilderment said that there were 2 such units. Which one did she order to be activated? She responded by ordering one of them to be put on alert, which is capable of performing right now. She ordered this to be done immediately, regardless of any decisions of Congress. Meanwhile, there was a terrible moment in the research center. A decision was being made about Bella's future fate. To stop the threat of spreading the control virus, it was decided to kill its carrier. Does Bella really have to die to save all humanity? Obviously, this was exactly the case, and the president had already approved the order to carry out the assignment. Everyone felt very sorry for the girl, but they had to carry out the order right now. Bella asked to wait at least a minute because she had not yet given her consent. However, the man said that the life of the whole world should not be placed lower than the life of one person. It's unfortunate, but she needs to understand that the situation is already inevitable. Yes, it seems that now the young girl's life is coming to an end and she has no other options left. The only question that remained was how exactly they would kill Bella. She would like to die painlessly, because at least she deserves an easy death. She was informed that euthanasia had been chosen as the execution of the order. She will die completely painlessly. You just need to agree to some conditions. The girl will simply fall asleep and not wake up after the introduction of a special powerful solution into her blood. At this time, incredible events were taking place in the city, and a fierce battle was expected very soon. Lily looked everywhere for Tom and Bella, but could not find her friends. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw the familiar silhouette of a young guy. Was it really him? Indeed, right in the middle of the road on an empty street, Tom stood and carefully peered into the distance. Finally, she found him. But what was he doing here and how did he manage to get here? Lily shouted loudly in his direction, trying to attract her friend's attention. Running up, she asked Tom where he had been all this time, because she had searched him everywhere. In addition, it is still not clear where Bella is now and why she does not answer her friend's calls. Suddenly, the loud noise of approaching heavy equipment was heard in the distance. It was an army of government forces ready to fight that was heading straight towards them. In front of them right now stood an army unit armed to the teeth, ready to destroy them at any second. The soldiers were dispersed throughout the street, and, it seemed, did not intend to delay this matter. All types of weapons were aimed at our heroes, from small arms to tanks. They perceived Tom as a threat to all world security, and were ready to use any methods of counteraction. Even helicopters designed to fire from the sky were assembled in this place. Lily had never seen so much military equipment in her life and did not understand why they were turned against them. There was wild horror in her eyes. She could not believe that this was happening to them. But Tom was completely calm. He was only annoyed that he would have to destroy all these people. He recalled how not long ago the three of them lived amicably and knew no troubles.
Meanwhile, events continued to develop in the scientific center that were supposed to change everything.
Behind him, the agent suddenly saw his assistant, who seemed to have gone crazy.
Instead of injecting the euthanasia fluid into Bella, she stuck the syringe directly into his neck. He screamed loudly in pain but did not have time to dodge it. Bella only watched what was happening in bewilderment, not expecting such a development of events. It seems that Tom was ready to take the fight and was just waiting for the right moment to attack. The soldier ordered to open fire, and the entire army immediately began to carry out the order.
Volleys were fired from all guns aimed at destroying our heroes.
Bella clung to Tom out of fear, thinking that these were the last minutes of her life. Tom just looked calmly in her direction, without even moving. He had no intention of running away from here. Yes, she is only human, and her fear of death is the same as that of all other people in this world. Although just recently they had a nice time at her establishment, she was a really good person. Tom understood that the government wanted to destroy not only him, but also the innocent girl. After all, Laura ordered Bella to be killed because the manager penetrated her body and she became its carrier. According to their plan, its elimination can completely solve all problems, and for them, the life of one person is worth nothing. Continuous fire was fired at Tom and Lily from all types of weapons. Suddenly, the soldier ordered to cease fire and carefully wait for the next orders. After the smoke cleared, the captain saw an unimaginable miracle in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes, not understanding how this was even possible in the real world. From the black billowing smoke appeared the face of Tom, who continued to stand in the same place and look in their direction. Yes, it seems that this is the very monster that General Laura spoke about so urgently and for a long time. There was not a single scratch on Tom's body. Even his clothes were in the same condition as a minute ago. Now it was his turn to strike back because he had already endured too long. Lily took refuge behind the stone cover, curled up into a ball and covered her face with her hands. Tom calmly called her by name, wanting to find out something very important from the girl. Lily quickly turned in his direction. The guy's voice was very different from the one she had heard before. There was a tablet on the asphalt with a joint photo attached to it. It depicted our heroes, who just recently had fun together. Lily continued to look at Tom, trying to hear his words, which seemed to hang in the air. Then he suddenly asked if she really wanted to see Bella someday that much. The main headquarters of the Ministry of Security made a decision that our heroes could hardly like. Tom continued to stand behind the defensive stone ledge, in no hurry to leave. Yes, Laura gave the order not only to kill him, but also to eliminate Bella, the manager's carrier. Why do people make decisions so easily regardless of the death of members of their own species? In addition, Tom recalled Bella's similarity with his mother, which he finally managed to remember. Of course, in appearance they were very similar, but still they were completely different women. Probably his consciousness modeled the image of Bella in his head, and Tom involuntarily saw her resemblance to his mother. But why did he have feelings for her that went beyond ordinary friendship? The infantrymen looked ahead in bewilderment, not understanding how these people still managed to stay alive. It seems this guy actually had powers that helped him survive their attack. They stood directly in front of our heroes, awaiting the next order from their superiors. Tom stood calmly on the road, and Lily shook in horror like a leaf in the wind. She wanted to hear the continuation of the question he had recently asked her. The question was, does she seriously want to see her friend, and what sacrifices is she willing to make for this? But what was the point of this question, and what did he mean by talking about the necessary sacrifices? Tom silently watched her reaction. Wanting to hear the truth, it was important for him to understand her opinion. After a long silence, Tom tried to find out if she was hurt and if she needed help. She didn't answer, completely not understanding what was happening and how they could get out of these problems. Lily cried like a little child, and in view of all the circumstances, it was understandable. It cannot be said that Tom felt sorry for her, but he perfectly understood the feelings of this poor girl. He also well understood the feelings of the soldiers, who were convinced that after volley fire from all guns, it was impossible to survive. The army did not move, most likely awaiting orders from higher authorities. Our heroes had a little more time, although Tom already knew perfectly well what to do next. He understood that he could quickly deal with the entire army down to a single soldier, leaving neither people nor equipment behind. He told Lily that these soldiers would try to kill not only him, but also her friend. To save more human lives, these people are ready to sacrifice anyone and nothing will stop them. He then asked what Lily thought about this and whether in her opinion all these people were doing the right thing. She responded by saying that she did not know the correctness of their decision and did not understand at all what was happening to this world. This was expected, but Tom was obliged to ask her this question before taking action. Now she was very scared and her fear was clearly visible on her face. The same could not be said about Tom, who continued to proudly look forward without taking his eyes off the danger. Finally, having received another order, the commander ordered everyone to aim at the enemy opposite. The tanks were once again on alert, preparing to open fire immediately. It seemed that this was starting to make Tom a little angry. Had they really decided to destroy him so easily? The commander only managed to say half the sentence, but before he finished it, the unexpected happened. A second later, Tom was right next to him and grabbed his face tightly with a death grip. No one could believe that this was possible, but this guy covered a huge distance in just a second. Yes, they did not expect such speed from him because such a fast jerk seemed impossible to them. Then he lifted the captain up above him, and the soldiers continued to watch what was happening in bewilderment. Lily also couldn't believe her eyes, seeing how Tom covered such a distance at the speed of sound. Tom addressed the soldiers, telling them that people are often willing to sacrifice others for the sake of some common good. But he finds this statement funny and absurd, like everything connected with the human species. Sacrifice is only people's own choice, and not something that a person tries to pass off as inevitable. According to human logic, the strong devour the weak, and this is the norm. But is this fair? Is it fair that a stronger pack tramples on the rights of the minority, that is, weak packs? According to people, the right to decide the destinies of other creatures always belongs to the strong species, and the lot of the weak is to obey. Lily tried to listen to Tom's conversations and understand what he meant. Yes, he really is too different from other people, and it was strange that she had not noticed this before. Tom has long made his decision about the entire human species, and now he intends to show it. The next second, with monstrous force, he squeezed the commander's head in his fist. Lily saw with horror how blood splashed in different directions, barely restraining herself from screaming. Before her eyes, Tom killed this commander, but most importantly, he did it with his bare hands. The head burst like a balloon, and the insides flew in all directions. In our hero's hand, there were only pieces of meat of the killed soldier, which hung on his bloody palm. Yes, this feeling was well known to Tom since his distant childhood. He did this many times and also easily dealt with a huge number of armed people. Tom ended human life many times, promising himself that people would experience all his wrath. He had long ago made this decision for himself, but a head injury slightly slowed down the execution process. It remained unclear why today these images of people who had become close to him were spinning in his mind. And why did he need to save Bella? Because she was exactly the same person as everyone else. This feeling was disgusting for Tom. He drove these thoughts out of his head. Lily was beside herself with fear and horror, and she will definitely never forget what she saw today. Tom seemed to have regained the meaning of his existence and was absolutely calm. He needed to discard all unnecessary thoughts and begin to fulfill his mission. Right now in front of him is an army that just a minute ago was ready to kill him. And now he took the procession over them and decided whether to leave them alive or kill them all at once. The next second, he launched an energy wave in one fell swoop, and all the soldiers instantly scattered into pieces of meat. The equipment next to them was also destroyed, leaving almost nothing but rubble. Lily continued to watch what this guy was doing, not daring to utter a word. For Tom, this was a common thing. But now his strength seemed to triple compared to what it was before. A helicopter flew over Tom, in which there were people filming everything on camera. Journalists watched in bewilderment. This terrible scene promised them popularity. Tom killed government soldiers in cold blood without seeing any obstacles in front of him. No one could resist him, and any attempt to resist ended in death. The government released a new type of weapon against this dangerous man. If, of course, he was a man. Who is he? And where did this foreign creature come from, instilling fear in the whole world? Everywhere there were only bloody corpses and destruction, wherever Tom found himself. No type of weapon could stop him, because he simply did not feel the pain from bullets. Tom knew human language and the thoughts of people. He clearly understood that talking to them was useless. The soldiers surrounding him shot non-stop, but not a single bullet could cause the guy any damage. Yes, Tom really knew the human world, its entire essence and true meaning. Right now, just like in past lives, they are shooting at him again, without caring about his life or the lives of other people. Man considers himself the measure of all things on earth. He is not used to thinking about all other living beings. Destroying everything their hands touch, people massively destroy both animals and marine life. They see them only as carcasses suitable for food, and demonstrate their attitude in every possible way. Man kills other creatures for his own amusement, to satisfy his petty needs. He tortures animals only because they are weaker and cannot resist his strength. The whole world seems to be in his cage and awaits reprisal against himself, although none of the animals deserve such a fate. Tormenting animals has become a common practice for those who consider themselves God and cultivate only their own species. Humanity managed to tame almost all the inhabitants of the planet, while the rest were simply exterminated and destroyed. Tom experienced all the hardships of existence and remembers well those moments when he died again and again from human hands. Now he was taking revenge for himself and for all other species of creatures on Earth. Mother Nature herself and all her elements which give strength in battles became his weapon against man. Powerful waves diverged on different sides of Tom, destroying everything around him. The soldiers next to him were instantly neutralized. They did not have a chance. The entire space around Tom turned into flaming ruins and mountains of rotting corpses. Hearing the sound of a helicopter overhead, Tom decided not to ignore this object. Taking a heavy stone in his hands, he immediately realized that in a second this stone would become a powerful weapon. And indeed, the next second he launched it with furious force towards the helicopter as his projectile. The cobblestone rushed upward and the people inside realized their imminent death. Of course, this came as a surprise to the correspondent, but fate had prepared for him a quick and inevitable death. Another second later, the helicopter was already engulfed in flames and was destroyed by Tom. Tom continued to look at the burning aircraft without experiencing any emotions. But the helicopter continued to burn, and fragments from its structure only rained down from above. Then Tom remembered one person who remained alive after all the total destruction he had caused now. Yes, far away from him he saw Lily, who continued to hide in horror behind the stone wall. She was sobbing with fear, her whole body was shaking and it seemed like she was about to faint. A second later, Tom was already next to her. He wanted to find out something very important. The girl looked into his eyes, sobbing and looking questioningly at our hero. He too looked back at her and was determined to find out who Lily really was and what kind of treatment she deserved. He remembered Peter, who once saved him from the cold in the forest and did not seem like a hateful creature to Tom at all. Is Bella worthy of contempt, and should she be treated differently from everyone else? And finally, his mother, whom he loved dearly and with all his heart wished to meet her someday. And now he stood right in front of Lily, and it seemed that she also did not deserve his hatred and contempt. Suddenly behind him, he heard some rustling. Was there really anyone left alive after such an attack? Yes, one of the soldiers managed to survive, and when he saw Tom, he immediately opened fire on him. The bullets passed right through our hero, but not one of them caused Tom the slightest harm. He felt only slightly uncomfortable from the touch of these bullets on his body. It made it a little difficult to think. Maybe it's time to stop this stupid barrage of metal pellets and just destroy the cause of their occurrence. Turning back, Tom saw a wounded soldier who was now firing at him. His eye was knocked out. Most likely he thought that he missed and the bullets flew past Tom. Killing this soldier was no problem for Tom, especially since he was very tired of him. But Lily only managed to grab his sleeve, begging Tom to stop. Tom looked at the girl carefully and it seemed that he understood all her feelings well. Yes, she was very scared by the thought that Tom could easily kill that wounded soldier right now. He saw no point in leaving him alive, since a whole series of murders had been committed by him in a matter of minutes. But Lily held his hand in hope and did not let go, trying to reason with our hero. She was on her knees begging him to stop, and Tom couldn't get rid of this new feeling inside. So they continued to stand in place, which extended the life of the wounded soldier for several minutes. Tom remembered Bella. Right now she was being held captive by the government and was doomed to certain death. To save the world, Laura ordered her death, not for a second thinking about the death of another person. But his heart seemed to tell our hero that he did not want to let this happen. No matter what happens to this world, he will do everything in his power to save her. No, he will not leave her, despite all the furious hatred that Tom has for all other people. Bella was special, and it seems he is ready to sacrifice even his own life to save her. Events took place at the Scientific Research Center that were definitely not part of the government's plans. All members of the medical staff came to Bella's defense, and it was unclear what happened to them. It seems that they too have turned into zombies, controlled by Bella herself with the help of a virus inside her. One half of her consciousness still remained human, but the other was already subject to the Hydra. Internal affairs agents watched in horror, passing information to the top government of the country. They confirmed that the girl was completely under the manager's control, and that they should now move on to a backup plan. Bella had to be killed immediately after discovery. Now it will be much more difficult to do this. The zombies rushed in a crowd to attack the agents in order to protect the main Hydra. Bella had a terrible headache. She heard voices in her mind giving orders to these puppets. Is she really infected with a virus and is the carrier of the leader of all these zombies? It seems that the girl could no longer resist her inner voice. It was too strong. Bella seemed to see the world from different sides, including how all mutants see it at once. She could control each of them individually, or give a general command to all infected. The manager seemed to be moving in her body, and this feeling was impossible to describe in words. The monsters attacked the agents, intending to make them just like them by transmitting the virus to them. But how to prevent all this horror? Will you really have to commit suicide for this? It seems that the only way out is indeed suicide. Otherwise, it will not be possible to prevent the death of all people on the planet. Bella hit her head hard on the floor, not seeing any other way to resist the Hydra. The infected zombies seemed to feel something, as if with this action, the girl gave them another order. They stopped at once, and their bodies remained lying on the floor without moving for a long time. Seeing this, the agents also stopped in bewilderment, not taking their eyes off Bella and her puppets. Bella looked intently at those people who, just recently, were ready to kill her for the sake of saving all humanity. But now the girl truly saved their lives by stopping the monster's intentions. The mutants were trying to kill the agents, and she was trying to save them. Isn't it clear who the real hero is here?
Suddenly the manager seemed to speak inside her head, saying that she should not interfere with him.
The girl loudly ordered the inner voice that was conducting this dialogue with her to be silent.
The manager continued to insist that she did not understand the seriousness of her situation.
They have a symbiotic relationship. They are united and now exist in her heart, which means they must be true allies.
Unable to bear these words, Bella loudly ordered the parasite to shut up and not interfere with her thinking.
Then she hit her head on the floor again to at least stop this damn inner voice. After a while, he fell silent, and it seems only this can give her the opportunity to think a little. At least she had sorted out one problem, and now she just had to figure out what to do next. The inner voice communicated not only with Bella, but also with all other mutants, which means it would not be enough to simply silence it. She saw a gun in front of her. Was she really ready to make this fatal decision? Is there really no other way out to neutralize this inner voice of the manager? After all, one human life is worth much less than the existence of the entire species. She remembered the words of that agent and realized that the situation was becoming inevitable for her. Having heard her fate for the first time, she was terribly frightened by the government's decision. But now the girl herself understood everything perfectly. With an effort, Bella leaned her hand on the floor, trying to rise. Then she decided to use the gun as the only way to stop the virus. Grabbing it, she again heard the cursed inner voice, which resisted her decision with all its might. But not paying attention, she took only a short pause before the very last step in her life. Moving her hand to the side and pointing the muzzle of the gun directly at her temple, she already knew what she would do next. Hydra tried her best to tell her that Bella was making a terrible mistake. The virus begged her to stop and not take the life of either herself or the manager. In such a situation, will Bella be able to fulfill her plans, or will the Hydra stop her at the last moment? But it seems that the manager could command all the infected except the carrier himself, which means that Bella's intentions will be fulfilled. She closed her eyes in fear, slowly pulling the trigger with her finger and preparing to commit suicide. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrists and pulled the gun upward. This happened at the very last second. Tom arrived in time. He still managed to be in that place and save her life. The girl looked at the guy in bewilderment, not expecting his appearance, and not even thinking that they would ever see each other again. He asked if she was sane and what the hell she was going to do. In response, the girl only sobbed bitterly. Her nerves could no longer withstand such tension. Instead of an answer, there was only the loud cry of a man who a second ago wanted to commit suicide. It was impossible to stop her. You just had to give her time to calm down a little. Tom patiently watched the girl so that she would not throw out any number again. Suddenly behind him, Tom heard a voice speaking to him. The government agent shouted that the girl's choice was absolutely correct, and he had no right to stop her. Her very existence is a threat to the whole world, because now she is the controller of the Hydra. Bella must die because this is the only way to save the rest of humanity. Suddenly Tom turned to her, asking if she was really ready to die for all this wild nonsense. She looked in his direction in surprise, not understanding what exactly he was calling nonsense. Suddenly Tom grabbed her by the hair and she grabbed his hand in response. Tom understood perfectly well that people are ready to sacrifice anyone for the sake of their personal salvation, but he was not ready for such a sacrifice. He directly asked the girl if she really believed that her existence threatened the animals in the forest. No, it does not threaten either the animals in the forest or the fish in the sea, and it does not cause any harm to all the birds in the sky. In the entire world that the agent spoke about, there are only people, and it is their salvation that he is trying to ensure. But it is people who pose a real threat to the whole world, and not the young, fragile girl Bella. If we look at the situation from this side, then Bella's suicide is completely meaningless. Therefore, you should relax and calm down a little, and only then make the right decision for yourself. Tom kept his hand on her head, trying to calm the agitated girl so that she would not do anything stupid. Anyone can die, but only strong creatures are able to survive in difficult situations. Tom said that his girlfriend should not bear her burden alone, and he is ready to help her with this. The agent tried with all his might to shout something to Tom, persuading him to stop. Realizing that this was impossible, he pointed the gun in Bella's direction and intended to personally eliminate her. You could see the anger in his eyes, as if this girl had personally harmed him, and for this he wanted to get even with her. Suddenly something happened that the man with the gun in his hands could not have expected, but it no longer mattered to his life. Tom was next to him at the speed of sound and cut off his head in one fell swoop. Bella only had time to notice how the agent's head, separated from his body, flew high in the air. For Tom, neither his life nor the lives of all other people mattered, but he intended to protect Bella to the end. He vowed to save her, no matter how many human lives it cost him. She will live no matter what, which means the government's plan was not destined to come true. Tom will personally take care of this, and you can't doubt his intentions for a second. Bella watched in horror and did not have the strength to stop Tom. Right now, without thinking for a second, he killed a person to save her life. But he did it thanks to the wonderful strength that nature itself gave him.
That wonderful power that gave her unforgettable emotions, and thanks to which she felt happy for the first time.
And right now, Tom was using this power to kill people. Is he really that cruel? She begged him to stop, trying to save the lives of all these people as she influenced Tom. Even though they were firing in his direction, Bella was well aware of the futility of these conventional methods of killing. Tom controlled all the elements of nature and, of course, was much stronger than any person. With amazing ease, he could get even with anyone, and any of his blows was fatal. The bodies of people scattered in different directions, leaving behind only motionless corpses. Tom was determined to do all these actions as if they brought him pleasure. More than anything, Bella wanted him to just stop, especially if only one person's life was at stake. The girl told him to stop all this unbridled cruelty, but Tom no longer listened to her. He, as if driven by an inner will, continued to kill anyone who stood in his way. And finally, when at the last moment she nevertheless called out to him by name, the guy somehow looked aloofly in her direction. Although Bella understood that this would lead to nothing, she still did not give up trying to calm him down. For a second, Tom seemed to think indecisively maybe this girl was right after all, and he shouldn't kill these creatures who, in their stupidity, consider themselves masters of all nature. But the next second, Tom fulfilled his destiny and killed the last agent who was in the room. Bella could only watch this in silence. She did not have the strength to resist. With a movement of one hand, Tom easily dealt with everyone, tearing off people's limbs. She, on her knees, looked straight into the guy's eyes. This piercing gaze spoke of something that millions of words could not express. Tom also looked in her direction, perfectly understanding her feelings and all her thoughts. Once upon a time, Bella knew him as a cute guy with whom she wandered around the city at night. Then he showed her his abilities for the first time, but they were completely harmless to the residents of this city. And now he no longer shows tricks. He has become a real fiend for her and everyone else. It was impossible to stop him, because he had the power of the entire planet and the entire universe at his disposal. Tom finally said that he killed them so that they could not get to her, which means he did the right thing. In human terms, it was self-defense, not an attack. Bella, quietly sobbing and not moving, said that Tom had become a completely different person in her eyes. He is completely different from the one she first saw and whom she decided to take under her wing. If only she could understand what would happen next, she would never support him for the world. Bella would not help him and thereby contribute to all future crimes. But how could she know this? How could she prevent the inevitable? The next second, the girl glared at him in rage, screaming at him with full determination to finally stop. I remember how recently the girl listened carefully to his whole story. Then why now does she react like that to everything? Tom said that if Bella judges others by their values or behavior, then the past Tom was just a shell of the real person. And now he is exactly who he was born for this existence, and who he really is. Of course, Bella understood that Tom had become completely different, but this understanding could not help those unfortunate victims. Everything around was littered with corpses, and all these people were killed by one single person. This man was Tom, who was in fact a completely different creature. Meanwhile, Tom continued to tell her that he intends to protect the girl, even if the world ends. He said that he would stop at nothing and would kill anyone who threatened her. In any case, we can't stay in this place anymore. It's getting too dangerous. They need to get out of here unless they want to wait for the next elite army to arrive. But the soldiers were already near the scientific center and seemed ready to take on this challenge. Tom told the girl that she needed to find shelter immediately and he could quickly take them to safety. He then took Bella's hand and tried to help her get up so that he could set off with her. Suddenly, the girl threw his hand aside and shouted that she would not go anywhere with him. Tom expected that something like this might happen, but did not give up hope that he could bring her to reason. Bella declared that she was going to die right here, and that was her final decision. The guy interrupted her words, saying that she couldn't die because he wouldn't let it happen. But she replied that she made this decision of her own free will, which means that no one has the right to tell her what to do. The manager was too dangerous, and right now he is inside her body. Tom listened carefully to her speculations about the virus, but understood that she overestimated its significance. Suddenly, Tom felt an inner strength that was about to burst out of him. His body took on a different appearance from when he launched his next attack. Seeing this, the girl was frightened by the sudden change in Tom's appearance, not understanding why he was doing this. Tom barely controlled this natural energy, and at the last moment was able to reverse its development. He exhaled with relief, realizing that he was increasingly able to control himself in moments of danger. It was difficult to describe, but he tried to explain to the girl how this internal energy felt in his body. He told her that he suddenly wanted to tear off all the limbs of that dead agent and keep only his body. These terrible words struck Bella's imagination. She could not believe that she was hearing this right now. However, our hero did not want Bella to go crazy from what she saw, and therefore stopped this feeling in himself. The girl continued to look straight ahead and tried to comprehend what she had just heard. It's better not to tell her anything at all that could somehow harm her psyche. He didn't want to see her pain and sadness in her face, which meant he needed to control himself much better. Bella calmed down a little, realizing that Tom was of sound mind and knew how to control himself at the right moment. Suddenly, Tom asked if Bella really wanted to commit suicide, wanting to hear the truth from her. Does she really want to die, and is she ready to sacrifice herself right now if necessary? The girl thought deeply when she heard such a direct and frank question and could not answer. Then he continued by saying that death is not at all what she wants, and what she needs is something completely different. Tom continued to talk, and Bella bowed her head down and listened silently. His words sounded very convincing. He lived for billions of years and knew everything about death perfectly. Having lived so many existences, he does not regret anything in this disgusting life, although there were many terrible things in it. However, not once, despite all his pain, did he want to end it of his own free will. All living things are born with a nature that gives creatures the desire to live, and Bella was no exception. This means she is lying, and in fact also wants to live like any other creature on Earth. Hearing these heartfelt words, Bella could barely contain her crying, not wanting to show her weakness. Tom remembered well the words his mother said to him after her death in heaven. He was ready to repeat the same words to Bella because they are the unchangeable truth. She bequeathed to him to live no matter what. This was precisely her main testament. And now Tom asks the same thing to Bella when she is on the verge of life and death. No matter what happens, you need to look for strength in yourself in order to simply live. Look for opportunities to resist any problems and fulfill the destiny that fate itself has given you. Life is inherent in nature, which means suicide is unnatural for it. Bella, unable to bear the tears, buried herself in Tom and burst into tears like a little girl. Just like how Tom, as a baby, cried into his mother's shoulder the last time they were together. He will never let her die and is ready to go through this entire difficult path with her. The young people continued to remain in that very place, surrounded by piles of dead and bloody bodies. At this time, the next group of agents had already approached them. They looked in bewilderment at their beheaded comrades. Since yesterday, Tom's normal daily life has regained its primary meaning. He again realized why he lived and remembered his entire past human life. The next second, he rushed to attack the arriving agents, his existence again painted in bloody colors. Bella just continued to look at what was happening, turning away to the side, unable to bear the terrible picture. The government has long known that Bella's existence is a threat to the entire world, which means she is now a legitimate target. Of course, the government will do everything possible to prevent the death of all humanity. While she was thinking about this, Tom managed to kill all the arriving agents, who fell dead next to their colleagues. This guy cannot be stopped, and this was the most important meaning of his purpose. Tom had as much power as was possible on this planet. Bella knew very well that he would have to kill hundreds more people to save her. A little later, they returned to the very room where the girl had recently been kept locked up. The boss definitely should have left something behind, but it looks like the government has already seized everything and classified it. Suddenly, Bella, thanks to her new vision, was able to see a serious danger to our heroes. Another threat was moving towards them right now and was already very close. She immediately informed Tom that an army of heavily armed men was approaching them. There were exactly 1,129 people. This was an elite detachment of government forces. Although in reality, Tom didn't care how many soldiers would be deployed against him. The Scientific Research Center building was surrounded by an army, ready for a fierce battle. The army commander psyched up the soldiers before the battle, giving them a speech about their most important mission. He said that they had all seen the true strength of their enemy, so the battle was going to be brutal. So far, more than 2,000 deaths have been confirmed, and only one person did it all. Suddenly, the young private saw two silhouettes on the roof of the building, which were right now looking down at them. Indeed, Tom and Bella were just on the roof, preparing to take their next step. The commander said loudly that there was a manager on the roof, who was their main target. It is necessary to destroy it to stop a global pandemic and the end of human civilization. The young people only listened attentively to all this bravado of the commander, who seriously intended to put an end to them. Finally, the order was given to take aim and open fire. The army was in full readiness to carry out this order. Tom asked Bella to close her eyes and not look at what would happen next. Bella understood why he did this, and with pain in her heart was ready to fulfill his request. The young private soldier managed to notice how the guy jumped straight down from the roof, not afraid to die. Tom was very sorry that he had to do this, but he had no other choice. He jumped down right into the center of the armed army to quickly end this problem. Bella closed her eyes in fear, not wanting to see the blood that was about to spill right now. When she opened her eyes, everything was already over, and Tom had already done what would give them the opportunity to leave. He took the girl by the hand. His sleeves and all his clothes were covered in blood. Around them were hundreds of dead people who were still alive just a minute ago. They walked past these mutilated bodies, moving towards their next goal. The young soldier who first noticed Tom, unfortunately, was also dead. At this time, the last meetings were taking place in the government building the president received the current general.
He was furious at the latest news and chastised Laura for the decision she had made. She responded by saying that the danger of the manager was already visible, because everyone had managed to watch that video with the monster. Young people threaten the world with their very existence, and now they are both in the same place. In response, the president loudly slammed the table, saying that this did not explain her latest order. The city was completely populated by civilians, and they have a well-armed army to counteract evil. In addition to this army, does she really want to use nuclear weapons? Right within the confines of a huge city. The president strictly prohibited this, allowing its use only within the established standards. Laura clarified whether it was true that the president approved the euthanasia of that same girl by his presidential decree. This question perplexed the head of state, but then he saw something that shocked him even more. Laura pointed the gun directly at him, saying that sometimes you have to make the decision to kill one person to save the rest. Not believing his eyes, the president cast a fierce look at her and ordered her to explain. Laura said that she decided to do the same as the president, which means she will eliminate just one person. The next second, the president loudly shouted to his guards, who were located not far from them in the next office. But Laura interrupted his scream with a well-aimed shot to the head, silencing him. 2 guards ran into the president's office, seeing a monstrous picture right in front of them. The general just fired a pistol at his president. How should they react to this event? They looked at the general in bewilderment, trying to comprehend what was happening and make a decision. The president was dead, that was clear, because the shot hit him squarely in the forehead. In the next moments, the guards pointed their guns at the general, ordering him to surrender immediately. One of the agents shouted, wanting to find out what was going on here and why she did this. Laura replied that the president was infected with the virus, so she had to make this decision. She had no choice but to kill the president, because otherwise he would interfere with finding and destroying the manager himself. This was unconvincing to the security service, and the man shouted out that it was the first time in his life he had heard such nonsense. Not at all worried about her life, Laura turned to the guard, asking if he really thought this was nonsense. Although in fact he was right, and the president was not infected by the manager, and the reason for the murder was completely different. But it didn't matter anymore, because a group of armed and trained soldiers was heading to the president's office. They loudly burst into the room, and the 2 guards were horrified to see a huge army in front of them. Yes, it was that same elite unit that was subordinate only to General Laura. This means there is no point in pointing a weapon at her, because right now she is in complete control of the situation. Yes, the government building has never known such incidents. It was a real revolution. The president's guards were immediately killed by soldiers led by Laura, who entered the hall. They blindly followed her orders and out of duty could not contradict her intentions. In any case, it was General Laura who should have been punished for what she had done, and they were simply following her orders. Suddenly she saw that the soldiers had brought another important guest into the office, which she needed now. It was the general secretary, who was also at his workplace today, being in the next office. He saw what was happening with horror and could not believe his eyes, because the president was no longer alive. He was dead, right at his desk, and General Laura stood next to him. Did she really do it and dare to raise her hand against her supreme commander? Laura addressed him politely, saying that she did not expect to see him here today, but was glad to see him. How dare she commit this crime and violate the conscription law that orders her to protect her president? Laura only said that from now on he can be free and she no longer needs his services in this post. Unable to withstand this impudence, he ordered to explain what was happening here and who gave her the right to decide destinies. Laura just silently watched the general secretary, trying to understand what he would do in response to this action. She already told him he could be free. Then why the hell was he still standing here? In addition to this, she explained that the president was infected by the manager, and she made the inevitable choice in favor of her country. The secretary loudly shouted at her that people would not fall for this nonsense if that was her intention. Laura replied that the manager was able to overcome any quarantine measures, so she could not do otherwise. This seemed unconvincing to the general secretary, and he frowned straight into her eyes. The general further said that from now on the military will take control of the entire country, as required by the current situation. The secretary angrily told her that we live in a century that implies freedom and democracy. A military dictatorship is inappropriate. This was an unexpected statement for Laura. He spoke too naively about the current century. A century in which one monster can kill thousands of soldiers and not fire a single missile. That's what a century it is. After all, the threat to the whole world exists right now, and they know very well who is causing the outbreak of this virus. This is the age of human rights talk, in which politicians appear before the public like in a show and get a lot of votes. But this makes sense in peacetime. But now the time of war of humanity against mutants is coming. Democracy, equality, and freedom are too slow, so they need to be replaced with military dictatorship. Is this woman really planning to stage a coup? Is she completely crazy? The Secretary General asked how she sees people in a country that engages in such activities. It was a reasonable question, but Laura had known the answer to it for a long time. She honestly admitted that the Secretary General is one of the few honest politicians whom she has always respected. She is very sorry to make this decision, but she will always keep a good memory of this person. The Secretary General fulfilled his direct duties with honor, but now is too harsh a time. Finally, Laura said that he was also infected by the manager and should be eliminated immediately. The next second, she pulled the trigger of her pistol and the secretary's brain shattered into pieces. His bloody corpse remained on the floor, and there were no longer any obstacles to the military dictatorship. Yes, he was a good person. He was just unlucky to contract the virus, as Laura believed. It was not clear whether she had really gone crazy, or whether the virus had already penetrated into all people without exception. A soldier who ran in at the sound of shooting was horrified to see in front of him the corpse of the general secretary and Laura standing next to him. He confusedly tried to explain some information to the general, but it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Then he was able to report that the young girl and guy were able to escape from them, and are now far outside the country. Laura was furious when she heard the news from the soldier. Out of frustration, she shot several times at the already dead president. Her nerves were on edge. It seems that this was not part of her plans, because Tom and Bella should have been detained a long time ago. What happened to this woman, and why is she so violently opposed to our heroes? She seems to take her anger out on everyone she gets her hands on, including innocent people. The president's entire workplace was covered in stains of fresh blood. She silently looked at his dead body, changing more and more every minute. Yes, nothing can stop this woman from her selfish goals. I wonder what else she is capable of. Is she really ready to kill everyone who gets in her way? Laura ordered the incident to be kept secret and an emergency session of Parliament to be called. She hated these rotten politicians and believed that each of them was infected by managers. The soldier, in horror, hastened to carry out her order, not daring to contradict the general. Finally, he asked what to do with the two fugitives who managed to escape. She ordered to find out their location by any means, be it satellite or military intelligence. We can say that recent events have greatly changed the character of this woman. It was as if she had become disillusioned with all people and was planning something terrible for all humanity. The head of state was killed by her hands, and this was only the first step on her bloody path. She stood silently in front of the table where her friend, whom she had always trusted, had once sat, and now he is gone. And only she has the right to give orders that can change the life of the whole world. Now only she is the commander-in-chief of the entire state and can decide the fate of the planet. She extended her hand to the pistol from which Mr. President was shot. Then suddenly Laura sat in his chair, as if she had always wanted to take this place. She felt at ease here, despite the fact that the entire table was covered in splashes of blood. She had one secret, which concerned a disease that was fatal to her. It was called glioblastoma and was a malignant brain tumor. She was informed about this disease by a doctor whom she completely trusted and did not doubt his words. Yes, it was too late to treat this disease, and Laura knew this very well. Now she had no way back. She had to complete her mission. It was clear that she was full of determination and intended to complete what she started at all costs. Meanwhile, our heroes were already far from that place. They admired the beautiful sunset that adorned the water surface. Laura longed to go down in history before her death as the savior of all mankind. This means that our heroes still have a long way to go in the fight against those who want to stop them. Tom looked at the sunset ahead of him and seemed to begin to understand this life again. It was already dark over the city. The sky was clouded with black clouds. General Laura, hurrying to an important meeting, was riding in an official car. There were only 5 minutes left before arriving at Parliament, so she asked the driver to drive faster. After all, this meeting played an important role in subsequent events. On the way, she asked if there was news about the fugitives. The driver replied that they had tried everything from CCTV cameras to satellites, but could not find them. The search did not stop for a minute. It was raining outside. Laura's mood was gloomy and thoughtful. Everything was going wrong. This damn rain did not stop and only intensified, turning into a real downpour. There was no one on the street in such weather. It's unlikely that anyone would want to walk. In the mountains, the picture was even gloomier, as if all of nature had suddenly turned against man. Tom and Bella decided to wait out the rain in the gorge until it subsided. Tom looked carefully at the sky. It seemed to him that nature was speaking to him through this terrible downpour. It had been a long time since there had been such heavy rain, and this made the overall picture even more tense. So they continued to shelter from the rain, wondering when it would finally end. Tom looked at Bella and thought that they had not eaten for a long time, most likely. The girl was hungry. He invited her to stay here until he got food. Suddenly, Bella picked up a gun and pointed it at Tom. Although it was strange, he still told her that with this weapon she could not kill him, no matter what her goals were. She hung her head in annoyance, agreeing with Tom that this weapon really wouldn't hurt him. Tom looked at the girl sadly, not understanding the reason for such sudden rage. Then Bella pointed the gun at her temple, finding no other way out. She looked at Tom with determination, letting him know that she was really capable of doing this.
Although in fact, Tom knew the true nature of people and could hardly believe it. Tom is already tired of messing around with this and having to deal with Bella's next trick every time.
Does she really think that he's unable to stop the Hydra in any other way? Why doesn't she trust him?
Bella reminded Tom that after regaining his memory, he had already killed countless people without any hesitation. Tom listened carefully to her speeches, trying to understand what she wanted to achieve. Bella finally said her last line about how she always just wanted to live. She said Tom saved her, but after that she had to watch him kill more people over and over again.
Who is he? A man or a demon who does monstrous things with such amazing ease?
Did something happen to him before he lost his memory that made him hate people so much? Tom listened carefully to these conversations, but he had nothing to answer. He only told the girl that he really did not know the reason for his hatred. It seemed to be somewhere inside him. This answer sincerely surprised Bella. She didn't understand how someone could be so careless. Tom continued to say that he does not know the reason. This hatred seems to live in his soul since birth, as if there was some mission given to him from above, and people were his enemies from the very beginning. But this was not always the case, because in several of his lives he treated people completely differently. There were times when he loved people blindly, and that love was real and sincere. These words terribly frightened the girl. She shouted to Tom not to come close to her. Tom continued to say that many species of animals are born this way from the very beginning, no matter how strange it may be. As if they were mentally ill, this is how one can describe their condition from birth. Bella did not want to continue listening to these wild things and demanded that they not approach her. However, this could not stop our hero, and he decisively took a step towards the girl. Bella only noticed how he approached her with monstrously fast speed, and she did not have time to react. Tom grabbed her wrist, putting the gun away to a safe distance. He remembered this human touch that he had experienced in past lives as an animal. He felt the warmth of a human body from touching himself and experienced real happiness from this sensation. However, people always betrayed him at the very moment when he trusted them completely. Bella couldn't understand what he was talking about or what he meant. Then Tom decided to tell this girl everything and open her eyes to many truths. Yes, he really has lived a huge number of lives and therefore has a wealth of experience in relations between beings. He is ready to tell her everything, but he wants her not to judge these speeches by her human standards. The weather was most suitable for these revelations, especially since they had nowhere to rush. Tom's words sounded strange, but the strength he demonstrated made him believe this guy. Bella listened to his every word and felt as if she was discovering a completely different side of her friend. She finally understood what was the reason for his attitude towards people, and why it simply could not be different. At the end, Tom asked if Louise thought the guy's actions were wrong. She didn't know what to answer him after everything she had heard about his past lives and current existence. Finally, the rain stopped, the sky lit up with bright colors, and the mood noticeably improved. Tom looked at the sunset and admired its beauty, especially after the gray, gloomy weather. Behind him, he heard sounds from the gorge in which they had been all this time. Suddenly, Tom saw Bella's face change. The presence of the Hydra was visible in her eyes. It seems that she completely took control of Bella, and now she was talking to Tom from inside the human body. Until he kills this woman, he will not be able to destroy the Hydra virus on this planet. This is a very difficult choice, especially for Tom, who had to make a terrible decision for himself. However, Tom knew what he would do next. He had long ago decided for himself what to do in this situation. We'll have to wait a little longer until Bella is completely susceptible to the virus. And only at that moment when she's completely gone, and her consciousness is completely controlled by the manager, will Tom do what he must do. He will kill her only when she no longer feels or understands anything. The Hydra from Louise's body replied that it would definitely take this information into account, and it would be clear who would win this fight. In the meantime, we can only wait and watch how this situation develops further. By the way, the Hydra said that she heard Tom's whole story, which he told his girlfriend. It seems that they have the same intentions with the virus, because they both want the complete extinction of humanity. In some ways she was right, but she was too stupid to understand the complexity of Tom's intentions. She once again offered him her cooperation and assistance in the fight against the human species. Hydra offered a deal. She is ready to disappear from this woman's body immediately after they kill all the people in the world. Tom stood with his back to Hydra, listening to her speeches and the proposal she made. When she finished, he turned in her direction and carefully looked straight into her essence and nature. Tom saw right through her and knew that there could be no talk of any cooperation with this creature. Everything she said was a lie, and she understood perfectly well that Tom was able to see these lies. For some time she could not answer him. She simply had nothing to say in her own defense. Tom asked why she was silent and what she could say in response to his words. After all, Hydra really wants to use Tom for his own selfish purposes. Hydra stammered and replied that she was telling the truth and wanted to cooperate with Tom, not quarrel. Tom asked if the virus was sure that it wanted to leave Bella's body, and he replied that it was true. Tom clarified whether he seriously intended to do this and would not become like people by using and betraying Tom in the end. The virus hastened to answer that he would never dare to do this. At least in this, he should be different from all these people. Tom looked straight into the manager with a piercing gaze and seemed to understand something very important for himself. The manager from Bella's body also watched our hero and his further actions. Finally, turning away from the manager, Tom announced his decision. These words were unexpected for the Hydra. They sounded somehow too truthful and honest for a person. Agreeing to the terms of the virus, Tom said that the two of them would do it and would cooperate from now on. Although these words seriously pleased the manager, everything was too good, and it slightly alarmed him. Tom agreed to the extermination of humanity through joint efforts, but it was not clear whether he intended to do this seriously. Tom didn't know where this hatred for all people came from in his soul. It is wrong to judge him by the standards of a human being, because such an assessment will be erroneous. Bella understood that it was impossible to hurt people and kill them, no matter what goals Tom pursued. These words were obvious and natural to her. They were not subject to any doubt. Bella could tell them to anyone. She always firmly insisted on her truth. Since childhood, they were for her a simple and obvious truth, about which there was nothing to argue. But when she heard the story told by Tom, the girl seriously thought about what she had heard. Did she think correctly all her life when she considered her conclusions to be the only correct ones? Can Tom's actions really be considered sins, even if you look at everything from the perspective of beings tortured by humans? Tom experienced many difficult moments when people beat him to death. But he could live his whole life in the body of that creature who truly loved his master. In response to this, Tom was killed every time without experiencing any negative emotions. Or, for example, people often took him alive and deprived him of his sight when he was too fat and could not fly. He had seen a lot of death in all his past existences, and knew well what he was talking about. This is the original sin of man, who does not feel a drop of pity towards other beings. What if everything was the other way around and humans were not at the top of the food chain? Maybe he should have shown more concern for his smaller brothers. It was difficult to hear these words from Tom, because they contained a lot of truth and pain experienced. However, in Tom's life, there were not only evil and aggressive people, but there were also those who did not deserve contempt and hatred. For example, there was Lily, who was genuinely friendly with Tom and thought he was a great guy. Or Peter, who took care of his elderly mother and even helped Tom when he met him in the forest. There was also his mother, who fought against this whole world for the happiness and well-being of her son. Louise was the brightest person in Tom's life. She loved him more than anything in the world. Tom looked at Bella carefully, asking her what she meant when she reproached him for everything. But she only wanted to say that all the people who were killed by Tom were not equally bad and bloodthirsty. Many of them had nothing to do with his deaths in past existences, and therefore did not deserve his personal self-loathing. However, they were all killed by him because he was not used to dividing people according to their personal qualities. For whom were they killed, and what purpose did he serve after all? Not all of this life consists of chaos and destruction. What kind of mission, I wonder, was this guy pursuing, killing everyone in his path? Of course, Bella's words sounded true, and it was worth thinking about what truth they contained. She couldn't blame Tom, but she couldn't stand by and just watch it either. Bella stood next to him and waited for his reaction to what she heard his opinion was important to her. But Tom, as if he knew her arguments in advance and could not oppose anything to them. Suddenly, the girl asked if he really wanted her to continue living. Are his intentions true, and what lengths is he willing to go to achieve this goal? Tom didn't understand what she meant and why she was talking about all this at such a moment. They continued to stand in the gorge, where they had recently taken shelter from the rain. Bella said that it would be nice to go to that desert island where she had already been. Tom remembered how merrily they sailed on the crest of a sea wave, and then stopped on that very island. Bella suggested hiding somewhere where no one could attack them and they wouldn't have to kill anyone. These words surprised Tom a little. He did not expect such feelings to awaken in the girl. He continued to look at her in bewilderment, wanting to understand what she wanted to do next. Bella said that she wanted to be alone with Tom, so that not a single living soul would be near them. I wonder if it was really Bella who spoke, or if the Hydra inside her wanted to deceive our hero. Yes, it was very romantic of her to talk about living together far from civilization. In addition, Tom was not used to such speeches because all his life he had been preparing for the implementation of his main mission. He said her proposal was similar to a marriage proposal he once saw in a book. Suddenly, Bella confirmed that this is exactly what she meant when she said that she wanted to go to that island. Tom was taken aback by such a sincere confession and looked at the girl in bewilderment. She looked at him in response, but her gaze was calm and measured. Tom liked this proposal, although it still seemed too unexpected to him. Bella asked if he now agrees to do only what she says. Tom thought about her words for another second before giving his final answer. Finally, he said that he agreed to fulfill her request and would do everything without arguing with her. Night had already fallen. The sky was lit up with the blue glow of the moon. It was quiet and calm. Our heroes still remained in the same gorge, where no one stopped them from enjoying the peace and tranquility. Bella had already fallen asleep, and Tom continued to look at her face,
remembering those last words of hers. Did she really want to live with him together, where there would be no one but the two of them? This would be wonderful. The new feeling was unexpected for Tom. He had never experienced anything like it. He imagined how they would fish together on some desert island and lead a happy life together. But such a life was too unnatural for Tom, given all his past existences. Of course, he dreamed about it, and there was a feeling that he had already penetrated too deeply into the human species, which is why he was so attracted to this girl. It was as if for a second he wanted to live like everyone else, without thinking about global problems and difficult missions. At this moment, when Bella was already deeply asleep, the manager woke up in her body to talk to Tom. This did not frighten our hero at all. He simply listened carefully to what this virus was telling him. The manager said that he had never seen the guy smile, and it was an unpleasant feeling. Did he really forget about the promise he made, which spoke of the complete destruction of people? If he breaks this promise, then the Hydra promises to do something with the body of this woman that Tom would definitely not want to see. In response to this, Tom unexpectedly proposed doing something even more unpleasant for the Hydra, which could not stand anything human. Then he suddenly moved closer to Bella's face. I wonder what he intends to do next. The next second, Tom did something that the Hydra did not expect, and he himself was unusual in doing it. He wanted to do something for the manager that would be truly unpleasant. Just a touch to the girl's lips. That's all he did at that second. Hydra didn't know how to behave and how to react to this sudden attack. What was he even planning? Tom continued to kiss Bella, and the virus could not resist it. Yes, they merged in a long kiss, although it was not clear with what intentions Tom did this. At some point, the Hydra realized that she had dreamed about this from the very beginning. She wanted to take over his body, but she never had the opportunity to truly get close to him. No matter how hard she tried, access to Tom's body was always closed because Mother Nature herself protected him. Even at the time when the manager chose Dr. Nick as his host, he also wanted to take possession of Tom's body through touch. But he never managed to make Tom his carrier. The guy's power was too powerful to penetrate unhindered. He even tried to bite him and transfer his virus directly into the blood, but this method also did not work. It seemed that the guy was invulnerable, and the very idea of possessing his body always seemed unrealistic to the manager. And now suddenly it became possible, and suddenly Tom himself touched the Hydra's body without any reason. Tom's body was the most powerful in this world, which is why it attracted the virus so much. He wanted to take possession of it at all costs, because with its help he could fulfill any mission that stood before him. Yes, it was the body that the Hydra was interested in. It was it that concealed the power of all nature, and perhaps the universe. And now at this second it belonged to the Hydra, and it was simply impossible to believe. Suddenly Tom smiled a wide smile, because he had done exactly what he had planned all this for. The virus in Bella's body seemed to sense something strange. Fear was visible in his eyes. He quickly recoiled from Tom, not understanding for some time what was happening. What did he do, and why did the Hydra have this strange feeling? In response to this, Tom calmly replied that he entered his cells and then cleaned them. But what does this mean? And how was it able to penetrate the structure of the virus cells? Suddenly, Tom explained that if he wanted, he could do anything, including even killing this virus. He can wipe it off the face of the earth, but for now he does not want to do this, as if he is waiting for the right moment. In this case, why does he release the manager and leave him alive? He must have been up to something, since he wants to prolong his life a little more. That's what the virus thought. Tom only said that it was true, but the question still remained, why did it just penetrate his genetic code? Tom's hand turned a strange color, as if he had taken information from the virus molecules. He looked carefully at the hand and then said that if he killed it now, he would not be completely safe either. What he meant by these words for the virus remained a mystery, which he intended to figure out a little later. The manager looked at him, not understanding either the essence of what was said or the penetration made by our hero. One thing was clear to him: Tom was greedy for life, even despite the endless number of years he had lived. In addition, according to the Hydra, this woman was nothing to Tom, and he would not risk his life for her. The guy looked attentively at the manager, and it seemed that he was reading all his thoughts. Suddenly interrupting the topic at hand, the manager moved on to the most important thing that he and Tom had agreed on. He asked when he was going to fulfill his promise and help him destroy humanity. Tom didn't answer anything. This virus wanted to get to the main point too quickly. It was rushing things too quickly. Hydra stared at Tom, wanting an answer right now. Suddenly Tom turned away in the other direction, as if not wanting to talk about this topic. This irritated her a little, but the guy asked her to behave calmly and wait for the right moment for this conversation. He promised to create the necessary conditions under which Bella would be completely safe, no matter what. Only then will he be ready to fulfill his promise, and until then he needs to wait a little time. Tom was not yet sure whether his girlfriend was in danger. He should be careful in his actions. Meanwhile, the next day had already arrived. The sun illuminated the sky with its rays. The mood was wonderful. The sky was especially beautiful, which was very different from yesterday's dull appearance. But on this wonderful day, terrible events took place in Parliament, which happened right during an emergency meeting. A group of soldiers under the leadership of General Laura carefully ensured that not a single extra person entered here. Almost all members of Parliament were shot at point-blank range, and traces of blood were visible behind their desks. This was done so that none of them would interfere with the unanimous decision that Laura had already made for herself. They were not infected by the managers, but all these people were sacrificed for one common goal. Right now, she wanted to publicize this information throughout the country so that every resident would be aware of the events. To date, more than 32,000 wounded and 1,259 deaths have occurred among civilians alone. In addition, more than 28,000 military personnel were killed and more than 130,000 were seriously injured. She named the reason for all this as two creatures that cannot be identified by modern science. She named these creatures Bella, who carried the manager, and Tom, whom she called a monster of unknown power. From this moment on, she takes on the duties of the president, because these two creatures pose the same danger to the whole world. She gave her word to destroy them by any means and swears this to all citizens of her country. Thus, Laura became acting president and occupied the first role in the state. This news shocked the population of the country because no one expected such a turn of events. Meanwhile, our heroes moved along the road in a huge green field. Tom carried Bella in his arms. It was clear that he had an unusually lot of strength, but all the way he was in thought, deciding something important for himself. Was the Hydra right, and having lived so many lives, he still remained greedy for another existence? He thought that this life was very different from all previous ones. It had some completely different meaning. He is forced to agree that he is becoming greedy for life, although this has never happened to him before. Tom wanted his end to be calm this time and his death to be quick and painless. After all, in all past existences he was killed, and his death was always accompanied by pain and torment. And right now he dreamed of never experiencing such suffering, because in the end, he also deserves peace and tranquility. The sky was unusually beautiful that day. The sun smiled welcomingly from behind the mountains at our heroes. It was a sunny summer day. It was warm and comfortable outside. Our heroes have long been on a desert island, which they chose for their future habitat. There was not a single soul there who could interfere with them. It was as if they were alone in the whole world. Bella asked Tom where they were now in order to understand their geographical location. To make it easier to explain, Tom began to draw something like a map in the sand. He tried to show Bella the distance between where they lived before and where they were now. Unfortunately, there were no modern devices at hand, but it was clear that they were very far from home. Bella couldn't believe that they had flown so far from their homes and were in a completely different country. Tom continued to draw their location in the sand. It was not easy for him to determine their exact coordinates. Finally, he pointed his finger at one of the points, explaining that they were located approximately in this place. The search for our heroes continued in the White House, but so far they have not been successful. Laura's assistant said that Tom and Bella disappeared about 7 months ago, and there has been no news from them since then. Then he wanted to add another important piece of information, but Laura could barely contain her anger. With a crash, she slammed her fist on the table, asking what other unpleasant news the assistant had in store for her. It turned out that the United Nations is questioning the current regime that Laura created in the state. The UN demands that responsibility for the distribution of governance be taken over by the current deputy president, and thus the anger of the citizens will be directed at them. This was depressing news. Someone from Parliament wanted to frame her and create even more problems. Out of frustration, she fell onto the table as if exhausted, realizing that she needed to immediately find the fugitives. But they were already very far away. It was impossible to find them, much less bring them by force to headquarters. Our heroes continued to arrange their lives, getting used to their new conditions. Of course, it was wonderful here, and everyone would like to be in their place. But this only seems at first glance because life on a desert island promises many problems. Our heroes had to learn completely new skills. Bella was noticeably angry because Tom turned out to be a bad helper, even if it was just to hang a hammock. It is not clear how he still lived, knowing only how to kill people and steal things from them. After all, she asked him to simply do nothing and not move, but he is not even able to do that. Tom silently listened to all the girl's reproaches, believing that she was just a little tired. She continued to claim that she was an idiot for believing the guy and agreeing to come to the desert island. But it was Bella who asked to go to a desert island. No one forced her to do this. Bella continued to swear at Tom, saying that he was not helping her at all. In response, Tom became even more angry, having completely ceased to understand what she wanted. After all, a minute ago she ordered him not to move, and now she suddenly abruptly changed her request and is also yelling at him. Bella could not calm down. It seems that life on a desert island turned out to be too difficult for her. She always blamed the guy for the fact that he himself could not figure out how to help her. and he constantly needed to be reminded of this. All day they tried to complete one simple task, and it was clear that it was not easy for them. But finally they did it, and the hammock was hung perfectly level between two trees. Bella immediately wanted to test the strength of this new structure by climbing onto the hammock first. She was happy when she realized that today's idea had been a complete success, and now she could relax peacefully while lying on the hammock. It was at such moments that she regretted that there was no cool beer nearby, which she told Tom. Tom immediately offered to bring her a beer if it was that important to her right now. She asked if he really wanted to steal it from the store again and do something at the same time. Tom nodded towards the household appliances that he had already brought to the desert island, saying that he would do it just as quickly and immediately. Bella asked why steal household appliances if there are no outlets or electricity on a desert island. Although if he just stole 2 bottles of cold beer, it would be much more useful than all those washing machines on the shore. He understood that if she did not fulfill her request, she would continue to behave in the same arrogant manner. The next second, he already flew to the nearest village to bring the girl this cool drink. She asked not to kill anyone on the way, shouting after him about it. That evening they already made a fire and seemed to be completely happy. It was a little chilly after sunset, so the warmth of the fire warmed their hands noticeably. And at the same time, Tom got some beer as he promised Bella, taking it from the nearest settlement to them. So they sat all evening on the shore near the fire, looking somewhere into the distance and enjoying a cold drink. Suddenly the cool drink ran out too quickly and Bella looked sadly into the empty bottle. He probably should have taken a little more beer if he was going so far after him anyway. Tom replied that he wanted to get cold beer, and if he had taken too long, he would have brought it already warm. These words sounded convincing to the girl. In fact, she wanted the beer to be cool. If you think about it, they will have to spend a lot more time here, which means it is possible to survive the winter on this island. It was necessary to prepare for winter in advance, because last winter was terrible. Maybe it's worth building a house. Tom interrupted her, saying that it would be better to just go to a summer island, where there would be no snow and frost. Bella liked this proposal, especially since Tom could cover huge distances in a matter of seconds. After all, there must be at least some benefit from his abilities other than exterminating people and completing his main mission. The fire that our heroes lit has already gone out, and it's time to go to bed after a hard day. The Hydra inside Bella could not calm down and believed that sleep was a completely vain thing. The manager understood that he survived only thanks to this woman, whom he chose as his carrier. As long as Bella exists, nothing threatens her and she can continue to live. Besides, this guy will remain a simple person as long as he is with her. He would not show his abilities, and this was to Hydra's advantage, because it would be much safer this way. She understood that Tom did not share her goal, but did not lose hope that she would cope with him a little later. Moreover, while in this body, she did not lose the ability to infect other people around the world. The manager had long ago transmitted the information of his gene to all other organisms and did it unnoticed by everyone. The virus caused more and more new waves of the pandemic, causing it to infect other creatures and provoking suicide. Suddenly, Bella came to her senses, realizing that he had conceived another insidious plan. She tried to resist, ordering the inner voice to immediately shut up, but it did not subside. The manager sought to completely take over Bella's body so that she could not resist his will. The girl gathered all her will into a fist and tried to suppress the annoying voice inside, unable to bear the monstrous feeling of a parasite. Every day the manager takes root deeper and deeper into Bella's body, subordinating it more and more persistently to his evil will. This parasite would not stop until Bella lost what control she had left over her own body. That much was clear. Bella continued to carry the Hydra virus within herself, but did not give up trying to fight it. This damn parasite penetrated into the very center of her nervous system and therefore could easily control her body. It's strange that he still hasn't completely absorbed her consciousness, apparently. The girl turned out to be very strong. Her body successfully adapted to the Hydra cells, which made it much more difficult for the virus to live in her body. At the molecular level, there was a continuous struggle between the girl's immunity and the manager's genetic code. The virus tried its best to take control of her body and emotions, reminding her of its presence every minute. But fortunately, Bella was able to calm down in time, telling herself that everything would be okay. Tom will definitely take care of her. He will definitely not leave her alone at this difficult moment. The virus seemed to incite her from within, asking the girl if it was difficult for her to fight it, or rather with herself. The girl understood that many trials lay ahead of her. She just needed to continue to control the situation. Meanwhile, the Investigation Bureau conducted a tireless search for fugitives using modern technology. A huge group was involved in this work, searching day and night all over the world for our heroes. Many of the employees worked 7 days a week and overtime because this was the order of their superiors. The senior employee impatiently asked if there was any new information on this matter, or if everything was the same. Having received the answer that they had not yet been found, he understood perfectly well that today he would be reprimanded for this slowness. He ordered to report to him anything suspicious that the group saw in the coming days. It was clear that the virus had already penetrated far beyond animals and insects, because it was already in many people. Meanwhile, our heroes continued to stay on that uninhabited island, where they had recently completely established a life for themselves. Bella lay quietly in her hammock, which Tom had helped her hang, and thought about the future. She understood that they would not be able to sit on this island indefinitely. They would have to solve the current problem. The virus continued to take over her body and take over more and more of her body's cells. The power of the manager was truly amazing, because it had already covered most of the planet. It felt like Bella felt each new infected person inside her. This new sensation was unfamiliar to her. But it seems that it is the Hydra that gives her the opportunity to experience abilities that an ordinary person cannot have. Moreover, she wanted her friend to be completely safe and not pose a threat to any people. She didn't want him to kill ordinary residents or, conversely, for someone to try to kill him. For some reason, Bella believed that she would be the one who could protect Tom by being next to him. Meanwhile, the weather worsened. Black clouds appeared in the sky, and it became cloudy. A serious incident occurred in the prison, which caused a wave of indignation among everyone who was there. A young soldier was found murdered at his workplace. Someone brutally dealt with him. He couldn't even scream when his neck was cut. It happened in a matter of seconds. The captain asked his subordinates what kind of scoundrel dared to do this to a government employee. They reported a 17-year-old prisoner, a young girl named Tina, who committed the crime. Tina was raised as an operative, and therefore had serious martial arts skills. She managed to hide in the nearest settlement, which was a small settlement near the prison. Right now, the settlement was busy with harvesting and other gardening work. In front of her, Tina saw a man going about his usual business and not suspecting anything. Suddenly, she called out to him, calling him uncle, and he looked in surprise towards the forest where her voice came from. He never expected to see her here, so the first thing he did was ask how she ended up here. The captain menacingly asked the young subordinate what the hell was going on here, and how she was able to escape. Tina asked the headman of this village where her mother was now. She would really like to see her. Her mother was buried somewhere in the local area, or so she thought. The man looked at the young girl in bewilderment, not knowing what to answer, because the truth was painfully difficult for the young girl. They went to the very place where her mother was seen off on her last journey. Yes, they were on that village river where the ashes of her body were scattered. It turned out that her grave simply did not exist, because this was precisely her will, which was carried out by the elders after her death. She did not want to be buried underground and bequeathed to be scattered over the river, right here. The girl remained there silently for some time, and then suddenly asked how much her mother had suffered. In response to this, the man told Tina that her mother left easily and painlessly, as if she had simply fallen asleep. It is difficult to imagine what was in the soul of this young girl, but this news was still better than she expected. She thanked the man for leading her to this place, and telling her information that was very important to her. He then asked what Tina was going to do next and suggested that she voluntarily surrender to avoid future problems. Suddenly, the girl admitted that on the way here she managed to kill 3 armed guards, and there was no way back for her. If she is caught right now, she will inevitably be shot without any trial or investigation. This news noticeably saddened the man, because he had known Tina from a very young age, and he was sincerely sorry for her. He asked if the girl had a secret place where she could wait out the coming troubles. In response, she said that she intended to go south. It seemed to her that it was the safest place, and besides, those places were very beautiful and comfortable. She was not just a defector, but a defector killer, so staying would mean certain death for her. First of all, she wanted to go to a desert island where no one could find her. She planned to settle there for a long time, arrange her life, and only then monitor how the situation would develop. Soon, finding herself on that very island, she could not believe her eyes when she saw 2 people in front of her. It was Tom and Bella, who were quietly having dinner near the fire with fish caught in the ocean. What are these 2 doing here, and how the hell did they get here? Our heroes also heard this noise on the shore and asked the same question, what is this child doing here? They saw in front of them a very young girl who stood knee-deep in the water, and next to her was a wooden board on which she sailed to the island. The girl decided that it would be safer to kill these 2 strangers, although she was very sorry to make such a decision. She believed that they were simply unlucky to be here at the most inopportune moment, but their presence directly threatened her safety. A lively search was still going on in the prison for the missing prisoner, who was urgently needed by higher management. She worked for 3 years in Squad 649, although she was only 17 years old. This squad belonged to the elite units. It was unclear how she, at the age of 17, could have already completed 3 years of service, since conscription began precisely at the age of 17. The young officer reported that the girl lied about her age at the time of her recruitment, and the comrade major made this mistake. The captain did not understand what this meant and why he did not personally check the information about this girl. This was a difficult question for the young officer. He only said that this young lady was a monstrous creature,
Tina still stood opposite our two heroes and carefully watched their further reaction. It was clear that she was determined and ready to make any sacrifice for her safety. There was no one on the desert island except her and those two unknown young people who were supposed to die right now. She was skilled in knife fighting and wanted to use her skills to eliminate the danger. Having taken out a knife, she no longer hid her intentions, and it was clear that she was determined to commit another murder. Suddenly, Bella calmly addressed her, asking who she was and how she ended up here. Suddenly, Tom saw how she rushed towards them with great speed, not wanting to conduct any dialogue. A second later, she was already very close to Bella and Tom and put the knife in front of herself to stab. The blade of the knife was almost at Bella's neck. It seemed that this young bully was completely insane. Of course, she didn't know about Tom's abilities, because in a matter of moments, the guy took Bella by the shoulder and pushed her a little to the side. At that moment, Tina was surprised by the guy's speed, but still didn't understand what she was really up against. Bella watched in fear as the knife flashed right past her face, and it was good that Tom was nearby at that moment. Then the girl hastily retreated back, realizing that this attack had failed and she needed to repeat it. What the hell is she doing? Does she really think that two unarmed people are capable of in any way harming her safety? Bella, in hysterics, began screaming at the girl that she was crazy and that she should immediately put her weapon on the ground. Tina said that she wanted to do this act quickly, and according to her plan, the guys should not have been alive for a long time. Tom looked at her, completely not understanding who she was and what purpose she was pursuing by being here. After a few more seconds, Tina rushed to attack again, wanting to do it quickly and effectively. Tom quietly told Bella to step back a little, because there was definitely no other way to calm down this strange young girl. Bella only managed to shout to Tom not to dare kill her and not to break his promise to her. The girl continued to run towards our heroes, screaming that this was not her fault and they should understand her action. Suddenly, above her, she suddenly saw Tom approaching her with such speed as she had never seen in her life. Tom immediately grabbed her head, stopping her run completely and putting an end to her intentions. After that, he asked if she really wanted to do the intended act, or if she had already changed her mind. The girl could not understand how this was even possible and how this guy covered the distance so quickly. She was completely immobilized by Tom's powerful grip, because in his life he had to cope with much more serious opponents. Suddenly, she decided to use the next plan and hit Tom in the stomach with all her strength. It's unlikely that this would have helped her. On the contrary, it made Tom very angry, and he threw Tina aside. Yes, it was clear that she had many martial arts skills, but this was not the case when they would really come in handy. This was really an unexpected move from the guy, and how did he manage to deal with a real professional killer? In addition, she perfectly remembered that she cut him with her knife, but then where were the traces of injury on his body? It was clear that he was not an ordinary person, and it was unlikely that this knife would be able to eliminate him. Then Tina made another attack attempt, this time wanting to use special skills. But at that moment, Bella asked her to calm down a little. It was already beginning to resemble real madness. Finally, the girl realized that she should at least say a few words to these two opposite her and find out who they really are. She seems to have mistaken them for South Korean spies who were on the island to track her down. With these words, she addressed Tom and Bella, as if exposing them to some terrible crime. In response to this, Bella only covered her face with her hands, realizing what stupidity this young lady had just acted out. Suddenly, Tina lunged at her opponents with a knife for the third time, saying that she didn't need to apologize for that. This began to irritate Tom a little, although he still calmly watched this stupid girl. Tom calmly took a step towards her, realizing that with his favorite technique, he could easily deal with the upstart. The girl, noticing such an attack from Tom, was already ready for it, and this time it was impossible to cope with her so easily. The next second, she managed to make several deft movements at the moment when she approached Tom and was able to go around him from the side. Yes, this caused some surprise in Tom. He did not expect her to be so agile. Then, being next to Bella, she ordered no one to move and it would be worth listening to her now. Tom understood that he could easily kill her at any second, but this was becoming a little dangerous for the life of his girlfriend. One step and she was ready to cut Bella's throat because her blade was close to her neck. Tom remembered his promise. He won't kill people, because she doesn't like it. Only in the eyes of an ordinary person does a knife pointed towards a victim look dangerous. But for Tom, this was not a serious problem. He could easily be at her side in an instant and kill her with one blow. He only asked Bella if he could hold back for a while longer, or if there was no point in keeping his natural powers inside. Tina didn't understand what the hell was going on with this guy, and how he was changing his appearance. Then, realizing that the girl was facing imminent death, Bella decided to change this situation herself and solve the problem without Tom's help. Tina felt a sharp pain in her arm as Bella scratched her skin deeply. The wound that Bella inflicted was not just a simple scratch because it contained a powerful drug that affects the nervous system. Tina's hand hung from weakness. It seems that now she won't even be able to move. The girl felt weak throughout her body, as if someone had injected her with a potent drug into her blood.
From weakness, she fell to her knees, standing in the same place. Tom looked carefully at this person, who for some reason could not understand that there was no point in fighting them. Tina felt that her body seemed to be performing actions on its own without her knowledge. It was resisting all her movements. This was the first time this had happened to her, and of course she did not know any methods of countering this weapon. Bella looked at her reproachfully, saying that she was already quite an adult, and still behaved like a child. She also stated that she should treat her with respect because Tina is much younger. Tina, in turn, still could not recover from the injury, and did not understand what was happening to her. It had long since gotten dark. The moon was shining so brightly in the sky that it illuminated the entire uninhabited island. Bella swears at Tom, asking if he was really going to kill this child. Tom understood that Tina posed a serious danger, but still decided not to answer Bella. Then he could not stand it and said that she was quite an adult, and she also threatened everyone with a knife. Tina looked at our heroes in bewilderment, barely managing to ask them who they even were. Everyone silently turned in her direction. It seems that this girl has recovered a little, and now you can have a calm conversation with her. Now the three of them have to live on this island, because they can't just send her back in the middle of the night. This has become a real problem. No one wants to live with a person who tried to kill you a few hours ago. What if she wakes up and, seeing the sleeping young people, tries to kill them again? By the way, Tom really liked the time when he and Bella lived together, and he was against leaving the girl with them. Bella understood that she could not be left alone, especially at such a moment. Suddenly, Tina shouted out that she was not going to beg for her life. It was better to kill her. Our heroes couldn't understand why she still hadn't calmed down, because it was clear that they weren't going to kill her. Obviously, they would have done this much earlier if such were their true intentions. Bella looked closely into the eyes of their new companion, wondering if she really wanted death for herself. It seems that the manager in the girl's body was beginning to wake up, and it was no longer clear who was speaking inside her. She saw in front of her no longer a simple girl, but a real threat and her next goal. Bella barely restrained herself from losing her temper and continued to stubbornly control her feelings. She then suddenly turned to Tina, asking if she really wanted to die right now. Does she seriously believe that with such provocations she can ensure her safety on this island? Tina did not expect such a reaction from Bella, because all this time she had been completely calm, but now she suddenly became nervous. Bella then walked closer to her, and told her that she wouldn't be able to move unless Bella let her go thanks to her powers. She could kill her with a snap of her fingers, and if that was her intention, she would carry it out. These words truly frightened the young girl and made her think carefully about the answer. Bella once again told her that she could kill her right now if she wished. Then suddenly Bella began to write her report, preparing to carry out her intention. Of course, Tina shouted back to her that she was ready to do anything to keep her alive. This was expected, and now it was definitely clear that the girl was simply blackmailing them all this time. And now, when real danger began to threaten her, she no longer seemed so reckless and brave. This brought a small smile to Bella's face, but she didn't seem to harbor any ill will towards the stupid little girl. She put her hand on her head in order to free her and enable her body to calmly obey its mistress. Bella's face showed the care that older sisters usually show towards their younger ones. Tom watched closely how the girls interacted, but still did not agree with Bella's decision deep down. Meanwhile, work continued in the prison, and it seems some new information was obtained. The captain asked his subordinate if he had transferred all the prisoners' files to the investigation department. He nodded his head affirmatively, saying that that was why the department found out about the incident, and now everyone was aware of the event. The junior officer also noted that this had something to do with the task that was assigned to the general before arriving at the camp. The captain listened carefully to his words, realizing that he could be telling the truth. Maybe Tina is not just a small child, and she is some kind of new weapon developed by the government. At that time, Tina was just telling our heroes that she had served in the army since childhood. It was a common thing for her. She must have done something wrong to be sent to a prison camp, but she didn't understand what exactly. The girl said that only much later did she find out about her mother's illness and therefore ran away, although her mother had already died by that time. It was clear how she was experiencing the loss of her mother and was annoyed that she did not have time to see her in time. She was looking for a place where there was no one and came across this island. Their meeting was purely an accident. Indeed, if all the events had not converged at one point, then the three of them would never have met here on this island. Bella then drew attention to the words that Tina allegedly did something wrong. I would like to clarify what exactly she did and whether it was some kind of terrible crime. Bella asked her directly what she had done and why she ended up in prison at such a young age. Tina could not answer her right away. It was clear that this topic was difficult for her. She then began to tell the story of her first assignment in which she guarded a Chinese agent. This agent was a researcher, and during his development, he discovered one interesting fact. Tina put this information into the hands of the state and did it secretly and discreetly. I wonder what kind of secret information Tina was talking about. Was it really that serious? Then the girl began to name some strange numbers in a completely random order, and it was unclear why she was doing this. She couldn't calm down, as if these numbers contained some kind of secret code that she wanted to tell about. After some time, she named the number 1903, and at that moment she stopped a little, thinking deeply about something. Bella could not understand what these numbers were and how her strange behavior could be interpreted. Finally, she said the mathematical result that she had been calculating all this time. It was the number 1925. Tom decided to join in her strange conversation, because it looked like it was some kind of nonsense. But suddenly Bella intervened, discovering that an eruption had been taking place since 1925. Was that what she was talking about? Tina suddenly said that until now it had been a minor problem, but recently everything had changed radically. Mount Pectison was exhibiting abnormal activity, and it could become truly dangerous. According to the girl, this mountain is capable of causing a big explosion in the very near future. It was strange for Bella to hear these words, especially since she had never studied this topic so deeply. Tom listened carefully to Tina's words about the eruption and wanted to understand what other information this young lady knew. So they talked until late at night, warming themselves near the fire and eating fish caught in the ocean. But it seems that the search of a group of government forces led them to success, and they were able to discover something. One of the employees shouted loudly that their search could be considered over, because he had finally found the fugitives. He gave the exact coordinates in northern latitude and eastern longitude, which would make it possible to easily locate them right now. All employees ran to his computer and saw that he was talking about an uninhabited island about 40 kilometers to the right of the port. There was no doubt that it was them, because right now everyone could see them in an enlarged image from the cameras of their satellites. Suddenly, one of the employees began to think deeply about the fugitives. Found he had a very reasonable question about the port. After all, if we are talking about a port that is indicated in the coordinates of the tracking system, then they are located far outside the country. And if this is so, then access to Tom and Bella will be difficult due to the need to cross someone else's border. At this time, one high-ranking official was viewing an interesting video chronicle related to Tom. It depicted large-scale, numerous murders committed by him, which were shocking in their cruelty. He killed a huge number of people without hesitation, and no technology could stop him from doing this. There were mountains of bloody corpses and fires everywhere. The picture was truly terrible. The elderly man carefully observed the video footage and began to guess something. After watching it, he suddenly and quietly said that what he saw really shocked him. He had never seen anything like it in his life. He silently watched for some time what was on the video chronicle, but he had already managed to understand too much for himself. Laura then appeared on the screen and he asked how he should address her. Laura said that she is currently acting as president, and that is how she should be addressed. Suddenly, the old man announced that he would call her general if she did not object to this. This irritated Laura a little, but she controlled her anger because these negotiations were very important to her. Then, after a long pause, the elderly officer said that he had reason not to trust this information. He said that, even if he wanted to, he couldn't believe what he saw, because this was not possible in real life. The negotiations were tense, and each side wanted to gain as many advantages as possible. Laura turned to him with a question about why she should lie if she herself initiated this meeting. Suddenly the man said that there was a coup in their country, and they just want to create a common enemy outside the state, right? Laura could hardly withstand such a boorish attitude and asked her to carefully watch her words. The elderly man did not respond to this remark, but he was already a fairly experienced politician and knew what he was talking about. Be that as it may, the territory on which our heroes are located belongs to them, and this fact cannot be refuted. In addition, it is unclear whether there is a connection between this monster in the video and the cause of the global pandemic caused by Hydra. Laura intervened in his speech, saying that the cause of all the troubles right now was on the island. Then the man suddenly asked for a reward in retaliation for their services, and this reward would be very fair. Laura listened in bewilderment to the speeches of this elderly officer and his desire to receive a reward for cooperation. He asked if she didn't consider this award natural, because their republic also suffered due to the pandemic and deserved to receive payment for all its suffering. Laura, gritting her teeth, said that they would do everything themselves. They just need to be given passage to this island, and nothing more. Out of anger, the old man kicked the floor, shouting loudly that Laura's statement was complete nonsense. Will South Korean troops really be on the territory of the Republic? It's better to directly declare war. Laura was not one of those who liked to listen to reproaches addressed to her, but the situation forced her to carefully monitor what she said. The elderly officer then said that there was no need to rush into rewards. If the negotiations were so difficult, it would be better for them to contact him a little later. Realizing that the connection was about to be interrupted, Laura tried to shout out one last time so that he would not disconnect the connection between them. But literally a second later, the screen went dark, and the negotiations ended on that note, without ending with a single decision. For some time, the man sat in silence in his office and thought about what he just saw on the screen. Then he suddenly said that there is no law that would prohibit dying. When asked by his young soldier whether this whole story about the monster was true, the man replied that it was complete nonsense. He said that they made the film as if from a picture, which means that this is all just an excuse to deal with the coup. He then ordered the 649th Special Squad to be sent to catch the 2 South Korean spies on the island, which would be enough. He began to list out loud the arguments that the woman had put forward. They all seemed empty. The volcanic eruption this time will be caused by a monster sent from South Korea. It seems that he wanted to make history, and this old man really had the ambitions of a great ruler. Our heroes continued to stay on that island, not yet suspecting that their location had already been found. The guest was telling her life story and wanted to know whether Bella and Tom believed this story. Bella said that she trusts her and feels her feelings without even listening to the words. Shouldn't Tina go south? Maybe she should go there. She replied that for all her sins, she would definitely be sent back if she was caught, and then she would certainly be shot. Tom listened carefully to her arguments and understood that this young lady was partly telling the truth. Suddenly, she uttered words about survival at any cost, which were painfully familiar to Tom. This is what her mother bequeathed to her, who ordered her to live at all costs and not die no matter what happens. Tom was too familiar with these words because he too carried his mother's testament with him like a banner. This is exactly what she bequeathed to him in heaven when her physical body was no longer there. Tina suddenly burst into tears, remembering that she could not even be with her at the time of her death. But in any case, she must keep her word, even if this dirty life makes her do terrible things. Bella was very inspired by these words and took the girl's hand to calm her down like an older sister. She could not stop, continuing to sob from the memories that were inspired by her. Bella understood her feelings perfectly. She really wanted to help, but she could not do anything. You could just listen to her until all the emotions came out, and she came to her senses. For several minutes, Tina simply sobbed, and Bella held her hand so that she would not feel completely alone. Tom continued to think about her words that he needed to survive at any cost. His mother told him about this in the same way. Suddenly, Tom unexpectedly moved away from his place and headed somewhere towards the shore, which surprised the girls. Approaching the water, he dipped his hand, and it seems he wanted to demonstrate something unusual right now. He went there for a reason because he knew how to feel any objects that were in the water, and right now he was doing just that. Suddenly, Tom felt that someone was approaching them, and this feeling could not be confused with anything else. The girls asked in horror what was happening and who did he see there in the distance. Tom tried to count everyone he saw in front of him because he could see tens of kilometers ahead. Ultimately, he counted approximately 48 people moving towards them across the ocean. Indeed, right now a special group of trained soldiers was heading towards our heroes with the intention of capturing them. Tina screamed that those soldiers had come for her to catch only her, and now they were all in danger. She said that if Tom and Bella stayed here, they would definitely be killed, so they should run away immediately. She shouted that there were definitely government troops there, judging by the number of soldiers walking towards them. Suddenly, she heard the quiet, calm voice of Tom, who still continued to stand in the shallow water of the shore. He told her that everything would be fine, and that she shouldn't panic so much about it. The sight of this guy really inspired calm. He was one of the most self-confident people Tina had met. Suddenly, Tom said that he would protect her and follow the words of her mother, which greatly surprised the young girl. She knew Tom's strength and capabilities very well, but she had no idea who she was really dealing with. She believed that this guy's calmness was unfounded. Maybe he had completely lost his mind on this island. Bella understood well what they were talking about and was more worried not about the lives of Tom, herself, and Tina, but about the lives of those soldiers. He didn't care what kind of forces they were, government or anyone else. They would die the same way. No one in this world is capable of destroying him, and today he understood this well. He told the girl that as long as he was here, no one could kill her on this island. There was such arrogance in this guy's gaze, as if he imagined himself to be God. Tina looked at him with some disbelief, but for the first time in her life, she saw a person behave so calmly in the face of a mortal threat. Tom once again repeated the words that you need to live at all costs and fight for your life in any situation. A month later, this nameless uninhabited island got its own name in view of recent events. It began to be called Equator or Bloody Island. And what happened on this island is directly related to its name because everything was on fire. The ships were burned to the ground. Above it were black toxic substances and combustion products. Instead of clear blue water, only bloodstains were visible, which were tens of times larger in size than the island itself. In the meantime, a special group of soldiers was already approaching the uninhabited island on which our heroes were already waiting for them. Tom calmly stood on the shore in ankle-deep water and waited for the arrival of uninvited guests on the island. He was determined and did not doubt his actions at all, which Tina behind him was incredibly surprised by. He knew very well that Bella would not like everything that would happen to the soldiers next and addressed her with important words. Tom stated that he had no choice and to save her life, he had to do the inevitable right now. All that mattered to him was the lives of Bella and their new young friend Tina, and he was ready to do anything to save them. Bella understood perfectly what her friend was talking about, and it was difficult for her to resist his will. Tom was still resolutely determined against the impending danger, and the determination before the battle was clearly visible in his eyes. He raised his hand up towards the battle group that had already appeared on the horizon and was a few meters from the uninhabited island. At the headquarters from where the order to destroy our heroes was sent, there was a real commotion. The general was in his usual office, but suddenly he heard a loud knock on the door. It seems it was his subordinate. He calmly drank tea and did not expect such noise outside the door, and then asked the soldier to enter the office and report on the situation. The general wanted to know all the details of this operation and find out what its final outcome was. Suddenly, a young soldier with horror in his eyes told him that the entire detachment that was sent to the island had been destroyed. This came as a real surprise to the elderly general because the detachment was considered elite and the best they had. True, there was only one survivor in that meat grinder. Right now he could be interrogated and find out all the details of this failed mission. The general asked him to repeat all the words that he had already reported to the group that met him. There was real panic in the eyes of the surviving soldier. He could barely restrain himself from completely going crazy. The young officer reminded him of the general's question and asked him not to remain silent, but to answer it as required by the regulations. He only managed to utter one single word, calling Tom a monster. The elderly general didn't let up. Asking for more details about this, he needed accurate information. The soldier tried to remember all the details of the defeat that happened on the island, but these memories were difficult for him. He said that the detachment had almost reached the uninhabited island and was already close to the goal. Ahead of them, they saw only 3 people who were waiting for them on the island, thinking that everything would go smoothly and easily. Then their main rival, Tom, came into view, and it was him they planned to capture first. But then something terrible happened, because Tom plunged his hand into the water, and subsequent events took the entire group of soldiers by surprise. His appearance began to change. Some kind of blue, bright energy wave appeared around him, which then put an end to the entire group. The waves began to boil like boiling water, and it became clear to everyone that they were about to destroy the entire squad right now. This energy-charged water began to emit an electric current, and deadly waves covered the entire group at once. Seeing this picture, Tina turned to Tom with a question about what he was doing now. She wanted to understand how he managed this and what his actions should lead to. Tom, without waiting for her question to be completed, interrupted the girl and stated that she herself could see everything perfectly well. After all, right in the place where the detachment was located, a whirlpool arose, which pulled all the soldiers along with their boats under the water. Tina couldn't believe her eyes, but what Tom was talking about was happening in reality right now. Most likely, he used several abilities at once to quickly destroy the soldiers. Suddenly, the young officer standing next to the general began to look like one of the infected. This time, government troops came not from water, but from the air using modern combat aircraft. Of course, by doing so, they raised the stakes, because using aviation in the fight against 3 young people was an out-of-the-ordinary decision. Tom asked Tina to calm down and move a little. Now he faces an even more difficult fight than the recent battle. In front of him in the sky, he saw 6 aircraft approaching them, filled with powerful modern missiles. He needed to take a closer look at these planes and determine for himself the level of impending danger. His phenomenal vision allowed him to magnify his vision many times over using his ostrich ability. With this, he was able to get a close look at the first plane flying towards them, but this angle was not enough. The next second, he found himself close to those planes, approaching them from the very rear to deliver an instant and lethal attack. Tom's speed was truly amazing. The soldiers were not prepared for such a trick. They were simply not taught this. The next second, all these planes were blown up and their debris fell into the open ocean. The elderly general had never seen anything like this in his life, and could not understand what the problem was in dealing with these 3 unfortunate teenagers. The young officer reported that the video sent from South Korea actually turned out to be true. The old man did not let up, calling it all complete nonsense and suspecting the other side of the conflict was involved in a conspiracy. Out of habit, he wanted to stand up, leaning securely on his cane. But this news greatly affected his physical condition. The general said that it was now necessary to prepare for an attack with weapons of mass destruction, since simple weapons could not cope with this problem. It seemed that government forces were ready to send in all means of destruction, including heavy equipment and a huge number of drones. This could not confuse our hero, because these drones were easily blown away by ordinary wind. He sent such a powerful wind in their direction that it could throw off the path not only light drones, but also entire ships. It was as if all the elements of nature were heading towards them at once, sweeping away everything in their path and leaving not a single chance for resistance. Tom carefully watched the results of the blow he delivered using his natural abilities. The girls could only silently watch what was happening before their eyes. unable to say a word. Due to a sudden gust of wind, the people of the government forces on the other side were completely eliminated and were unable to continue this mission. The commanders, furious, ordered the launch of ballistic missiles, artillery attacks, and all other methods of destruction. And in Tom's hands, there was an ordinary stone, charged with natural force, and it carried a much greater danger than their shells. With terrible force, he sent the stone in the direction from which the military group intended to fire right now. The cobblestone flew straight towards them and looked like a cannonball that brings death and destruction. The next second, all the equipment was blown up and shattered into small pieces, leaving only the flames of a raging fire. The elderly general again heard about another failure of their troops and began to realize that he was unable to cope with this problem. He picked up his cap, his hands shaking slightly from all the latest news that was coming from all sides. He could not immediately answer the soldier what to do next and what orders should now be given to the troops. Yes, he was already an experienced elderly general, but neither he nor any other officer from the higher command had encountered such a problem. He looked at the photographs of his leaders and, as if feeling guilty before them, promised to personally go towards danger. On this day, another terrible event happened, which ordinary citizens on the street had no idea about yet. Two huge monuments stood on a dais, and opposite them was a group of people who, according to tradition, bowed to their leaders. Suddenly, a mosquito suddenly appeared, looking for a good place to feed on human blood. Strange, but Bella seemed to sense every organism that was infected by Hydra, and was right now spreading its virus among all of humanity. She really could not control this process, because simple mosquitoes became an excellent way to transmit the virus from one creature to another. Somehow she managed to adapt to the new sensation of a parasite inside her body. In addition, as the distance of the infected creatures from Bella increased, the girl's control over these creatures decreased. Meanwhile, the real power of the manager was progressing and would soon become the biggest threat in the history of mankind. Entire armies were already heading towards the uninhabited island, including warships and combat air equipment. Bella's inner voice told her that she shouldn't hold back if she wanted to end this right now. Bella could not understand what this organism meant and what it was inclining her to. The manager said that if this continues, the guy will kill thousands of people in a short time. Bella realized that there was some truth in his words, because Tom was indeed very strong at the moment. She saw how he quickly dealt with any military equipment, and his abilities did not allow him to deliver a single blow towards the island. In fact, Tom did all this only to protect Bella, and this was the reason for his courage. However, this may be the reason with which Bella is able to stop the senseless massacre. Hydra persuaded the girl to completely trust her will and not resist her inner voice. Meanwhile, Tom saw a fighter in the sky, which was skillfully controlled by an experienced military pilot. It was clear that he was determined and would not hesitate before choosing to kill our heroes or leave them alive. The next second, a rocket was launched from the direction of this aircraft, which was heading straight towards the island. Tom could easily have dodged her, but now he was responsible not only for his life, but also for the lives of two girls. He realized that the only correct decision would be to dodge the rocket. He just needed to quickly pick up the girls and take them away from this dangerous point. The next second, Bella and Tina were in Tom's hands, whom he quickly carried away with him. This was the right decision because a deadly missile hit the place where they were a second ago. There was a strong explosion, and our heroes were barely able to escape from the raging fire that this shell created. Tom understood that being here alone would make it much easier for him to cope with government forces. And fighting while protecting two girls is much more difficult than he imagined. Moreover, the resistance was so great that right now he was at the limit of his capabilities. This means that if the enemy doubles his strength, then the guy will not have it as easy as at the very beginning. In the government building, video materials in which Tom was captured were already being watched with all their might. One of the committee members carefully studied the footage in which Tom once again destroyed a huge group of soldiers. Everything they were told was indeed true, and this guy is not an ordinary person. He's a monster. The footage showed a bloody massacre, something the man had never seen even in horror films. He asked the name of this island where our heroes were now located. But the island is uninhabited and therefore has no official name. It was impossible to believe, but a simple young guy is capable of defeating entire regiments of heavily armed soldiers. It seems that it cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. And it was already useless to argue how this happened. It was time to tighten up the resistance. They should be a little tougher and use more powerful techniques, increasing their number to the limit. He ordered that this monster be declared a real global crisis, and the resulting video be distributed throughout the world. In the end, the People's Republic of China will take charge of the problem and declare themselves the sole winner. More and more violent events took place on the island, which only gained momentum every minute. Countless amounts of aircraft were heading towards the island with the goal of destroying it. There were just as many warships as if there were not 3 people on the island, but a huge armed army of terrorists. Tina couldn't believe that literally the entire army was used against them. This sight would scare anyone, not just the girl. Bella also understood that Tom's powers were not endless, although he could kill many more people. Tom understood that he was already at the limit, but this was not the end yet. All the equipment that tried to get close to the island was destroyed and right now was burning somewhere in the ocean. There wasn't much strength left, and Tom had to think about what he should do next and whether he had any other plan. Tom thought that there was one reason why people managed to win battles for survival all this time. The reason why all of humanity was able to survive and then become the creator of all space on Earth. The secret of success can be called the available tools that a person uses in everyday life. It is these modern tools that give it an advantage over all other organisms. In addition, people use speech, and this type of communication gives them an advantage in joint life planning. Although there was something else that could give a person an advantage over all the impending threats. Perhaps the reason was no longer in external instruments, but in the internal structure of the human personality. Mainly, man is distinguished by his cruelty, with which he is born and continues to live throughout his existence. It is this cruelty that allows us to freely destroy any species on the planet, without even for a minute doubting our right to kill. But perhaps there is a third reason, which can be considered the main one, in addition to all the others. The fact is that a person does not have a single predator hostile to him, and he feels relatively safe from the very beginning. But now he has an enemy, and if people continue to live in the same spirit, he will show them his strength. This enemy was Tom, who was endowed with the power of all past existences and the energy of nature itself. Bella saw that he was truly capable of showing people how hostile the universe could become for a person. She knew that if this continued, this guy would kill thousands more people and not stop. Although his strength was already at its limit, every day his abilities developed and he came up with more and more new ways. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Tom put his fist forward and gestured upward with his finger, inviting him to play a bloody game with him. The girls, already exhausted from the emotions they had experienced, were waiting for how this whole massacre would end. Suddenly, unexpectedly, they raised their heads up. They were attracted by some movement high in the sky. Then they saw an incredible flock of birds flying towards the approaching danger. It turned out that strange movements occurred not only in the sky, but also in the very depths of the ocean. Suddenly, all the fish that were near this island headed towards the army in the same way. Then the dolphins appeared, were they also called by some kind of inner call from Tom. All the water was filled with sea inhabitants, who, as if on command, gathered in one single place. Shark-like fins appeared above the water, and in a single impulse they joined the general movement in the name of saving Tom. There is no doubt that it was Tom who summoned all these creatures to his aid, and was ready to use them in the fight. Countless birds, animals, and underwater creatures rushed towards the armed army. Tom recalled how, as a child, he watched children play in his neighborhood. They had fun with each other, and didn't think at all about the questions that were in Tom's head. He looked like a very small boy, but in his eyes there was already the wisdom of an adult. Suddenly his mother came up to him and gently laid her hand on his head. She asked why he was sitting here alone, and not going to play with his peers. Louise spoke about this so carefully that it seemed that you could trust her every word. And indeed, there was not a single reason not to go play with them. Why then does this boy not talk to anyone and does not want to be friends with them? Louise looked at her son, and an interesting idea came to her mind on how to cheer him up. She asked Tom to give her his hand and do one funny thing. Louise wrapped her hand around his thumb and raised her finger up, accompanied by a cheerful cry of joy. She then turned to those boys and girls across the street asking if anyone wanted to play with them right now. This came as a big surprise to Tom. It was a little strange for him to watch his mother's behavior. The next second, they were already holding hands and warmly calling those having fun to join the new game. Right now, Tom was holding his hand in the same way as Louise held it in deep childhood. He remembered this with sadness. An unimaginable number of all living creatures appeared on the horizon, and this sight was terrifying for the army opposite. Although the humans had powerful military equipment and still posed a serious threat, this general animal attack made all the soldiers very afraid. The army commander saw such a picture for the first time in his life and did not understand what the hell was happening here. From all sides, the military equipment was enveloped by living creatures, as if intending to destroy it at the cost of their own lives. Screams were heard everywhere, and there was general commotion in the ranks of the armed forces. The birds selflessly rushed straight into the foreheads of the fighters, flying at them, ready to accept death. The pilot, who was at the controls of the military aircraft, watched in horror what was happening and did not hear any orders from his superiors. As a result, this entire huge flock crashed into the planes. Only hundreds of bloody splashes were visible after the birds hit the iron sides. Below it was also a real nightmare. All the aquatic inhabitants surrounded the warships, creating craters right in the middle of the sea fleet. Tom controlled this army of living beings from the shore, directing them to attack and ordering them to destroy the enemy. Of course, you could see anything during that day, but the new move that Tom came up with was truly unexpected. With the help of today's massacre, he had risen to a completely different level of his abilities and realized how they could be used. The dolphins continued to swim in the direction where the army was located, and it became clear to everyone that this battle would again be crowned with success for our heroes. People destroy living beings with such amazing cruelty, doing it only for their pleasure and their whims. How many more troubles are they willing to bring into this world to satisfy their everyday needs? How many more inhabitants of the deep sea will be mass exterminated by the human species before it realizes its cruelty? Tom was determined to force the man to admit that he was the sworn enemy of everything in this world. The whole city already knew about the events that were taking place on the desert island and their bloody consequences. Right now, there was a live broadcast on all the screens of the country, where people saw an unusual guy with the abilities of a real monster. They had heard news about Tom before, but never before had they been able to see this miracle with their own eyes. People watched this live broadcast on all digital media, from mobile phones to large city screens. Everyone was at a loss, and the townspeople could be understood, because before it seemed completely impossible. People were breaking into a sweat from those images of brutal murders that one person was capable of committing. It seemed that nature itself was fighting on Tom's side against people, and every creature inhabiting the planet helped him in this fight. It was clear that now our heroes had become real outcasts and world criminals. The next missile was heading towards the island. Usually in such a situation, the target was always destroyed without a single chance of survival. But now the case is different, and it seems that Tom is ready to use his next superpower. Indeed, Tom, who was confident in his every decision, suddenly stood in the way of this rocket. He put his hand forward, and a powerful energy wave followed from his side, directed towards the rocket. The next moment, the rocket exploded into pieces, not even reaching the shore of the island. After all the events she had seen, Tina was sure that she could no longer be surprised by anything for the rest of her life. However, Tom continued to develop his skills and increase the power of his influence. It seemed that he was truly invulnerable, and there was no limit to the development of his abilities. The guy controlled any creatures without any problems, giving them orders. Birds continued to fly from all over the world to protect our heroes. Tom also controlled underwater creatures that obeyed his will and protected him. Huge whales rushed towards government forces, and it was no longer possible to stop them. Tom seemed to mentally communicate with all these living beings and could command their every action. Finally, the time has come for the most grandiose event for which Tom has been preparing all this time. He looked towards the depths of the sea and realized one simple truth that would help them survive. He remembered that there was one creature that lived in the very depths of the ocean, which almost no one knew about. Our hero felt it. The only strange thing was why it was here and not in northern Europe. From the dark depths, two blue flickering eyes of this giant appeared and rushed upward. Although Tom did not specifically call him for help, the mental message had already been sent throughout the world. The guy mentally asked to borrow some power from his new guest. The commander did not yet suspect what awaited him, but he had to face a very special force. In the next second, he saw something that would be impossible to forget for the rest of his days, if he managed to survive. A huge wave suddenly moved towards the warships, as if a bomb had been exploded near them. The commander could not believe his eyes and what he saw right in front of him. The same thing was observed by all the pilots who were watching the events taking place from above and saw this monster. A huge octopus, unimaginably large in size, appeared in front of them from the ocean, and against its background the ships looked like small toys. The whole world watched as this monster slowly rose from the depths of the sea. Yes, the townspeople are luckier because they won't have to face this monster like the soldiers next to it. If anyone thought that they knew everything about this world, then they were deeply mistaken, and now Tom is ready to prove it. With the power of thought, he asked the octopus to destroy all military equipment that was approaching the island. The octopus's tentacles deftly grabbed nearby planes and turned them into scrap metal in a matter of moments. Only flashes of exploding equipment were visible, from which it was clear that the army opposite did not have a single chance of winning this battle. People sent information about what happened around the world so that everyone was aware of the new threat to the world community. They branded this monster a global crisis, putting an end to the possibility of negotiations with Tom, who controlled the Kraken. The People's Republic of China decided to independently rid humanity of this crisis, gaining political points for itself. Although everyone was horrified by what was happening, this was a chance to prove to the whole world that they were the strongest nation. Yes, this was the greatest crisis, and it was not clear how they were going to cope with it and eradicate the threat. Although there was no need to promote all this news, it was about a banal game of politicians and a struggle for influence. Meanwhile, the sight of the octopus amazed me with its unprecedented size. It really made me tremble with fear. At the same time, the city was calm and quiet. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Lily, as usual, was in her establishment, which was now completely empty. She was watching the live broadcast, and there were Tom and Bella in mortal danger right now. She was sad to watch everything that was happening, but she could not help her friends. There was a lively discussion going on in the White House. Laura was in her office. The assistant to the deputy president said that the UN has already been in touch and is ready to give its response to her demands. The organization wants to give an official name to this island, since in documents it cannot be called uninhabited. The assistant asked if this matter could be entrusted to the Ministry of Land Resources. Although what difference does it make what to call this island? Because everything that happened there was more important. Laura suggested calling this place Equator and ordered this message to be conveyed to her assistant. Suddenly, at the very moment when the young man was leaving the office, he heard some strange sounds from the direction of the presidential table. Laura was acting strange, like she had a bad cold, or maybe it was something else. The next second, blood gushed from her nose. Apparently, the disease had already progressed and could not be stopped. She believed that she could deal with this much earlier, but it seems that everything has gone too far. She remembered Tom and her mission towards the unusual guy. It seemed that this motivated her to live, because no one else could cope with this creature except her. She must complete her father's unfinished business, and is willing to do anything to succeed. Fires were still burning around the island, and burnt equipment was visible everywhere. It seemed that there was no longer a single living creature left on this island. It was so badly destroyed. Our heroes continued to remain in the same place, right next to the crashed plane. Tom looked intensely into the distance. He realized that this was not the end of the story, and he had a lot to do. The Hydra inside Bella continued to progress. It managed to capture more and more cells in her body. An inner voice reported that Tom surpassed her capabilities in every way, and this was already beyond her understanding. It seems that she clearly saw that she was not destined to get the guy's body. It turned out to be too strong. Moreover, Tom is no longer interested in destroying the rest of humanity, which means her mission may become a failure. The manager's original plan was to use the girl and provoke Tom into joining her plan. But Bella learned to resist the virus because she also had a strong immune system. The girl could not sleep again that night. The manager, as usual, prevented her from falling asleep. Tom continued to look towards the setting sun, preparing to take a new blow from government forces. The voice of the Hydra inside Bella made her think completely differently, not the way she was used to in everyday life. He informed her that if everything went at the same pace, it could lead to irreversible consequences for the life of the virus. It was important for the manager to know what decision Tom would ultimately make and whether he would cooperate with him. After all, it is known that this guy hates all of humanity and is ready to take revenge on him for all his past existences. We need to look at his further behavior. Perhaps we can persuade him in our direction. Meanwhile, Tom stood guard over the lives of the girls and did not sleep a wink for a minute that night. The sky was clear and cloudless, but what was happening on Earth forced all of humanity to be in constant tension. The very volcano that Tina spoke about really posed a danger to the world. He continued to remain active and increased the scale of his eruption before our eyes. It seemed that all the problems of the world had condensed into one point, and humanity had to do a lot for its survival. Yes, he really continued to burn without stopping for a minute. The only question is how long it will take before this happens. Finally, a flame appeared right in its mouth and lava rushed out, burning everything in its path. At this time, General John was reported to another piece of news that had been sent out by employees under his command. They said there was a big problem coming, much bigger than the Equator problem. The soldier said in horror that the Pactusan volcano is starting to erupt right now, and this eruption is almost irreversible. General John knew about it very well, but did not think that it would happen so soon. This could be a vulnerable gap, and something needs to be done urgently to be in a strong position going forward. But what to do in this situation, when the world is literally collapsing before your eyes, and the ground is disappearing from under your feet? Two huge monuments standing on the square attracted a crowd of onlookers and tourists. Suddenly, a noise was heard from one of these monuments, which attracted everyone's attention from the crowd. Passers-by looked up, trying to figure out what was happening to him. The next second, something happened that shocked all the people there, but it was already too late. The head of one of the monuments, which was several times larger than a man, fell down to the ground, right on the onlookers standing there. The city still lived its normal life, despite all the horrors that happened on the uninhabited island. If it weren't for that live broadcast, no one would have known about the incident. It seemed that people had already forgotten about this news, which had been in all the news headlines all this time. The young man was looking at another photo of a beautiful girl on a well-known internet resource on his phone and putting his marks. She was a simple, pretty young girl, whom he had been following for a long time, and was waiting for new publications from her. He didn't want any of the passers-by to see this girl on the screen, and he carefully looked around him. Suddenly, at that moment, people saw the same strange message on the mobile device of every resident of the country. Yes, the security service did send out a warning to everyone about an upcoming earthquake due to volcanic activity on Mount Pactusan. This news was completely unexpected for the residents of the city, although, of course, each of them knew about the existence of this volcano. It was a little strange that everything coincided at one moment, as if all the troubles wanted to happen in this world at once. Overnight, the city was covered in black smoke emanating from the very depths of the earth. This natural disaster took entire cities by surprise, forcing people to flee and move to other regions. There is a unit called the Volcanic Eruption Index, and today the index was showing record-high numbers. The world perfectly remembered the great eruption that happened once in the past. Then the index was also very high. Due to earthquakes and tsunamis, North Korea was currently in ruins. This was a tragedy for the entire country, and seriously weakened the economic power of the government. The estimated damage could become unbearable by the standards of the real capabilities of the state. Laura interrupted the scientist's report, asking him if this meant the end of the damage to their country. The scientist replied with annoyance that he did not have such information, and most likely the end of the damage was not yet predicted. He explained that the worst volcanic eruption is the volcanic ash that spreads far beyond the crater. In the provinces that he showed on the map, there are already the first casualties from volcanic ash. In the expected scenario, the volcanic ash would have followed the trajectory that the scientists deduced in their study. He showed on the map the direction that led towards Japan. This is what scientists assumed in the first place. However, there was a circumstance that forced the direction of volcanic ash to change in a completely different direction. Recently, an incident occurred whose forces changed the direction of the wind and accordingly, the direction of volcanic ash. It was the equator that became the point from which this influence on the volcano was directed, which added even more problems to the existing ones. An unknown force raised the wind, which then provoked a change in the direction of the ash. The current predicted path of the ash did not look good for everyone in this country. The scientist showed a new direction on the map, which looked quite unambiguous. The news that the scientist reported shocked all the chairmen of the commission and made them think seriously about the future. The point was that the main blow would fall on Seoul, which Laura and all the representatives of the assembled board learned with annoyance. This will be an inevitable direct blow, and the world does not know the real force that can change this. Night had already fallen, and the desert island was much quieter than in recent days. As usual, Bella tried to sleep, but this inner voice kept disturbing her. Hydra again showed its activity in the girl's human body, and did not allow her to rest peacefully. Right in front of her, she saw Tom, looking into the distance at the horizon. Had he really noticed some kind of danger again? Or is he so diligently standing guard over two defenseless girls that he is ready not to close his eyes for a minute? Bella asked him if today's attack was over, or if he saw something evil in the distance. Tom replied that as long as everything was calm, she could go to bed and not think about anything. This news made Bella happy. She certainly wouldn't want to go through another attack right now. Suddenly, she clearly heard the manager's inner voice, which again dictated his thoughts and orders to her. She began to remember the terrible footage of massacres, which were inspired by the manager. And these images were truly creepy, especially for a young girl. She looked towards Tina, who had long since fallen asleep after all the events she had experienced. She was fast asleep and didn't suspect anything, but there was something very strange about this girl. The Pectison eruption in question really posed a huge danger to humanity. It's a pity that she can't do anything to help them. The dying people, it's as if she personally imagined all their suffering. When a volcano erupts, terrible events occur that bring tears to your eyes. This natural phenomenon is comparable to the destruction of an atomic bomb. All living things burn out in a matter of seconds and only fire and ashes remain at the site of the eruption. Residents can only flee from that place in panic, saving themselves and saving their loved ones from certain death. Bella saw all this right now. Bright flashes appeared in her mind. Suddenly, unexpectedly, she loudly informed Tom that they should run away from here as soon as possible. She said that after the volcano erupts, volcanic ash will fall here and they will all be dead. Tom calmly answered her, saying that this would definitely not happen. Where did such calmness come from? Tom then announced that they would go to Seoul, which caused the girls unspeakable surprise. It's strange why he decided to go there. Most likely. He knows something important. Inside the girl, two principals fought, and sometimes the virus managed to completely seize control of her consciousness. Tom perfectly saw all these processes inside her head, but he would not have enough strength for any resistance if the Hydra became active. Tom remembered their mutual friend Lily, who was in the settlement right now. Her life could be in danger. This strange feeling arose again in Bella's heart. She could hardly control the bitterness. She understood perfectly well that she would not be able to help any of the people right now, because she could not even help herself. Suddenly, at that moment, a giant octopus appeared from the depths of the sea, which was summoned by Tom. Tom had seen a lot during his existence, but this huge creature was truly worthy of attention. Without thinking for a second and without fear for his life, he headed towards the shore to get closer to this giant. The human language is capable of many expressions. This is what makes the instrument of the human species so powerful. In fact, the Kraken was Tom's longtime close friend, which is why he had nothing to fear when he was around him. Coming closer to him, he mentally said that he missed him very much and was glad to meet him again. He then reached out his hand in a confident gesture to touch its tentacles in a friendly manner. This picture was truly amazing because the monster inspired wild horror in everyone who saw it, but not in Tom. Yes, this octopus was deadly to any kind of living creature, and only Tom had such close access to it. Tom sadly told his friend that this place was not the best for him to live, and he should leave. The octopus understood well what Tom was talking about, because they could mentally communicate with each other in a universal language. Tom heard the question that the octopus asked him. He wanted to know what the guy was going to do next. Our hero replied that he had unfinished business, and therefore he would not be able to leave these lands now. He needs to save one girl who is in mortal danger right now. This girl also became his true friend, and he would never leave her in difficult times. Tom has changed significantly since he began to communicate more with people, as if he began to understand humanity better. The sense of duty he feels now is not like the instincts that animals and other creatures have. This was not the first time he said that he was obliged to help his friend, as ordinary people said this. Bella was a very special person for him, and for her sake, he was ready to sacrifice a lot. Tina, whom he had met quite recently, was now also important to him. He would hardly be able to leave her in difficult times. The language of communication between people expresses human values, and Tom seems to understand them much better than before. Now Tom existed as a person, and this began to remind him more and more of a simple person. Even standing next to this giant octopus, he felt a real feeling of friendship towards it. Tom spent a little more time with his old friend, and now he had to set off on his next journey. He approached Tina, who was fast asleep and had absolutely no plans to go anywhere. The girl jumped up sharply from her seat, not understanding what was happening. She asked if the air attack had begun, which had happened many times in the previous days of fighting. Tom said that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry, but he had something important to tell her. Everything is over. Government troops have taken a break, and the time has come to act. Tina didn't understand what this guy meant and why he woke her up in the middle of the night. Tom said that now they should go to Seoul. That is where the safest place for them will be. Tina did not understand why Seoul was chosen as a stronghold and what good Tom saw in this place. Tom knew that the girl had not yet even realized about the latest news related to the volcanic eruption, and she should explain everything in more detail. The young people began to tell her that Mount Pektusan had recently exploded, which meant that they couldn't stay here, waiting for their certain death. A real natural disaster has begun, and if our heroes do not take the next action, they will put themselves in serious danger. This news took the young girl by surprise. Such a quick move from an uninhabited island to another populated area was unexpected for her. The move must happen quickly because Tom is able to deliver them anywhere in the world in a matter of seconds. Just in case, Tina asked how exactly he was going to get the three of them to Seoul. Tom asked to wait a little to activate his ability and use it to move. He had many options on how to do this, but now he wanted to use the power of the water element for this purpose. Raising his hand up, the water in front of his gaze began to rise, and the wave gradually became higher above the ocean level. Tom continued to command the element of water, but it was clear that he was very tired after all the recent events. Now it was necessary to devote much more time to the simplest things that previously happened instantly. The girls watched how Tom behaved, and this behavior was not like him. He began to weaken. The Hydra inside Bella also noticed these changes, and closely watched what was happening to our hero. Tom was annoyed that nature no longer responded so quickly to his will, because protecting the girls required too much effort. Every minute he tried to make more and more efforts to call upon the help of Mother Nature. Of course, nature still treated Tom kindly, but his energy power required replenishment and rest. Tom looked at his hand and began to realize with annoyance that this process required much more time. This happened for the first time because never before had he even doubted his abilities and used them at any moment. Now the strength was fading away in his human body. It is interesting to know if this is a temporary difficulty, or will it always be like this now? Bella asked Tom if she understood correctly that they would no longer be able to get to Seoul so easily. Maybe he has overdone it too much lately and should rest a little before the long journey. Hydra seemed to begin to rejoice at this news inside Bella's body. This was a real chance for her. Bella suddenly grabbed her head from the wild pain that suddenly washed over the poor girl. Tom asked Bella what happened to her, and if she needed any help. She fell to her knees and shouted that she had a terrible headache. Tina tried to help her, but it seemed that this pain could not be relieved by simple methods. Tom watched in horror what was happening. It was unclear to him why just a minute ago everything was fine with her, and now this happened. Suddenly, Bella began to utter some incomprehensible words that could not be understood. Then Tom heard her order to run away from here immediately, as if something was going to happen in the next minute. Bella suddenly began to change her appearance. Her gaze became aggressive and angry. It even seemed to Tom that her voice began to differ from the one to which he had become accustomed over the long time spent together. The next second, Bella looked at Tom with a look that clearly showed the presence of a virus. Tom watched her appearance change, and this was not the right time for such changes. Suddenly, the guy was sharply attacked by Tina. who also changed in appearance and behaved as if she was completely crazy. This was mean on the part of the manager, because he started the fight exactly at the moment when Tom weakened. Tina looked at the guy with a furious gaze, and it was clear that she was also subject to the influence of the virus. Now our hero found himself immediately against two people whose bodies were controlled by the virus. It was an unequal battle. What to do now, and how to get out of this situation, and most importantly, is there enough strength to do it? Tina, as if bewitched, looked at Tom, and it was clear that she was no longer able to control any of her movements. Was Tom put on trial for his sin of destroying people, and was therefore stripped of his powers? It was as if he had become an ordinary person and no longer looked like the former hero. Tom was not prepared for this development of events, and it was clear that he was slightly confused. The manager from Bella's body said that there was no longer any reason to pay attention to him. He gave the order to destroy Tom, and this order was immediately carried out by Tina, who ran towards him. Tom tried to use one of his abilities, which until now was under his control, for his protection. He deftly dodged Tina's blow and seemed ready to take on this fight. From the outside, it seemed that nothing bad had happened to him, and he was still able to repel blows. But the speed he demonstrated still seemed much slower. He really became an easy target for the Hydra. The next second, Tina, under the influence of the manager, prepared to strike the next blow, and her speed seemed too high to Tom. Suddenly, Tom missed a hard blow to the head and flew several meters back. This was the first time this had happened to him. He lay on the ground, completely not understanding how this could happen and how he could miss this blow from a little girl. Our hero had not felt physical pain for a long time, and it was unusual for him to experience this new, painful sensation. The manager said that he felt a little awkward that he was fighting with the weakened Tom, although it was fun for him to see that this once great guy now couldn't even cope with a small, fragile girl. Tom lost some of his energy, but did not lose the willpower that always lived in his heart. Hydra stated that there was no longer any need to keep him alive, calling Tom ordinary trash that needed to be disposed of. True, the manager completely forgot that there is another force capable of defending Tom. He suddenly saw a giant rising right above him, which inspired fear even in this virus. Yes, above him he saw a huge octopus, which was Tom's old friend. The octopus's tentacles rose high up, and everything that was next to it immediately began to seem tiny. The virus realized that it was too hasty in its conclusions, and this octopus would be a real problem for it. Hydra knew that right now she could die, and this monster would not stand on ceremony with her for long. Tom realized the same thing, so he loudly told his friend to stop. Just before the impact, the octopus's tentacles hovered in the air at Tom's behest. The Kraken left Bella alive. The guy did not want to destroy this girl's body. She is just a carrier of the virus and did not deserve to die. The virus saw that Tom did not want to kill Bella and Tina, so he ordered the octopus to stop. Tom seemed completely weak because he had lost his natural ability and could not even cope with the Hydra now. He looked at this world as a person, and really had changed too much lately. But now he will have to watch how the virus rampages and how it brings destruction and chaos to this world. He will watch as the manager in Bella's body spreads more and more on Earth and destroys humanity. Finally, dawn came, the sky lit up with a clear sun, and everything became quiet. Tina's appearance suddenly changed, and she regained her composure. The girl looked at her hand and realized that she could again control her body and thoughts. It became clear to her that the reason was the onset of dawn, because the Hydra was only able to control her at night. Will they really have to quarrel with each other every day, as soon as the sun leaves the sky? Tina asked Tom where Bella was, and why she wasn't around with them. It seems that he understood perfectly well the reason for her absence, and began to guess about everything. There was no one near them. Bella left, and his friend the octopus swam off somewhere into the ocean. Most likely Bella did not want to create a danger for Tom and Tina, so she quietly left them at dawn. Tom looked at his hand and realized that his previous strength was no longer within his control. It is difficult to understand what to do now and how to continue on the path, because Tom is too vulnerable in this form. The meaning of the existence of the Hydra in Bella's body was precisely to destroy people. For this reason, he was constantly next to Tom, because Tom himself had previously sought revenge on humanity. He resisted his new feeling by telling himself that he still hated people. The guy seemed to be divided into two halves, one of which was the same, and the other became more and more human. Memories of my mother, who was brutally shot by those scum, came to mind. But also, he remembered the people who helped him, and did not deserve to be hated. Among them were Bella and Lily, who always had fun with Tom and were there when he lost his memory. Do they also deserve to die, and should they be equated with all other human beings? This question tormented Tom. He did not understand how to deal with this inner voice and remain the same. Tom and Tina continued to stay on the shore of the uninhabited island and look into the ocean. Suddenly, near the shore, Tom saw some strange object floating towards them. The hand of a dead man appeared from the water, who had been floating somewhere near the shore all that night and was now thrown onto land. It was as if Tom was looking at a dead person for the first time in his life, although he had seen dead people hundreds of times before. The corpse of this man seemed to him to be so disfigured that he felt sick at the sight of this stinking corpse. It was as if for the first time in his life Tom smelled death, and this new sensation seemed disgusting to him. The sight of the dead man made him feel very sick. The guy could barely restrain himself from doing this in front of the girl. The next second, he couldn't stand it anymore and vomited in the same place where they were. His stomach ached from new, unknown sensations, and it was clear that Tom was becoming more and more human. Even the young girl remained calm at the sight of this corpse. So why does Tom react so strangely to him? Does he really become an ordinary representative of the human species and forever lose his previous abilities? The next minute, he heard a sound high in the sky. It seemed to him that another attack had begun again. He saw an aircraft flying in circles over an uninhabited island. What kind of equipment is this, and does it pose any threat to our heroes? It seemed to Tom that the government forces had quickly restored their reserve forces and were now ready to attack them again. He understood that now he would not be able to resist and protect himself, along with the young girl who was under his care. Our hero ordered Tina to immediately run away from here and hide, because the shelling will start any minute. He didn't understand why she continued to stand still and not listen to him, because this danger threatened their lives. Tina hastened to reassure the guy, telling him that it was just an unmanned reconnaissance plane. She said that he was simply observing and was not going to attack, because he was completely unsuited to this. Tom was so frightened by this unmanned vehicle, as if for the first time in his life he felt a real fear of death. It became clear that Hydra's talk was indeed true, and this guy was no longer of any interest to her mission. But has he really become the same person who no longer intends to destroy the human species and will protect it? If this is so, then the manager's sense of being near Tom is completely lost, and he will never see Bella again. His outlook had changed significantly over the past few months. He no longer looked like his former self. Tom felt a familiar feeling from his past animal existence, when the whole world begins to seem dangerous to you. It's as if danger lurks everywhere, and instincts tell you to listen to all surrounding sounds every minute. And those creatures that are weaker by nature are only prey, and the world is divided into two primitive components. Tom did not look like himself. He was unrecognizable in the form in which he was right now. Tina tried to shout to him, realizing that he did not hear a single word that she said to him. Suddenly, Tom finally realized that Tina had been calling him all this time and he should come to his senses a little. She has been asking him for a long time what they will do next and where they intend to go now. This was a difficult question for Tom because he himself did not understand what to do about it and whether they should even continue their journey together. What if when night comes, this girl will again turn into an uncontrollable mutant? What he could do, being a simple man and not having a single ability, remained unclear. Tina understood that it was wrong to give up at the most inopportune moment, when decisive action was expected of you. It was a difficult moment for Tom. Never before in his entire human existence had he been so weak and vulnerable. Perhaps government troops will stop attacking at least for a while. This will give the opportunity to figure out the next step. It was obvious that they would return someday, and we needed to be fully prepared for the next meeting. Tina understood the same thing, but now everything has changed because Tom was no longer able to protect them. Staying together was extremely dangerous, knowing that the virus had already penetrated Tina's blood and was just waiting in the wings. There is only one right decision. They need to go their separate ways and continue to find their own path. Tina looked at this once brave guy and couldn't recognize him. It's hard to believe that he changed so quickly. But what about the words of the mother that she said to the girl before her death and which were so familiar to our hero? What about all these speeches about how you need to protect your friends and fight for your own life to the last? Realizing that Tom was completely weakened, Tina annoyedly took him by the collar and ordered him to come to his senses immediately. She ordered him to pull himself together and not become limp, because now she expects decisive action from him and not snot. She shouted to him that they would definitely solve this problem, because now they were connected by one single chain. In addition, Tom promised to save all his friends whose consciousnesses were captured by the Hydra virus. Tina did not believe that he had forgotten about all these promises and was just going to up and leave. If he doesn't have enough strength, this doesn't mean that he needs to immediately run away and forget about everything. He's obliged to help out his friends at all costs, even if he has to go a long way again. Tom listened to these parting words and did not expect that a small, fragile girl could be so strong in difficult times. He will have to find Bella in order to save her life and set her free. But how can he cope on his own, without the help of natural forces? Tina did not stop talking about the fact that he was ready to give up after the first failure. This did not fit into her head at all. She was not a little angry with Tom and was ready to tell him a lot more at that moment. But suddenly she felt something on her head and looked up. What the hell is this? There was a flock of birds flying in the sky. It seemed to be nothing more than bird droppings on her head. Did all the birds from the coast fly here at the same moment? But Tom could not call these birds here, because his abilities no longer had the same strength. It seemed that this was a good sign, and there was still hope that all was not lost. Even when you lose your strength and there is no way to solve the problem, you shouldn't give up. Tom looked at the girl and immediately apologized to her for his weakness, saying that she was absolutely right. Now he is ready to take his will into his fist and move forward, even if he has to fight like an ordinary person. He intends to protect all those whose lives he promised to save, stopping at nothing. He will save them at the cost of his own life. Otherwise, life will simply become meaningless. And it seems that he still has friends who can help him in this matter. Our hero is not alone in this world, which means they can overcome all obstacles together. At that time, the volcano on Mount Paektusan, which had been discussed for so long, had already erupted. The volcanic earthquake caused enormous damage to Seoul, located about 500 kilometers away. But the disaster did not end there. The most dangerous consequence of this eruption was still flying in the air. Volcanic ash covered the entire country. It was necessary to block access to air outside houses and refrain from walking on the street. If residents needed to leave their home, everyone was advised to wear a respirator or face mask. Yes, it was a real pandemic that swept through the entire population and became a tragedy for its residents. Against the backdrop of this pandemic, there were mass protests by dissenting people who demanded serious changes in the government. They demanded the overthrow of the highest-ranking government officials who make fatal decisions for the entire country. The protesters believed that the authorities and those people who are interested in all the restrictions associated with the pandemic were to blame for everything. Laura's assistant told her that a woman shouldn't worry too much, and besides, no one was to blame for the natural disaster. Interrupting him, Laura asked if that guy was fighting at the equator or if the battle had long since ended. Suddenly, the door opened with a noise, and those in the office looked towards the entrance. Laura was surprised by such impudent behavior of the unknown person, but she was already too tired from everything that had happened to throw tantrums. What she saw there took her by surprise. She never expected to meet this man here. Bella's figure appeared right at the entrance to the president's office. But how did she get here? She moved decisively towards Laura and seemed determined to do something unimaginable. Laura could not imagine that one of the fugitives would decide to fall into their hands. The girl was not even afraid to come here, on the contrary. Her gaze was full of courage and determination. The next second, she unceremoniously walked around Laura and her assistant, rushing towards the presidential table. Clutching the chair at the presidential workplace, she imposingly took the place as if it belonged to her. Yes, she behaved defiantly, and it was unclear where this fragile young girl got so much courage and impudence. Suddenly, she began to tell her plan, starting with the fact that this country would be the start of all her subsequent plans. Laura could barely say a word. She was so defeated by this behavior and the very fact of her presence here. Looking towards Laura, the Hydra in the girl's body said that she would be her puppet from now on. Meanwhile, the United Nations General Assembly scheduled for today was in full swing. There were many participants in this meeting who came from 197 countries. Today's agenda included a discussion of a new volcanic eruption on Mount Paektusan. The equator, as that same island was nicknamed, was a real place of massacres and brutal murders. Then Tom was still full of strength and was ready to take on the challenge against any threat. More recently, war was declared with North Korea under the slogans of reunification. Many members have also announced their withdrawal from the United Nations, such as South Korea. This declaration of war was the beginning of new events that influenced the entire world situation and economy. It prompted North Korea's ally, China, to immediately warn South Korea about it. After all, any armed provocation against North Korea will immediately lead to Chinese intervention in this war. The main question that interested the United Nations was what happened to North Korea. This is precisely what was heatedly discussed not only in the meeting room, but also by people all over the world. Why did the South Korean government do this? Is the manager manipulating them all? This was quite possible in view of all the recent events and the growing power that the manager was gaining. One of the meeting members noted that even among them there is such a manipulator. This hint was thrown towards the man who raised this issue, and he did not expect to be accused in the first place. One way or another, the council is obliged to use force to stop this process. Everyone saw perfectly well that chronicle from the equator some time ago, which involved Tom and a giant octopus next to him. There were rumors that Tom, along with a group of other people, occupied the equator. Was this Korea's evil intentions? In hindsight, and given all the latest evidence, one of the commission members suggested that it was quite possible that this was the Korean government's plan. The chairman of the meeting asked for silence in the hall. He was ready to announce the start of the negotiation processes. The man said that the United Nations is the highest decision-making body in the world. After he announced the start of voting, 197 country representatives unanimously raised their hands in the air, casting their votes. But it was clear that the appearance of all these people no longer resembled simple human appearance. The virus was speaking in them. The chairman then announced that the decision had been made, and South Korea was crossing acceptable boundaries by starting this war. He said that they intend to use all military power to stop South Korea, as their general regulations tell them to do. The city was already completely covered in ash after the volcanic eruption, and it seems that this process could not be stopped. The world is overtaken by several serious threats at once, ranging from the Hydra virus to World War. There were rumors that the soldiers were already scattered along all the borders of neighboring countries and nearby coasts. They were aimed at one country against which they gathered all their forces together. The moment they touch even the tip of a North Korean's hair, they will immediately be bombed, which is what the protesters were shouting about. But a chain of well-armed policemen in full uniform prevented their call, protecting the interests of the government. It didn't matter at all how crazy certain members of the warring states seemed to be, because all the decisions were made. Laura, as if completely losing her mind, ordered the troops to go on the attack, forgetting about all borders and standards. The result was a general mobilization, and all these troops were sent to Korea. It was destined to be subjected to intense bombardment by heavy military equipment. It seems that this process could not be stopped, and it was already too late to argue who was right and who was wrong in this story. The rocket flew at full speed towards Korea and, breaking through the ash cloud, rushed down to the ground. A moment later, she had almost reached the ground and was about to collapse down. The explosions from the bombing were monstrous. They literally covered the entire territory. Bella, who was under the influence of the virus, watched this picture with undisguised pleasure. This is exactly what she wanted. Or rather, a virus that was set to exterminate all humanity. The destructive force of the explosion was capable of destroying entire cities from the face of the earth, turning everything into ruins and ashes. The virus in the girl's body continued to watch what was happening, as if it were watching not the extermination of humanity, but some kind of entertaining film. It was fun for her to watch this picture the Hydra had dreamed of this since the moment it was born into this world. It seems that her destiny really was the extermination of all humanity, and it was for this purpose that she needed an alliance with Tom. Suddenly, she looked in the mirror and saw her reflection in it. Perhaps for the first time she saw clearly who she really was. This reflection made her think for a moment because Bella was still there, who was the direct opposite of Hydra. I wonder if Bella is able to overcome her imposition, or will she forever remain under her total control? It seems that now it doesn't matter because the manager has completely taken over not only her body, but also all the other people. She continued to observe her appearance, although the main thing was what was happening inside her, not outside. The darkness continued to spread throughout the city. Mountain volcanic ash and smoke from rockets mixed into one mass. At this time, General Laura was just in the women's restroom, and it was heard that she was wildly sick. She could barely control herself, and this sight was truly pathetic and disgusting. Her face was covered with sweat, and soon this condition would overtake every inhabitant of the planet. A Hydra suddenly appeared in that place, and watched the torment of the poor woman with a smile on her face. She told her that there was very little time left, and soon her insidious plan would be completely carried out. The manager intends to save the entire country from the monster, becoming a real hero after this. She smiled maliciously, looking at Laura. Everything that was happening seemed to her like a sweet dream. She wanted to hear from the general whether she felt the beauty of the events taking place in the same way as the virus. Does she hear this sound from the explosion of bombs? Does she feel general panic and fear? Yes, she wanted every person on Earth to be involved in this process, including General Laura. The whole world, including her own country, considers her a brutal military dictator. Humanity has already united in the idea that it was Laura who unleashed the global massacre. The manager put his hand on the woman's head, reassuring her that very soon no one would even remember about this. After all, she intends to destroy people all over the world and do this to every single one indiscriminately. This means that no one will care about all the horrors that are happening right now, because humanity will be completely exterminated. The protesting groups who went to their rallies with placards in their hands were already dead and lying in the street. Everywhere there were crying children who had lost their parents in this senseless meat grinder. It seemed that there was not a single living place either on Earth or in the sky, because everything was covered with gray dust and debris. Never before has humanity seen its life in such terrible colors. Never before has death come so close to humanity. Messages from loudspeakers were heard on all the streets that the bombing would soon begin, and that city residents should take refuge in safe places. This message was repeated every day. The government invited everyone who had the opportunity to evacuate. For some time now, Lily felt like she was having a nightmare and that it was all unreal. The feeling of reality seemed to have completely left the poor girl, and she had ceased to understand how to live on. Will it all end on this note, and her wonderful life will be interrupted by this wild, senseless war? Is she really destined to die like this and just be wiped off the face of the earth? Suddenly, through the window, she saw a car approaching her establishment. Strange. Who could it be? She looked carefully at the car, but it turns out that this brand seemed completely unfamiliar to her, and the car was still waiting at the entrance of the establishment, as if it was not there by chance. The girl was unable to recognize through the car windows who was inside. In addition, the next bombing was announced in this place, and it was mortally dangerous to be here. It was already too late to evacuate, and Lily could only wait for the moment of her death. She held in her hands her faithful dog named Royce, who had been with her since birth and was always faithful to his owner. Suddenly, at the top, she saw a strange gathering of birds, as if these birds had conspired to fly here in a flock. Indeed, there were so many birds in the sky that this behavior was starting to look too strange. The next second, Lily saw something that took her by surprise, but she was happy to see that familiar silhouette again. Yes, it was Tom, and right now he was carried in his paws by a bird, which now helped him move quickly. He intended to visit Lily with the sole purpose of saving her, so our hero ended up here again. Lily watched with delight as this guy approached her from afar. He was a real hero in her eyes because this is what brave people should do. Tom saw Lily standing next to the window and realized that he had almost arrived at the place. Then he was ready to do everything on his own without the help of his feathered friend, and Lily saw how the bird let Tom go down. Tom broke the summer veranda and fell down, as if he had been preparing for this jump in advance and was not afraid of it. The dog Royce was absolutely delighted with what he was watching right now. The same cannot be said about Lily, who was terribly worried about her friend. Tom somehow fell awkwardly to the floor before he could have done this much more successfully and safer for himself. Lily watched her friend in horror. It was still unclear to her why he had forgotten how to fly on his own. The dog rushed towards Tom. She was happy to see the guy she loved again. Tom saw the satisfied face of Royce above him, who ran to greet him first. After some more time, Tom stood up and felt this stupid pain in the back of his head. This had never happened before. Looking at Lily, he greeted her, although he did not think that their next meeting would be so strange. She asked him how he got here and what this new bird trick was. The next second, she drew attention to the same car that was standing next to the house. Finally, she saw who was driving the car. Tina was there. Tom told Lily to immediately pack her things and leave here. It was getting too dangerous here. He came here to save her life, and fortunately, he will be able to complete this task. This act touched Lily. No one had ever risked their life for her before. She couldn't even hold back her tears. Her feminine heart was excited by all this. Unable to bear the emotions, Lily burst into tears right in front of her friend. She had been through too much lately. Tom held her to his chest carefully. He understood her feelings and knew that he had arrived just in time. The girl continued to sob like a small child. It was impossible to stop her. Tom was sympathetic to the manifestation of such emotions, because every day he became more and more imbued with human nature. Hydra felt Tom's presence somewhere near her and was glad that she could see him again. She couldn't wait to meet this guy again and measure her strength with him again. The mountain ash after the volcanic eruption no longer left a single living place and was everywhere in the city. The Hydra in Bella's body continued to remain in its new place, being in complete darkness. She seemed to love the dark much more than the day. She looked at herself in the mirror, and it was unclear whether she was admiring herself or whether she was disgusted by the human form. In any case, she did not change her intention to destroy humanity at all, but on the contrary, she only strengthened in her intentions. Suddenly, the pilots received a command via radio communication to immediately stop the bombing, which took the pilots by surprise. The message was repeated over and over again, and it was unclear what was causing this sudden change of plan. The military pilots were well aware that this change was too strange, but they could not contradict the orders to cancel the bombing. Hydra continued to remain in the same place, wondering what was motivating Tom all this time. Has he really given up on the idea of destroying humanity and now intends to save it? But what about those brutal murders that he committed throughout his conscious human life, starting from childhood? He dealt with people without thinking about their lives, as if he did not take their lives seriously. And in general, how many lives did he cripple before he came to the understanding that he could no longer commit these crimes? Hydra wanted to cause Tom extreme pain. This is what gave her true pleasure. She wanted to torture him in any way possible and now knew all his weaknesses. The car continued to move along the road with our heroes inside. The little girl drove the car, and Tom and Lily were simply waiting to arrive at the designated location. Suddenly, Lily came to her senses and asked Tom, asking him a difficult question. She wanted to know what they should do next and where they planned to go now. It was clear that the girl was panicked by all the recent events and wanted to know if they had a plan for the future. Tom only replied that he had to save Bella, and that was their next goal. Of course, it was a noble goal, but how was he going to do it if he didn't even know its location? But the problem was completely different, because finding Bella was not the most difficult task. At the moment, he simply could not physically defeat her if he knew where she was now. This was the reality at the moment, and unfortunately, nothing can be done about it. Now it was clear to Tom what his next move should be in order to save his girlfriend from certain death. Our heroes should go to the Eastern Sea, where the Kraken, that same giant octopus, is located. Tom understood perfectly well that he must regain all his lost strength in order to fulfill his plans. Tina listened to these conversations all the way, but suddenly, right in front of her, she saw something more important. 3 soldiers, fully equipped and armed, stood right in their path in the middle of the road. Most likely this was a new checkpoint that they did not know about before and which was urgently set up in the city. There were 8 soldiers there, which meant that right now, 2 squads of armed men were ready to kill them at any second. All the soldiers on command took aim in the direction of our heroes and were ready to turn their car into a sieve. Tom watched in horror what was happening, realizing that now he would not be able to provide any resistance. Then one of the soldiers ordered to start firing, and they all pulled the triggers of their machine guns at once. Without waiting for certain death, Tina ordered everyone to buckle up, because they had a long chase ahead of them. She dashingly turned the car in the opposite direction. The only thing that could be heard was the impact of the fired bullets on the metal body. Yes, it scared everyone terribly, but it seems there was simply no other way out of the situation. Tina was surprised that the soldiers opened fire without even checking who exactly was in the car. Tom guessed where they got information about the target. It's a pity he couldn't see these soldiers on the horizon earlier. The 2 squads continued to attack the car, but it seems Tina made the right decision in time. If they had arrived at the scene a little earlier, they might have been able to avoid this meeting. But now all that remained was to continue the chase. The birds were still high above our heroes. As if they wanted to help them at the right moment, Tom still remembered how easily he dealt with a huge number of soldiers. But now the forces were unequal. Yes, his friends who were flying in the sky could have helped him, and perhaps this was the only chance to escape persecution. Hydra carefully observed what was happening there, and had a serious influence on this event. Has Tom really not lost all his strength yet, and should we resort to more brutal methods of killing him? She realized that now was not the time to relax. This guy was much stronger than she thought. Looking up, Tom saw another threat, and this time, it was more serious than those soldiers. A fighter jet appeared high above them, ready to drop its missiles on their car. It was no longer possible to hide on the road against this weapon. We would have to come up with something else. Tina ran out of the car, ordering everyone to flee and find suitable shelter. But the missile had already been fired from that military aircraft and headed straight towards our heroes. Tom quickly grabbed Lily's hand and dragged her along, because she was completely at a loss from fear. The rocket hit the car directly, and from the blast wave our heroes were thrown in different directions. In the place where it hit, only a burning crater remained, but everyone was safe and sound. It seems that Lily had the worst time because she still could not regain consciousness after this shockwave. This angered Tom to no end. He would have given a lot to get all his abilities back. Suddenly he noticed something else in the sky, and what he saw became a real gift at that moment. His faithful friends flew to the rescue, rushing in an entire flock to attack 2 detachments of soldiers. True, one of the military managed to take aim at Tina, and this threatened a monstrous danger for her life. She was under his gunpoint, and all that was left was to pull the trigger to kill her. Just a day ago, Tom would have easily prevented this, but now his speed was no longer so high. Tina, not suspecting anything, tried to recover from the shockwave. She did not see that soldier. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she wanted to turn to the side and look around. Suddenly, she heard a loud sound, like a person screaming. Had the worst happened? Tom bravely covered it with his back, and the fired bullet hit his body. Everyone saw how splashes of blood flew in different directions. The fired bullets hit the target. He sacrificed his life for her, just like as a child he saved his mother by covering himself. The guy fell onto the asphalt with a crash and could not move for some time. His back was stained with blood, and his body was seized with cramps from wild pain. Tina rushed towards him, not believing her eyes, and not understanding how she could have lost sight of that soldier. She grabbed Tom with horror, shouting at him some words that he now had difficulty understanding. Yes, Tom was in such a state for the first time. Death had never been so close. He only saw Tina standing over him and screaming loudly about something. This feeling was painfully familiar to Tom, but at the same time it was completely new and incomprehensible. After all, he had already experienced his death tens of thousands of times before, but this was the first time in a human body. Has what he dreamed of for so long really happened, and right now he will end his existence? It was just the cycle of life and the law of nature, and there was nothing special about it. Finally, his old dream can come true, and he can retire to eternal rest. At the same time, he was well aware that he was leaving one important mission unfulfilled. Now he did not want to die, because he valued not his own life, but the lives of loved ones. He had not yet managed to save Bella, who was still under the authority of the manager. Yes, he wants to live to save her, and for this he must overcome death itself. Tom remained lying on the cold asphalt with a broken back, and did not know whether his natural strength would return to him. Tina screamed in horror when she realized that Tom had not shown signs of life for a long time. Lily also rushed there, who had already managed to come to her senses and only wanted her friend to remain alive. She continued to scream at him, trying to bring Tom to his senses and understand whether he was even alive. But 2 soldiers from the detachment had already approached the girls from behind to grab them. They easily took 2 defenseless girls and no one could stop them. The remaining soldiers, who had weapons in their hands, pointed them at Tom and were ready to end his life. Tom was completely defenseless and would not be able to demonstrate any of his abilities. The question was whether he would survive today and whether he would be able to regain his powers. For Lily, her own fate was no longer important. She only wanted Tom to get back on his feet. Hydra watched with undisguised pleasure everything that happened in this place. Her order was perfectly executed by the soldiers. It was only strange that the fact of Tom's imminent death bothered her greatly, as if she felt something for this guy. Suddenly, through the eyes of those soldiers, she saw something that made her take a closer look at this event. It seems that the true essence in this body became aware of what was happening, because Bella was in it. It was Bella who cried at that moment, wanting to resist the Hydra's intentions, but unable to do so. Yes, Hydra's influence was almost absolute. But still the girl's consciousness woke up at that moment. All that remained on the asphalt were the corpses of those birds that had flown to Tom's aid. All of them were killed. The girls had long been tied up and held at gunpoint. They, too, could no longer resist these armed people. Tina bitterly regretted what happened and recalled the last words of her new friend in which Tom spoke about saving loved ones. He no longer showed any signs of life, and the soldiers surrounding him prepared to cover him with the lid of the coffin. It was incredible. But since Tom was injured, he has never been able to recover. Where he was now and where his essence was remained a mystery to everyone. Of course, his body was unconscious, but his soul still lived somewhere in the sky. Maybe he decided to retire. Finally, the coffin lid was closed over his head, and his body was completely swallowed up in darkness. Countless words that people used to communicate with each other surfaced in his mind. He has survived the entire chain of existence, from Prokaryote, which originated 4 billion years ago, to the present day. Until the very moment he became human, our hero experienced many different lives, but this life was special. Why did he go through his cycle of rebirth over and over again? And why was he sent to this earth? He was given natural strength for some purpose, and this purpose seemed to have been lost by him today. Tom seemed to be on the verge of life and death, being in a place where there is no time and space. He tried to understand what he was by asking all these questions and not getting answers. He suddenly remembered the words of the Hydra that he was the same judge of this world as the manager. The only question was what he meant when he spoke about the trial of people and their similarity. Yes, Tom really hated all people, and he had reasons for hating. But his actions were not judicial all this time, because he was driven only by ordinary revenge. He was motivated only by anger, which arose in his soul as a child at the sight of his murdered mother. All these selfish murders that he committed along the way were carried out at the behest of his personal selfishness. The extermination of humanity became his main goal. But he did this only for his own sake, and not for the sake of some great mission. And now he himself became the object of judgment for all the sins he had committed, which is why he lost his natural strength. The people he killed did not deserve the death that for some reason he dared to award them. They were very similar to Peter and his mother, and to all the other people who helped him in this life. All the victims were people just like Tina and Lily and did not deserve their fate. For the first time in his life, he realized this fact, but could it benefit him after death? There was only one task left that he did not have time to complete while in human form. Tom lived a long human life, and eventually became an ordinary, weak representative of this species. He was scared, not to say that he was horrified by everything that was happening to him. Nevertheless, he moved on, stepping over his personal fear and taking desperate risks. Still, human life is very contradictory, and now Tom has the opportunity to find out this from his own experience. Once upon a time, as a child, his mother loved him more than anything in the world, and he loved her in return in the same way. He loved all the people who cared about him and were with him in the moments of his existence. But did he correctly use the gift of fate that Mother Nature herself gave him? Right now he felt an endless cycle of lives that never begins and never ends. All his judgments after he completed all these cycles became much more correct than they were before. Any creature is forced to perform actions according to someone's unknown will, and this will controls it completely and completely. Right now, he felt unity with the whole world and understood that nothing in life happens by chance, because everything is predetermined in advance. With this new understanding, he was ready to return to Earth and become who he really was meant to be. The Hydra in Bella's body had been watching its triumph for a long time, when suddenly something began to change. The soldiers noticed that the coffin in which the guy's corpse was located was illuminated with a bright blue light. It's impossible to believe, but right now there was a revival of the man who was killed a second ago with a direct shot in the back. Tina immediately realized that this was the ability that she had already seen in the manifestations of this guy. Lily could not hold back her tears of happiness when she saw that Tom was showing signs of life. A moment later, our hero was already standing on the roof of the truck and looking down on everyone. There were still bloodstains on him, but that didn't stop him from standing strong on his feet. This minute was the end of his endless reincarnations. Finally, he can be who he feels inside. It seems that he found the answer to the question that tormented him all this time and gave him no rest. He realized the reason for his hatred of people, and realized that it was wrong. Chaos continued in the city and there was no longer any hope for a better life in the future.
Hydra understood that this guy was much stronger than an ordinary person, and now she had more work to do. She watched with fury what was happening to Tom, and realized that the moment had already been missed. Now she couldn't kill him.
The guy returned from the other world and gained strength that was tens of times greater than his earlier abilities.
Now he's ready to get even with her and save Bella, but everything will happen completely differently. Hydra watched all the events through the eyes of those soldiers who stood next to Tom. The commander ordered them to take aim again, although this order was slightly unexpected for them. Is this group of soldiers ready to shoot the young guy again and kill him for the second time? The girls watched in horror what was happening before their eyes, but Tom behaved so calmly, as if he was no longer afraid of those bullets that right now could pierce his body again. The commander ordered fire, and not a single soldier dared to violate his order. The whole group pulled their triggers at once, and the bullets began to hit Tom's body. However, they flew away from his body as if they were firing at titanium armor. The guy didn't even feel pain, and everyone recognized the same hero that everyone was used to seeing in him. Tom has regained his natural abilities, and now he is ready to use them differently. This time he looked towards the soldiers, and an inner voice told him that they were all sinless. Incredibly, right now they wanted to kill him, and he continued to believe that they did not deserve his hatred. And those people whom he mercilessly killed before also had no sins. He was ready to fight back against these soldiers, but without anger in his heart, but only because they deserved it. It was all due to cold rationalization, which maintains balance on the entire planet. He mentally asked their forgiveness for what he would do next, but now he was simply fulfilling the will of a higher power. The girls understood that his behavior had changed a lot. Tom behaved completely differently and became completely different. The soldiers looked at this guy in bewilderment and could not understand why he was still alive. He mentally apologized to them for the last time, realizing that they were all innocent of anything. Then a natural force began to awaken in our hero, which this time was ready to give him the necessary energy. The huge crater that formed after his energy strike overwhelmed all these soldiers at once. Tom did this without any pleasure. He did not want a painful death for these people. The manager also understood that this guy had changed his battle tactics too much. Cataclysms and natural disasters caused by people had to be urgently stopped at all costs. After some time, all the soldiers who shot at our hero were neutralized, but remained alive. One of them could not believe his eyes at what this guy did after their series of machine gun shots. They vied with each other to ask each other if everyone was safe and if any of them needed help. Tom was still in that same place and felt his existence completely differently after death. One could only imagine how happy his friends felt when they realized that he was alive. He looked carefully at his hand and saw that the energy of nature had returned to him again. And he should not be afraid of ordinary human death because this energy is really much more powerful than it was before. He looked up at the sky, as if trying to contact the one who was responsible for all these incidents. The soldiers could not understand what was happening and only hoped that this guy would not commit a terrible punishment on them. Tina also didn't understand what would happen next and why Tom stopped so abruptly and suddenly. But this was perfectly understood by the Hydra, who sensed his intentions and understood that their personal meeting would soon be coming. She mentally told him that she sees everything and from now on declares war on him. Suddenly, in front of him, Tom saw fighters aimed in his direction with the aim of destruction. Oddly enough, our hero behaved as calmly as he had a minute ago, not even worrying about the future consequences. He looked at everything from the point of view of that being who'd already experienced millions of lives. Finally, he realized that this world is stable in its wonderful balance and everything that happens in it is not accidental. Previously, he believed that people are a mistake of nature, and their presence upsets the ideal balance. He thought that he was born only to erase this mistake and return the world to what it should be without the human species. In reality, all these thoughts were just arrogance, and now he understood it clearly. And the main mistake of all the last years of his human existence was precisely him. It was Tom who was a threat to the planet. All this talk about refereeing and about someone's evil will was just another nonsense. He himself determined the reason for his existence in deep childhood, and this reason was too far from the truth from the very beginning. He thought about this while under the gun of a tank that could destroy him in 1 second. Yes, he seems to have determined his own path, but there is no guarantee that this path was the right one. Attitudes towards all the people around him were also formulated by him, but they too could turn out to be erroneous. Being far from that place, the Hydra ordered to fire at the target, and the entire army was forced to obey this order. It seems that this time all types of weapons were directed against our hero, and were ready to wipe him off the face of the earth. The fighters carried out the same order and fired their combat missiles at the target, not even caring about the other people nearby. The missiles were already heading in his direction, and in a matter of seconds they were supposed to be right at the site of their final target. But Tom still did not move and felt absolutely calm, because he had already realized the purpose of his existence. He just wanted to apologize to those whom he would be forced to eliminate right now, if he could not save their lives.
Tom again mentally asked for forgiveness from those people who aimed their deadly weapons at him. This behavior was surprising, and the manager could not understand what motivated this guy. The next second, Tom sent an energy wave straight ahead of him, and this energy turned out to be tens of times stronger than it had been just a short time ago. With one slight movement, he created a bright flash of energy that was more deadly than all types of weapons. A second later, the military equipment was destroyed, leaving only clouds of smoke and falling debris. Yes, the tanks also scattered in different directions, but Tom really didn't kill a single crew member. The sky above the ground operations headquarters was gray and gloomy, and ash continued to blanket the entire city. There was a lot of activity going on inside the building, with new orders coming in every few minutes. One of the employees took another order, having received unexpected news from the scene of the incident. He reported to the chief commander that the entire defensive line was out of action. The commander had long been accustomed to what our hero was doing in this city. He was trying to take the next action that could stop this guy. He knew it was impossible to fight him, but he wanted to find out what other information was in the report. The young employee announced that all the soldiers in the defense were shot down by Tom's wave. But the strangest thing was that there were no dead among them. This was the most unexpected news to date, because Tom usually killed every single soldier. Right now, our heroes were heading to the main headquarters to personally see the manager. Tom easily penetrated any defense and quickly approached the designated place, not seeing any obstacles in front of him. He was determined, but his attitude was very different from what he had been before. The manager in Bella's body understood the same thing, but now he was ready to fight Tom for real. Right now, a barrier was built on their way, next to which a defense group was formed. They had already heard about all the abilities of this guy, but there was no option to retreat because that was the order. With a slight movement of his hands, Tom sent a wave in their direction, which was supposed to clear the way for them. It was clear that he no longer wanted to kill people and tried to use his natural abilities carefully and selectively. In an instant, everything that was in his path scattered in different directions, as if there were toy soldiers there. Hydra understood that Tom was heading exactly in her direction and was waiting for the upcoming meeting. She saw that the guy did not intend to kill people, which means his plans had changed beyond recognition. All the soldiers who were in the defensive group remained alive. There was not a single death. But the Hydra was ready to make any sacrifice and made a new attempt to attack Tom. She ordered one of the pilots of the military aircraft to head towards Tom. Tom heard a loud noise somewhere high in the sky, similar to the noise of an approaching fighter. Tom was used to attacks from several planes, ships, and assault troops at once, but now he only heard one flying object. It turned out that the Hydra planned to destroy Tom by directly colliding the plane into his car, thereby inevitably killing the pilot. Yes, she planned to kill the one who was flying this plane, which became known to Tom. He intended to prevent this. The pilot, under the influence of the virus, headed straight for the target, without even trying to prevent his inevitable death. He was already very close to the car in which our heroes were traveling and where his final goal was. The girls screamed in horror when they saw that a fighter was moving straight towards them and wanted to hit them with a direct head-on collision. Seeing this, Tom used his fast travel ability. He pushed off the roof of the car with monstrous force and headed straight towards the plane coming at him. Without a shadow of doubt in his eyes, the guy flew towards that kamikaze, wanting to save his life and not kill him. Another second later, Tom collided with the plane in the air at monstrous speeds. He managed to survive this fatal collision. In addition, Tom was able to change the trajectory of the plane's fall, and the girls drove on safely. Tina couldn't believe what was happening. The picture was scary and wild for an ordinary person. She turned the car around and the girls could only watch as the plane fell to the ground. Smoke was pouring out of the tail of the plane, but the aircraft itself was not on fire. This gave a chance to save the life of the pilot. Tom remained below, holding onto the cabin of the plane, and he wanted to understand whether the commander of this crew was alive. Bella couldn't believe that this guy could stop the plane flying towards him just like that. What will he say to this when 10 planes simultaneously make the same maneuver in his direction? Yes, this was an unexpected decision for Tom, even despite all his abilities and skills. Will our hero cope this time, and will the manager be able to confuse him in this way? Tom looked towards the approaching planes and realized that this was inevitable. The next second, the planes crashed to the ground, and the entire place was enveloped in flames of fire. All the pilots were killed. Tom watched with sadness how mercilessly these people were killed, and realized that this time, he could not help them. It seems that this result was quite satisfactory for the manager. He did what he intended. Most likely, he was completely satisfied with himself because killing people was his main goal. With a sense of accomplishment, Hydra sat back down in her original seat and closed her eyes in pleasure. She understood that this guy could not be fooled by ordinary tactics. He had already seen too much on his way. True, there was still one interesting method that could be used in the fight against Tom. There is one terrible weapon that was created by the human species itself. We were talking about nuclear missiles. They were powerful enough to destroy all life on the planet. This idea had never occurred to her before, but it seemed that now she was planning to carry out her new plan.
Suddenly, the Hydra thought about the moment at which she was born, and what she felt at the moment of birth. Although she could only believe the notes and the reports that were made by the scientist. Those records said that the virus originated in radioactive material. This was very interesting. But still, he was not so much interested in nuclear bombs. This task could be postponed for another day. Hydra wanted to see Tom's reaction when he arrived at the meeting and saw his friend Bella in front of him. After all, he will not be able to kill her, even if they find themselves face to face, because he vowed to save his friend. This means that the virus actually has a much greater impact on Tom than it might seem at first glance. The car was racing at full speed towards its destination, and it seemed that the heroes were soon to reach their goal. They had almost arrived, as Tina, who was driving the car at that time, informed everyone. Tom calmly awaited the upcoming meeting. He already knew perfectly well what he would do next, and how he would end this story. He knew that soon they would meet face to face, and then the process could not be reversed. He wanted to mentally tell her that it would all be over soon. All that was left was to be patient a little. Hydra was looking forward to Tom. Finally, this guy would appear before her again. She was ready to face him and was confident in her abilities. He was already approaching, and meanwhile the Hydra was preparing for its next action. She understood that Tom could not kill her, so she was not going to leave her place. However, she was worried that she and Bella had been on the desert island for too long. This could have a negative impact on the implementation of its main mission to destroy humanity. From time to time, Bella's consciousness went beyond the control of the virus, which threatened problems. The closer Tom got to her, the more Bella felt the inner voice of her true self. She fought against the virus from the inside, trying to save Tom and the rest of her friends. Meanwhile, fire was continuously fired from the sky at Tom with the aim of destroying him. However, Tom did not feel pain, and the bullets were completely useless in the fight against him. Our hero was worried about the girls who did not have the same abilities and were now in danger. The planes fired more and more missiles, trying to destroy all life in this area. It was the missiles that posed the greatest threat to the girls, because even a close hit from one of them could be fatal. Of course, Tom could have turned the rocket in the opposite direction, but now he did not want to harm the pilots. Any hit by such a missile on the car would be guaranteed to kill the girls. They needed a way to get to the final point faster. It would be great to transfer his power at the right moment if Tom had this skill. One rocket fell very close to the car, and a fiery flash appeared at the crash site. The pilot was surprised that the car continued to move. He was unable to stop it. At the site of the impact, a wall of black smoke appeared, behind which nothing was visible. But suddenly a car came out of there, flickering with a blue light, which means Tom has mastered a new level of abilities. It seems he managed to transfer his natural power to another object. This discovery was truly unique to him and gave him much more options for action. Ahead, he saw warplanes that were about to attack him with missiles. Without waiting for the shot, he rushed straight towards them, preparing to use the skill he had learned. The pilot watched in horror as something was heading towards him at monstrous speed. Then a bright flash appeared in the sky, similar to a bomb explosion, after which the pilot hovered in the air. He was shrouded in the same bright light, which means Tom was able to impart his protection to his body. The pilot understood that Tom was trying to save his life. But why did this guy risk his own? Tom continued to tirelessly fight several aircraft at the same time, wanting to keep each of these pilots alive. He managed to catch the wreckage of the destroyed plane and prepared to launch it towards the approaching danger. The next moment, he released these debris to destroy the enemy fighters. Before his eyes, everything was shrouded in fire. The explosion was so bright that it was capable of destroying everything in its path. The girls who were in the car and were very worried about their friend also saw this. Tom flew down to the ground and took a great risk because he transferred his energy to other people to save them. Indeed, all the pilots had the same ability, which Tom gave them at the very last moment. He then managed to get back on top of the moving truck and solve the problem safely without spilling a single drop of blood. Does Mother Nature give him so much more energy when he's not killing people? All the energy of the planet was concentrated in his hands. All that remained was to use it correctly. It is the right decisions that distinguish the past Tom, as we knew him before, from the hero of today. Tom changed completely, and it seemed that after death he was reborn again. They were already approaching the appointed place, and Tom was ready to put an end to all the incidents that had happened in the world. Now he finds himself in a situation where saving other people's lives will be much more difficult, because the whole world has turned against him. He understood that it would be damn difficult to solve several problems at once, but he was still determined to succeed. Tom recalled the words of his mother, who bequeathed her little son to live, no matter what the cost. It seems that now the moment has come when Tom will have to use all his strength without reserve. He remembered the moment he once again looked into empty space in the presence of other people. Yes, it was the same young girl who told him about this not for the first time. She did not know that right in front of him at that second, there was a huge army consisting of tanks and other military equipment. All of them were directed only in his direction,
and gathered here for one purpose. The commander of this regiment was seriously intent on destroying Tom and everything that was near him in the area. Tom looked around him, saw these corpses, and realized that a fight was not inevitable. He was on one side of the battlefield where bloody dead lay around him, and on the other side was a heavily armed army that came here to destroy him. He knew that saving all these lives would be extremely difficult and asked forgiveness from innocent people in advance. The commander ordered fire and all the murder weapons rushed towards Tom. A shot rang out from a huge cannon and all the shells that the army had at its disposal flew at Tom. He understood that he could easily hide from this blow, but it seemed that running was completely useless. Tom used all his abilities to the fullest in order to finish this once and for all. He intended to cause an earthquake, and for this purpose he intended to kick the ground with monstrous force. The next second, the guy lowered his foot to the ground with incredible speed, which caused an unprecedented wave around him. This wave was capable of destroying half the planet, but Tom calculated his strength only on this piece of land. The soldiers scattered in different directions like toy figurines, and no one was able to resist our hero. High in the sky, somewhere above the mountains, Tom saw blazing fire. These were explosions of military aircraft. In the next second, he intended to go in that direction and finish with the remaining combat units. Yes, right now, his strength had reached its limit, and there was only one question: whether at least one person would survive. Explosions thundered everywhere, and in the middle of them there was a bright blue light that Tom emitted. He went further at cosmic speed. Where was the source of all the evil that was happening? The soldiers only watched as Tom left the battlefield at the speed of sound, because there was no point in him staying there. He needed exactly the one who controls all these soldiers, which means it's time to meet the Hydra. Directly ahead, he saw the very building where the manager was now located in Bella's body. With the same high speed, he covered the distance, and in a matter of moments, he was there. He saw the government building right in front of him and rushed to where the Hydra was waiting for him. She was not against such a meeting because the Hydra was well prepared for it. The manager's virus had already completely taken over the girl's entire body, and it was already difficult to resist against his will. It will be difficult for Tom to save the life of his girlfriend, but that was precisely his main goal. Finding himself next to the Hydra, he carefully looked in its direction and understood perfectly well that he was dealing with a virus and not with a person. The manager also knew his thoughts well and was completely calm while in Bella's body. Tom lived 3.5 billion years of lives, if you count all his existences on this planet. What were all these existences for, and for what purpose was he born in the human body? This is exactly what Tom had to find out, but it was clear that this life would be his last. Recently, our hero was just heading to meet the virus, and his path was full of different events. About an hour ago, the soldiers to whom he transferred his abilities were saved by Tom and remained unharmed. It was unusual to see our hero like this, especially after his first steps in human form. It seemed that someone else's life now worried him more than his own. In front of him he saw his friends. A cute dog named Royce was running next to them. Lily was depressed by the experience and found it difficult to comprehend what was happening. Tom understood her feelings and tried to calm the poor girl. It seemed that there was no hope left to save Bella, because the virus turned out to be even stronger than the army of armed fighters. Then Tom walked over to her and put his hand on her head, trying to comfort her. Then he suddenly announced that he was going to continue on his way alone, and the girls should stay here. Tina immediately intervened, offering to go together and not wanting to leave him alone. Tom expected this reaction, but was ready to decisively refuse the offer. He explained that the further journey would be too dangerous and they should not be together. In response, Tina stated that everyone would be safer next to him, because this way, she and Lily could be under his constant protection. Tom promised them that soon everything would be over and there would be no need for his protection. Lily, listening carefully to Tom's words, felt that he was simply trying to calm them down and was keeping silent about the main thing. Tina also understood that serious trials lay ahead of him, and he did not want to tell them about the possible consequences. Our hero really didn't want to scare them. It was better for them not to know the whole truth. The sweet girl whom he had known for a long time always smiled radiantly at him every time they met. However, Tom managed to ruin relationships because of his human selfishness, which became a habit. Now he decided to change, and first of all, change his attitude towards life and towards all people. He quickly turned around and only asked for forgiveness for all the bad things he had done, but he needed to move on. The girls just watched him go, not understanding why he refused their help. At parting, Tom thanked them for everything and promised to remember them forever. Tina and Lily just looked after him sadly, and the dog Royce whined pitifully. Now he stood before his main enemy, who dreamed of destroying humanity. Tom went a long way to achieve a meeting and put an end to this story. The manager asked him what he intended to do after meeting him face to face. Tom knew the answer, but some obstacle stopped him and prevented him from acting freely. Suddenly he said that he wanted to remove the Hydra virus from Bella's body and free her. Tom felt a surge of strength and wanted to explain to the virus that he was capable of this at any moment. He could destroy her if he wanted, and it was best not to resist if she preferred to die painlessly.
When Tom penetrated her cells, he studied her genetic code. This happened on a desert island. Of course, the process of erasing the virus would not be safe for Tom, but he was ready to do anything to save Bella's life. These words took the virus by surprise and could have completely ruined her plans. She wanted to know whether it would be painless for Tom himself or would it involve his suffering. Tom was silent for some time. He already foresaw a catch in every word and action of this creature. Meanwhile, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sun looked welcomingly at the mountains from behind the clouds. Tina and Lily were just not far from there, waiting to see how this whole story would end. Lily found Tom's last words strange when he left. She told Tina about this, but she did not understand what exactly seemed strange to her. Lily explained that Tom's words sounded like goodbye, as if he was leaving to die. He said that now everything would end, but the question remained how this story would end for Tom himself. It was as if he wanted to communicate something important, but could not express it in words. The girl said that it was Tom's farewell to them, and this is how his last phrase should be understood. For some reason, Tina had never thought about this, but now she was beginning to understand that her friend was right. Lily was much older than her and understood people and their feelings much better. She continued to look at the government building, where the main events were now unfolding. Our hero was there along with the manager who tamed Bella's body. Suddenly, Tom uttered those words that confirmed Lily's guess about his last phrase. He addressed the virus in Bella's body, saying that today he intends to put an end to this whole story. But the only way to complete it is by dying, and that's exactly what he plans to do, taking the virus with him. These words irritated the manager. They sounded quite sincere and threatening. The virus asked if he was really ready to do this for the sake of one person. Suddenly, Tom said that he was ready to do just that, and now this is his understanding of his mission. A Hydra only asked for a short pause and not to rush things. Does he really value this girl's life more than his own? Then she threatened to destroy Bella if she was so important to Tom. Don't forget that the virus is still holding Bella hostage, and the situation hasn't changed a bit. Tom listened to her threats, finding truth in them, but did not fully believe the words of this creature. Yes, Bella was indeed her hostage, and it was very difficult to remove her from her captivity. The guy noticed that she was behaving quite humanly, simply wanting to take revenge on everyone for her offense. These words greatly agitated Hydra because she hated everything connected with humanity. Tom then said that if he died, there would be no reason to let Bella live. Determination was visible in Tom's eyes. He intended to end this once and for all. It remained unclear whether he was ready for Bella's death if Hydra kept its promise. Suddenly he declared that from now on Bella's death would not stop him, and these threats were in vain. This surprised the manager, because every time he perceived this threat as the best tool in the fight against Tom. It seems that Hydra needed a new plan if Tom's intentions changed so dramatically. The manager said that he didn't really believe in the hostage situation anyway, so he was prepared for it from the very beginning. In the Hydra's gaze, there was only rage and a readiness to tear this guy into pieces. It seemed that she had already completely taken over the body of her host and was ready for her next step. A moment later, she raised her hand up and thereby wanted to call for help. Tom heard a loud sound somewhere behind him, like a herd of wild animals approaching. Behind him, he saw a huge crowd of zombies that had knocked down the door and were heading towards them. The mutants were completely under the control of Hydra, and there was no question of having any conversations with them. However, Tom had already changed his attitude towards people and tried to save as many innocent lives as possible. Tom immediately addressed the virus, saying that he was well aware of the futility of his intention. In response to this, the manager said that he had given so much effort not to kill people, but what is he going to do now? It seems that Hydra wants Tom to continue killing people against his will, and this is its main goal. The mutants surrounded our hero in an attempt to bite him, but Tom had already begun to use his natural powers. Suddenly, he saw something that took him by surprise, because before he did not know about all the abilities of the Hydra. The virus made some new decision and wanted to implement it right now. All the zombies he was controlling suddenly changed their direction towards their master. Tom was dismayed to see this picture and could not determine what she was up to. A bright flash appeared in front of him, and he realized that he needed to act immediately. Otherwise, it would be too late. The next second, Tom rushed in the direction where the crowd of mutants seemed to be devouring their own master. He didn't understand what was happening, but he urgently needed to figure it all out in order to save his girlfriend. Yes, these mutants were clearly up to something completely different because they never left the Hydra. Tom noticed that their faces had changed a lot, as if they had dried up and turned into mummies. Did all the zombies give their life force to the manager? Suddenly, a huge black paw appeared from the crowd of mutants, directed towards Tom. She instantly grabbed his head, and it became clear that the Hydra had taken on a new form. Most likely, she managed to focus on herself the power of all the infected, who had previously been divided among themselves. Tom has seen a lot during his existence, but this was the first time in his life that he encountered something like this. He saw a real demon in front of him, who almost no longer reminded him of Bella's appearance. The new creature was much stronger, and now Tom should look for another way to fight this evil.
A powerful energy wave appeared on the facade of the building. Tom broke through several walls and flew out from the force of this blow. Tina and Lily watched in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was clear that the strength of the virus had reached its maximum, and Tom was preparing for the final battle. There were ruins all around them. Everything was shrouded in black smoke. Tom was surprised that the virus had not yet demonstrated its true power. He watched it closely from Bella's body. It seemed that all this time he was cunningly hiding his capabilities. Our hero faced a major battle that could determine the future fate of the world. The creature's face changed greatly. Its eyes turned black from the energy that overwhelmed it because it became even stronger. Tom was also powerful, but the upcoming battle promised to be difficult. Hydra was still in Bella's body, completely taking over her mind and heart. Tom could defeat her, but then he would also kill Bella, who was the carrier of the virus. Suddenly, the manager turned around quickly, a speed he had never demonstrated before. Tom carefully watched his movements, preparing for any blow. But the next moment, the virus was behind him, taking Tom by surprise. He only had time to dodge new energy attacks, and this was not easy for him. The Hydra continued its attacks, cutting through the rocks in its path. She was no longer afraid of our hero, as if she was studying his capabilities. I wonder what Tom will do in this fight against the new monster. Choosing the moment, Tom attacked the manager with a powerful blow, gathering natural strength. Bella's body flew far beyond that place, leaving behind a blue wave. It crashed into the building opposite and was rendered harmless for a while. She pierced the facade of the building with her body and knocked out its walls at a monstrous speed. It seemed that space itself was changing at these unimaginable speeds. The next moment, Hydra found herself on the roof, barely able to stand, blood flowing from her nose. She was no longer so confident in herself, and our hero was already flying towards her, ready to deliver a series of new blows. There was a determination in his eyes that grew stronger every minute. Tom swung at her, forgetting that Bella, who was under the power of the virus, would also feel these blows. A blue wave burst out of it, the length of which resembled a quasar beam. But the manager was ready. He managed to dodge even such a quick attack. All the buildings nearby were engulfed in blue flames. The battle of life and death continued. Hydra watched Tom and learned every minute to counter his speed. Suddenly, she was high above him, because the Hydra also had the ability to move quickly. Tom turned to her, saying that she herself wanted this meeting. So why now does she constantly run away? She saw something new that she had never noticed before. Could every plant in this world give power to this guy? And now she was fighting against all of nature. If so, his energy was practically endless, which made her mission much more difficult. Tom actually received the power of nature itself, so the Hydra's own power was not enough to defeat him. Since Tom rethought his purpose, he has become even stronger. Suddenly, Hydra called our hero a coward, although she was the one who had been evading his attacks all the time. Tom looked at her questioningly, not understanding what she meant. The manager then raised his hand, using his power over the infected creatures. Tom watched silently, trying to understand what she was up to. The next second, he saw a huge crowd of zombies approaching him to tear him to pieces. These people, who were once valiant soldiers, have turned into a crowd of soulless puppets. There were so many of them that it seemed that the whole city had risen to fight against Tom. He realized that Hydra was sucking the life out of these people. It was just a parasite on the body of humanity. The virus suddenly declared that he would never have thought of this on his own. But what did he mean? Tom couldn't understand where she got her new skills and how she was able to progress. Bella no longer controlled her actions. She was completely absorbed by the virus. Suddenly, the manager announced that it was Bella who gave her the idea of sucking life out of infected people. Tom couldn't believe this lie, because Bella would never do this to people. This creature knew nothing about Bella and could not judge her. And Tom, in turn, knew her very well and saw her sincere love for people. Suddenly, the manager said that deep in her heart, the girl hated people, but hid it. Tom still didn't believe her, although he remembered some random phrases she had once said.
If this is so, then the girl really hated people, but she masked it all her life.
A crowd of mutants approached Bella, preparing to repeat what had already been done. Was Bella really on the side of the virus, or was this bastard able to fool her? Tom still had to find out, but first he needed to get into the girl's apartment. Now her door was sealed, and investigative work was carried out inside the apartment. It seems the government was onto something if they were paying such close attention to Bella's personality.
This is not surprising, since she was still a fugitive who could not be killed to save humanity.
Her apartment was completely empty. Bella had not been there for a long time, and it was unlikely that she would ever appear there.
Opposite her bed stood the same photograph from the time she lived here. The photo also showed two young people smiling cheerfully at the camera.
And outside the window there was a completely different picture. Black clouds of smoke were rising above the city. The last words of the Hydra made Tom think hard. Was she really right? Doesn't she have all this power because of Bella, and didn't she accidentally choose her as her bearer? The crowd of mutants did not leave her one step right now. She was feeding on their lives. It was clear how she greedily sucked out the energy of all these people. and they could no longer resist her. And somewhere deep inside her, Bella's true personality was still simmering, which was weak, like a small fetus. She had already lost control of her own body and seemed to be in oblivion. If only she could make her choice, I would like to understand whose side she would take in this confrontation. Bella's father was the president of a small business, which he diligently developed throughout his life. He was a warm-hearted man and treated his employees as if they were his own family. The girl's whole family was kind, and harmony always reigned within her. That is why she grew up independent, because proper upbringing always has a good effect on a person's character. But one day, my father's company went bankrupt due to the fraud of one of the employees, whom he treated as a close person. Instead of gifts filling the house on holidays, it was now filled with various petitions and letters. In the end, his mother could not stand it and left his father unable to bear these trials. Suddenly after this, the friend's attitude towards Bella changed dramatically. For a long time, she was alone, not understanding why her old friends turned away from her. From that moment on, people became hateful to her, due to their rapid change in attitude and mood. Soon after, Bella transferred to a new school, moving from Seoul to another city. The teachers told her to follow her example, because her grades spoke of the new student's excellent performance. She greeted the class, standing next to the teacher at the blackboard, showing her usual shyness. It was clear on the faces of the students that they were bored by all these greetings, and they looked at her with a sad look. Only one person applauded for Bella, suddenly starting to clap in the middle of the silence. Bella looked in his direction, wanting to understand who this man was. It turned out to be a young guy sitting on the last desk who was very kind to everyone. He alone decided to support Bella so that the ceremony would not seem so dull to her. It was strange why he behaved this way, because all people for Bella had long seemed to her like heartless creatures. She continued to study at that school, gradually beginning to forget her past. It was the most ordinary school, in which there were the most ordinary students, no different from the rest. Classmates were wondering where this girl came from and who she was. They asked her everything, including wanting to know the reason for her transfer to another school. Bella did not want to tell them the whole truth. She had only recently begun to forget the past, and was in no hurry to return to it. But suddenly she decided to tell them the story of her father's bankruptcy and the reason why she moved to this area. Then she said that she was in a bad mood today and would not really like to communicate right now. The students were surprised by her request to leave her alone and disperse from here. They looked at their new classmate in complete bewilderment, not understanding why she was so determined. After that, all the students in the class began to consider her arrogant and no longer wanted to talk to her about anything. Then Bella looked up and saw in front of her the very guy who supported her. He looked cordially in her direction, but she did not understand what he wanted. One of the guys in the class, who was considered a bully, noticed the behavior of that boy. The next second, he gave him a good slap on the back of the head, as he was usually used to doing. He turned to him, saying that the girl asked him to leave and that he didn't need to stand here like a fool. The girl watched how this cocky student behaved and recognized in him the features of an ordinary person. That guy continued to push the young student, realizing that he would not get change in return. Yes, this weak boy was always oppressed by those who by nature were physically stronger. Those around him could only watch the bullying, but none of them was able to stop it. Bella was only an observer in this whole story. She also could not do anything about it. But at this very time, her hatred of the human species was born, which began to manifest itself a little later. And now, being the carrier of a terrible virus, it was as if she was giving him power without wanting it. The manager stood opposite Tom, and it seemed that he managed to convince the guy of something. It was unclear who he was dealing with, the virus or the real Bella. Hydra became truly dangerous, because in alliance with Bella, it was twice as strong. And given her new ability to suck out lives, her strength could soon equal Tom's. The more she sucked power from people, the greater her power became. Hydra had influence over the feelings and mind of the girl, who could soon disappear altogether. This will definitely not end well, and our hero understood this perfectly well. It was necessary to quickly deal with this issue before things went too far. Tom's capabilities had their limits, but he had all nature on his side, and this was his main advantage. Hydra also understood all his power, although she herself was strong enough to fight from the very beginning. Tom's energy was intended to destroy people as he previously believed. But everything has changed since he realized his main mistake and new purpose. The extermination of people was no longer a goal for him as it was in childhood. On the contrary, he would like more than anything to save Bella and prevent more deaths. He turned to her, realizing that she could still hear him, and asked her about the main thing. The power around Tom was gaining enormous proportions, and he was preparing for a monstrously powerful surge. First of all, he asked her not to die, exactly as his wise mother bequeathed to him in childhood. For a moment it seemed that Bella heard his request, and Hydra did not completely take over her soul. Tom was unstoppable. He wanted to end this as soon as possible. The girls did not understand what was happening, because everything around them turned into energy and rushed towards Tom. It seemed that the whole planet was trying to give its strength to this guy in the fight against a deadly virus. Hydra looked at what was happening in bewilderment, realizing the full scale of her problems. She's already shown everything she's capable of, but this guy hasn't shown all his cards yet. An unimaginable amount of energy gathered around Tom in order for him to destroy this creature. He continued to appeal to Bella, who was imprisoned by the manager, so that she would never die. The manager didn't know what this guy was trying to do, but by taking all this power, Tom could become invulnerable. The guy's appearance changed with every second. He turned into one electric clot filled with natural energy. The virus must hit him first if he does not want to die an inglorious death. But how to do this if Tom was already ready for any blow? Finally, she rushed forward with such speed that only a clot of energy remained in the place where she was. The next second, they found themselves face to face, as if life and death were fighting at that moment. Tom guessed what technique this creature might use, but was prepared for any outcome. It seems that the Hydra managed to get ahead of our hero for a split second and take the initiative into its own hands. This did not bode well for her, because now Tom had become a defender of the planet and not a killer. The Hydra hit our hero with great speed against the wall, pinning him to it. She held his head, and most likely this was the limit that she was capable of. But all these actions could not kill him, which was already beginning to noticeably irritate the virus. Tom used the ability of an armadillo, consisting of 100 layers of armor, which was practically invulnerable. Hydra took a step back from him and heard him asking her to be calm, because soon everything would be over. She understood that several dozen people from whom she had sucked the life out would not be enough to fight. Then she decided to act differently and collect the entire number of creatures infected by her. Tom understood that she was capable of this, but it was unlikely that he would let her fulfill this opportunity. Hydra wanted to take the energy of hundreds, thousands, and maybe millions of living beings. Almost the entire planet was already infected with this virus, which means she had direct contact with them. Energy waves began to emanate from her body in different directions, sending orders to all those infected. Tens of thousands of infected people were to become her new prey and give her their powers. These living batteries were the most ordinary people and their children who turned into soulless puppets. They heard her signals and were ready to rush in the direction she ordered. Unfortunately, even our heroes fell victim to her because right now they were also listening to her messages. Lily completely lost control of herself. Her eyes were like those of a weak-willed zombie. But once in the past, Bella was a simple student who had recently moved to another settlement. One day while returning home, she heard someone calling her name. It was the same boy who still continued to follow her, and it was unclear what he wanted. In his hands was an insect that was the largest bug he had caught. He held out the box with this beetle towards Bella, wanting to give it as a gift. Bella didn't understand what the hell this kid was doing and why he decided that she wanted this bug. But he continued to say that it was the best stag beetle he had ever caught. Yes, it was a very interesting story, but not for a tired girl who was returning from school. She realized that the boy suffered from autism and had severe mental retardation. She wanted to ask why he was giving her this beetle since she had not given any reason for such gifts. Suddenly the boy said that all the other children except her seemed scary to him. And Bella, unlike them, is very smart, and he wanted to become closer friends with her. He told how his grandmother told him about the heavenly kingdom that was above the clouds. All good people were supposed to go to this kingdom. Does it really exist? Most likely this boy's parents were dead, judging by his vague stories. And now he wanted to know if this was the heavenly kingdom that his grandmother had told him about. In response to this, Bella stated that this was unreal and that no heavenly kingdom existed. After that, she turned around and went her way, and the boy only thanked her after. She heard him offer her a last gift, but she refused the beetle, telling her to keep it for herself. The boy continued to thank her with a smile on his face for leaving him this wonderful specimen. He waved after her, continuing to thank her for the valuable information and bidding her farewell until the next day. The young girl continued to study at this school, and everything went as usual. All the students in the class called her the little new girl, and this was a little offensive to Bella. One of the students asked her if she met that guy yesterday after school. Bella replied that it was true, and they talked for a while. In response, a classmate said that he did not return home after their meeting yesterday, and today he did not come to school. Bella stated that he only asked her about the heavenly kingdom above the clouds, and she replied that the kingdom really exists. Suddenly, everyone decided that the young man's absence was caused precisely by his conversation with Bella yesterday. He probably listened to her and went to the very clouds that lift a person high into the sky. The next second, the student suddenly said that we were talking about the so-called mass of clouds, which was located right outside the window. She pointed to the mountain that was visible through those clouds, and was sure that the boy had gone there after yesterday's meeting. The student offered to find him together, but Bella did not want to leave class for the sake of this search. A classmate said that she was afraid to go to these mountains alone, and the girl should go with her. But Bella refused this in every possible way. It was better to tell everything to the teacher and ask for help. This answer was incomprehensible to her classmate,
Is she really heartless? But it was still scary to go there alone, so she hoped for Bella's help. Did this boy really believe in the existence of a hidden world and go alone to this mountain? It was strange why all this fell to Bella and why this boy approached her. The day continued the same as yesterday, but still no one saw that student at school. Suddenly, Bella decided to change her intentions and agreed to go in search of the guy. This was a little strange on her part because just recently she had refused this help in every possible way.
A classmate had her own bicycle and offered to ride there together.
The sky was clear, there was not a single cloud, the weather was wonderful. The young girls went in search of their classmate and were ready to look for him even until the night. The girl confidently rode her bike. This was not the first time she had gone on a long journey. An interesting journey lay ahead of them, but mainly, they needed to find the boy. The events that were happening right now required an immediate solution. Tom knew there was some truth to what Hydra had said about Bella, and it spelled much more trouble for him than he thought. She looked in his direction, and somewhere deep inside this creature, the life of the real Bella still glimmered. And at this time, a crowd of mutants was heading towards them in order to give their lives to the manager. It seems that the entire city was infected with this virus, and right now was ready to give their lives to this creature. The zombies, on one command, headed towards her and were already completely subservient to her. Tom understood what this meant for him, but he was ready to take this fight. Although all these mutants could not kill him because they were needed only as food for the Hydra. She had already changed her appearance beyond recognition. Bella's face was completely covered with a black mask. This was incomparable to what it was just a few minutes ago, because the number of mutants was truly huge. Hydra waited impatiently for them to come closer to her, so she could drain their life and become even stronger. She continued to remain in place, and countless people were approaching her from all sides. Tom understood that the only way to stop her was to prevent contact between the zombies and the manager. But how to do this when even the closest people were influenced by him? Tom had to make a difficult choice, because he did not want to kill all these zombies and take the lives of the people inside them. Bella no longer controlled this process and seemed to be ready for any obstacles, knowing her every next step. Lily was also among those zombies who were advancing towards the Hydra. It was difficult for Tom to resist them, if he wants to save the life of each of these residents. He watched a terrible picture of how Lily was in the very first rows and was ready to give her life. He could only watch these terrible events. Is there really no way to resist her in this, or is there something else we can come up with? Bella touched her former friend Lily, but the Hydra inside her sensed some changes. After all, life continued to remain in the girl and was not transmitted to the parasitic virus. The body suddenly stopped obeying the Hydra, because Bella fiercely resisted it. It seems that right now Bella could see her best friend in front of her. She resisted with all her might, wanting to save the life of Lily and all the other people. It was incredible because Hydra made every effort to take control away from her. Seeing this, Tom shouted loudly in her direction, ordering the damned parasite to stop. She looked back at Tom, not understanding what he was going to do next. Finally, she realized that this girl was not just an ordinary mutant, because she was Bella's close friend. And Tina, whom she saw in the crowd, was also somehow connected with her, which means this was the main obstacle. Finally, Tom had a chance to make his move and end this. Tears streamed down the Hydra's cheek as Bella showed signs of life inside her. It seems that nothing could be done about this, and the virus had to come to terms with this misunderstanding. She tore her hand away from Lily's neck, realizing that she could not take her life. Tom saw that this method really worked, and Bella continued to help him as best she could inside the manager. Suddenly, the Hydra declared that Tom's fight with her was over. He had won this battle. This was a strange statement, considering that there was also an entire city of dangerous zombies under her influence. The next moment, she ordered all these walking dead to head towards Tom and destroy him. Will the guy really have to kill all these walking corpses, each of which still had a glimmer of human life? There was also no way to escape from them, because leaving them alone with the Hydra, it would suck their lives completely. It was a very difficult choice for Tom. He really didn't know what to do at this moment. Suddenly, Tom saw that the goals of the virus had changed greatly, and she had another try against it. The next second, she turned in the other direction and rushed into the distance. Finally, she told Tom that he should wait for her in another place. It seems that she decided to use all the other infected in order to destroy the world with their hands. Her eyes were full of rage and determination. She was ready to do anything for her goal. Even if she has to destroy the entire planet, she will be happy, because she sees this as her real mission. Infected people were everywhere and in all countries, starting with America. Great Britain was also almost completely under its influence and stuffed with these puppets. There are also few people left in Russia who were not yet under its control. France was 90% infected with this virus. The Hydra had a monstrous effect on this country. This list also included China, where countless people became carriers of the virus. All these people who made serious decisions in the government were now completely subordinate to her. These were not only high-ranking politicians, but also military men. All ministries on whose decisions the fate of humanity depended carried out any of her orders.
It seemed that she subjugated all people only so that these people would destroy themselves. On the agenda today was war with South Korea, and the main target was the city of Sejong. Politicians, completely controlled by Hydra, promised that everything would be fine in the future. They intended to drop a bomb there, and this bomb was filled with a nuclear charge. Hydra was curious what such a plan would lead to, and whether she could carry it out. A crowd of mutants has surrounded Tom, but it seems that the impending disaster is becoming worse than these mutants. Mother Nature has been helping Tom all this time. But can she help him in the fight against people who want to destroy themselves? Tom really did not expect the Hydra to be so calculating in its actions. He underestimated the capabilities of its intelligence. There was a lively discussion in the White House about the use of nuclear weapons, ready to resolve at any moment. The president stated that he is the highest person, which means that he should make all decisions in the country. One of the politicians expressed to him that he was the president, not the king, which means he should consult with his colleagues. The president remarked that it was like a riot if he decided not to follow his orders. It seems that he had been in the power of the manager for a long time, and the politician, being next to him, understood this perfectly well. Seeing this, he loudly announced that he had found the manager, and it was necessary to call a team to eliminate him. But the next second, a pistol shot rang out, and the man's head shattered into pieces. All those who were nearby looked at what was happening in bewilderment, not understanding how this was possible. The president then pointed the gun in their direction, asking if anyone else had any questions. The planes were already flying at full speed towards their final target, having received the order to destroy. It seemed like all the decisions had already been made, and the virus really had enormous power. No one in this world could resist his decisions, and the most monstrous acts would be committed by human hands. The Hydra in Bella's body was also racing at full speed towards where the most important event was about to happen. She understood that everything had been settled with America long ago, and now she had to deal with all the other countries. In other states, there were still people not infected with this virus who dared to resist it. But these people already made up a smaller part of Parliament, which means they could not completely control the situation. Another murder was committed in the government house of the Russian Federation, but this time it was the carrier of the virus who was killed. Colleagues asked in bewilderment why the man did this. Had he finally lost his mind? He stated that he did this precisely because he did not lose his composure and did not want to start a nuclear massacre. This man, who was lying with a broken head, was actually the voice of the manager and wanted to give a monstrous order. Now the hero is ready to take responsibility. His duty demands it, and everyone else can avoid punishment. The virus understood that except for America, all other countries now had failures, and it failed to seize power over the whole world. Despite this, there were only a few hours of travel ahead, which would provide an opportunity to rectify the situation. Ultimately, everything had to end as the manager planned, and nothing could stop him. By the way, General Laura, who served as acting president, was now in the hospital. Her faithful assistant rushed in, telling her that a serious problem was looming. Laura could hardly muster her last strength, but was ready to listen to him. She looked terrible, going through a serious stage of her illness. The assistant said that a nuclear war was coming and they needed to evacuate quickly if they wanted to survive. Laura listened to this news with bitterness, realizing that she too was involved in the deaths of people. The whole world considers her a military dictator who started a world war. However, the Hydra calmed her down, saying that after the end of the world no one would remember Laura. She intended to destroy every single person, which means no one would judge Laura at the very end. And now it began. Her words were truly prophetic and fatal. The assistant continued to shout loudly to the woman about something, but she had already made her decision. Suddenly, interrupting her assistant, she asked where he was now. This caused the young man to misunderstand who she was asking about and who she meant. A huge crowd of mutants was already rapidly approaching Tom, wanting to crush him with their numbers. Tom still wanted to save the lives of all these people infected with the virus. But it seems that now he has to do something that he would not really want to do otherwise. He had the power of the entire planet, and it is unlikely that this crowd of mutants could immobilize him. The question was not how to confront these monsters, but how to save the lives of all these people. Suddenly, Tom released a huge energy wave that spread like ripples on water in different directions. Tom has attempted to do something he has never done before. Will he be able to do it now? The next second, all the infected people were pierced by the energy of life, and what happened next is amazing. Lily suddenly came to her senses, not understanding how she ended up here. She truly became like an ordinary person again, and the Hydra virus no longer had control over her. What happened to all these people, and how were they able to regain control of their bodies? Lily continued to stand in complete bewilderment among those who also did not understand anything and looked around. There were a huge number of people there, and none of them tried to attack Tom anymore. And at that moment, the manager had already been on the road for a long time, rapidly approaching the goal. The speed was truly enormous and it seemed impossible to keep up with him. However, on this planet, there was one person who was capable of outstripping even such cosmic speeds. And it seems that right now, the Hydra was being overtaken by someone who is capable of moving even faster than the speed of light. Hydra felt the presence of this man behind her. The guy still managed to catch up with her. The next second, she discovered with horror that it really was Tom, and right now he was overtaking her from behind. And the next moment, Tom was already in front. It's incredible how he manages to do this. With such actions, he took her by surprise, because she believed that she had already gained power over all living beings. Tom forcibly grabbed her face and held the Hydra tightly in his hand. Yes, it was a stranglehold because he used the abilities of several creatures at once for this purpose. He managed to quickly bring the Hydra to his knees and hold it without much effort. She understood that Tom was not just holding her back. He was endowing the virus with his own energy. Tom managed to somehow learn to deduce her power, as if he knew her genetic code. Tom's hand was covered with burgundy stains, as if the blood of the manager himself was imprinted on it. Tom replied that it was, and the energy of the virus gradually left Bella's body. Hydra looked at Tom in horror, trying to explain to him that they should be allies, not enemies. But Tom said that he did not want to cooperate with her, and perhaps right now they would both disappear from the face of the earth. It seems that the guy really managed to destroy the cause of this virus. At least he continued to hold the Hydra, and she was on her knees and could not move. He might be forced to die with her, just for one person. Tom explained that he had killed countless people in his life, and they both deserved to die. He spoke like a wise man, and not like the little boy he had been all along. To save Bella, he is ready to do anything, even give his own life. She saw him as an ally in the fight against humanity, but now he has changed so much. An unimaginable energy overtook the Hydra. It was not at all what she was used to. Even at the height of her powers, she could not resist this monstrous influence that Tom was exerting over her right now. And it looks like he's really willing to die with her to save Bella. This guy isn't bluffing. But what has changed so much in him? And why has he changed his attitude towards people so dramatically? Maybe it really was just one girl and he really was an ordinary person all this time. In this case, there is another way to deal with it, which came to the manager's mind. The virus suddenly said that it cannot die right now, and there is one serious reason for this. The next second, Tom heard something he never expected. This creature really turned out to be too cunning. It was about nuclear weapons that could destroy everything on Earth, including Bella and Lily. And right now, the process was already in motion, because the President of America was completely under the control of Hydra. He had long given orders to his troops, and the American fighters were heading towards their target. Does she seriously want to use nuclear weapons and destroy the entire Earth in a few strikes? Hydra said that this is true, and he definitely cannot stop this disaster. If a nuclear war starts, he will not be able to save his friends, neither Bella nor the rest of her friends. If he dies right now with her, then who will stop the nuclear massacre that is about to begin at any second? They will all turn to ashes at once, which means he will have to stop immediately. Suddenly, Tom removed his hand from Bella's head. He had to make another difficult decision. Tom said that if he survived, the virus could kill him when Tom turned into a twisted mess. The virus liked this option. It was ideal for him, which means he will wait for this moment. Although he could have suggested another development of events, maybe Tom would also like it. This offer can be beneficial for everyone, including Hydra itself. Tom didn't understand what she was talking about, and what kind of deal she wanted to offer this time. But suddenly Bella mentally told him information that seemed disgusting to Tom. However, he is ready to do this in the name of saving all people immediately after he finishes the problem with nuclear war. First, he should deal with the bomb and destroy it, preventing a bloody meat grinder. And after that, he will return to this issue and perhaps make this vile deal. Meanwhile, there were only a few minutes left before the start of a process that was almost impossible to stop. The entire road was paralyzed, kilometer-long traffic jams stretched along the entire route. There were only 30 minutes left before the start, but many people could not evacuate due to these terrible traffic jams. This is exactly what the manager planned to do when he planned all these horrors. Laura understood that in their country there was definitely no safe place to hide. And there is only one option that you can hope for, and that can work in the end. It was about Tom, who was the last hope for the salvation of humanity. Laura's assistant looked at the woman in bewilderment, not understanding how she changed her mind so quickly. Tom was somewhere in the Eastern Sea and was still far from the point of impact, and next to him was his faithful friend, Kraken. It was with this sea creature that he was now spending time. The Kraken held Bella tightly so that she wouldn't do another dirty trick. He told the octopus that there are nuclear weapons, which are contained in a powerful bomb. Hydra shouted to him that if they were in the blast radius, they would probably turn to dust, and Bella would also die along with them. Our hero saw the horror in the eyes of the Hydra and understood that she was afraid of death more than anything else. She did not resist his statements, because she knew perfectly well this fear in herself and did not hide it. Is this guy really going to be able to stop the war that started? Where did he get such confidence? Tom didn't know how to answer this question, but there was absolutely no one else to help the world except him. Suddenly, the Hydra shouted that you should not underestimate people, for some reason blaming Tom for this. He looked at her with an incomprehensible look. How could this creature turn his tongue to say such a thing? He said that her opinion was wrong, and rather on the contrary, that she underestimated humanity too much. Isn't she the cause of all the troubles that are happening on this planet now? Meanwhile, Laura expected a nuclear war to break out and prayed that Tom would have time to prevent it. She seems to have changed her attitude towards this guy a lot, finally realizing who the real enemy is here. The man she swore to destroy is the only one who can save this world. This man was Tom, and he is exactly the one whom she always considered a monster. The plane was already flying at great speed towards its target to begin this terrible process. However, on the way, Tom was already waiting for him, who saw him right in front of him. The next second, he flew straight towards this fighter, without even thinking about his own life for a second. His faithful friend was below and continued to hold the Hydra all this time. She in turn continued to claim that she never looked down on people. What does she mean? According to her, if you look at things correctly, people are trying to destroy all life on Earth, and in this they are very similar to her. It seems that something terrible is about to happen, and Tom has a monstrous mission. A flash was visible far in the sky, which meant Tom had already met the plane in the sky. An explosion of a monstrous scale occurred, and it's good that it happened in the open ocean and not somewhere on land. If such an explosion occurred in a densely populated city, it would entail unimaginable casualties, and Tom knew this well. Therefore, he prepared to carry out this plan far from cities and countries, choosing this place. I must say that Tom was a little nervous because of the noise that was coming from the flying plane. But this plane was no different from all previous airborne objects that attacked that island. This means that he will once again have to go through the same path that he knows from his own experience. Far away from him was his faithful friend, who watched all this from the side. The Kraken's life could not be endangered, and Tom asked him to stay as far away from there as possible. The octopus continued to keep the virus trapped in Bella's body so that it could not interfere. Tom understood that his strength, despite the help of all nature, was still not limitless. And if he wastes it on preventing nuclear war, then there may not be any left to fight the virus. One could only hope that it would still be enough to eliminate 2 deadly dangers at once. He will definitely deal with the Hydra as soon as he completes the ongoing confrontation and stops the nuclear war. It seemed that the water, like all other objects on Earth, gave Tom their energy. Hydra watched all this and envied Tom. She would also like to have such power. It seems that this guy has seriously decided to come face to face with the plane, and after that he expects to stay alive. Hydra was surprised that he was going to hit this plane full of explosives head-on like that, thinking that Tom was completely crazy. At the bottom of the place where Tom was floating in the air, a whirlpool filled with the power of the water element began to spin. Tom concentrated a bunch of small but very strong energy in his hand. The next second, he rushed up towards the plane that was heading straight towards him. It seems that he decided to use the help of the ocean and strike this blow together. The high pressure of water pierced right through the flying plane, and this immediately knocked it off course. It was clear that Tom was learning to use his abilities better every day, and right now it was noticeable. Everything turned out quite simply for him, even easier than he had imagined at the very beginning. Suddenly something went wrong, and this failure brought a smile to the face of the Hydra. Tom fell down right before he was about to finish what he started. He could not understand what was happening to him and why his plan was unsuccessful. An infinitely bright flash appeared right before his eyes, and everything nearby was shrouded in fire. This explosion turned out to be much more dangerous and posed a mortal danger even for our hero. The flame did not subside and seemed to intensify even more with every second, turning into a fiery whirlwind. Tom could hardly contain himself from the pain that he was experiencing right now, being next to this explosion. His body began to break down into small molecules, which is how flesh reacts to contact with a nuclear explosion. In the next second, blood sprayed from all sides of his body. All his clothes were burned at once in 1 second. Yes, the collision with the plane and the resulting nuclear flame turned out to be much more serious than he had expected. Will this really turn out to be a mortal test for our hero, and will he really end his earthly journey on this note? The explosion looked truly monstrous. It seemed that no other force on Earth could compare with its power. Tom's essence, which is contained in his consciousness, looked from under the water at the nuclear explosion and still could not realize whether she was alive or no longer alive. At the place where Laura was, her assistant had just arrived with another piece of news. He burst in so quickly that he took the woman by surprise, but she was eagerly awaiting news from him. The assistant reported that a few minutes ago this guy Tom was able to stop a plane filled with nuclear explosives. He managed to do this in the East Sea, and this news was the most wonderful at that moment. Powerless, the woman lowered her face and covered it with her hands. She had already experienced a lot in recent days. Could it be that the guy who saved humanity right now was an ardent enemy for her all this time? The next second, she turned sharply towards the assistant and asked what happened to Tom himself after that. In the place where this fatal collision took place right now, a whirlwind of nuclear ash arose. Tom lay below. His body was mutilated. He looked like dead blackened coal. Hydra came close to him, realizing that this could be the end of his earthly existence. She understood that right now she saw real self-sacrifice for the sake of saving the entire planet. During the explosion, the octopus left her and went to cover his friend, wanting to save him. Why do they all expose themselves to mortal danger, and why do these creatures not value their own lives? It seems that Tom really ended his existence on this note, even with such enormous vitality. Bella, who was under the power of the Hydra, reached out her hand in his direction and grabbed this mutilated corpse by the throat. Then she raised him high above her, because she had long dreamed of finally seeing the corpse of her enemy. If he really was nature itself, then the only weapon that was created by human hands could destroy him. This means that all these people must disappear if they are the cause of the death of nature itself. The thought took root in her mind again, but Bella's memories seemed to awaken inside her again. She began to remember the continuation of that story, when they were looking for the missing boy, going to the mountains for him. Bella remembered how they continued their journey on a bicycle. She sat on the trunk, and her classmate held the steering wheel and pedaled. The girl didn't quite understand why she agreed to this, but still decided to help her. At some point, she seemed to see something far away from herself and took a closer look at that place. But in front of her, she saw only the blue sky and clouds. Then where did this strange sound come from? So the girls continued to move towards the mountain and were about to arrive at the place. Meanwhile, the virus finally managed to take over Tom's body, albeit dead, and then impale him with its hand. Blood gushed out in a thick stream and Tom could no longer resist. Hydra was happy that Tom made this decision for himself and reaped the fruits of his success. The blood of the one who called himself nature itself poured down her hands, and now she defeated her enemy. Now she wanted to destroy all of humanity in order to take revenge for everything that it had caused to the planet. Bella experienced true triumph when she pierced the body of the already dead Tom with her hand. She felt like God after a representative of Mother Nature herself was defeated before her eyes. He lay in the water, his charred corpse no longer able to resist its power. Hydra saw him as an ordinary person without any unique abilities. She survived only thanks to her cunning. Maybe intelligence is the most important thing in this world. Nuclear ash continued to float in the air above the site where the explosion occurred. Hydra looked at Tom imperiously, as if she had dreamed about this all her existence. Suddenly she saw something that greatly changed her mood and all her future plans. The wound in the center of our hero's body seemed to gradually begin to heal. Yes, this is what happened every time Tom was injured in the past. At some point, it had already tightened so much that it seemed that now his body would become alive again. This was depressing news for the Hydra. She did not want to just watch it in silence. Out of frustration, she rushed to attack the already dead body, trying to mutilate it even more. She began tearing out pieces of meat so that they could never regain their previous appearance. She was furious that this guy was truly immortal and would come to his senses again after some time. It was not clear whether Tom felt all the pain that the physical body feels or whether he was in oblivion, but it seemed that right now from these dead eye sockets he was watching what was happening all over the world. Tom felt that he was again in the same place where he had met his mother many years ago. He opened his eyes and saw in front of him only a white light around him. There was emptiness everywhere. Is he really in heaven and finished his earthly existence? Tom began to look around, trying to see someone else besides himself. But there was no one around. On all sides there was one vast wasteland, endless as the universe. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice that told him that he was fine. It was her voice. Bella, who was incredibly happy to see them, stood right in front of him. What was she doing here? Were they both dead now? Tom didn't understand whether it was his illusions or what was really happening to him in reality. He asked Bella if he was dead, and if everything he understood was true. Unexpectedly, she responded by asking whether he regretted his death. Without thinking, Tom replied that he really regretted it because he still had not fulfilled his main mission. With a smile on her face, Bella called him greedy for clinging to his life after living for millions of years. He then stated that he was never able to save Bella, and therefore he should immediately return back. In response to this, Bella looked at him intently. She had wanted to tell him something for a long time. She extended her hand to him, wanting to tell him about something very important that he had not heard before. Suddenly, she invited him to come with her and leave all these earthly goals in the past. But he immediately asked where she was going to go and why she was making such a decision. She replied that she wanted to talk to him one last time while they still had some time. This was a strange statement from her. She had never acted like this before. Still, he took her hand, because in fact he really missed this girl all the time they were apart. What happened next took our hero by surprise, because Bella wanted to take him to distant lands. Suddenly he realized that the space around him had changed and he found himself in some other place. A clear blue sky appeared right in front of him, with massive mountains below. It was there that he and Bella, holding hands, were at the moment.
Apparently, she was able to transport them anywhere in the world, unless of course all this is reality and not mind games. A mass of clouds hovered directly above his head. That sight was truly beautiful. Suddenly, Tom saw the same boy that Bella had been looking for in her distant childhood. Who is this man, and what is he doing here all alone in the middle of the mountains? Tom turned to Bella with this question and also wanted to know the reason for their current location. Suddenly behind them, the head of the Bella she was in her youth suddenly appeared. Tom turned back with fear, not understanding what was happening and how he should react to it. He asked the girl if it was really her, and they were now seeing what happened in the distant past. Bella confirmed that they have the opportunity to see with their own eyes the whole story that happened to her during her school years. These images were just her memories that she wanted to introduce our hero to. A young girl arrived on this mountain to find the same boy who showed attention to her. They finally found him. The boy was indeed here, just as her classmate had told her. First of all, they asked if he was okay and if this kid was in his right mind, since he came here alone. Bella shyly turned her gaze to the side, but still did not forget to apologize to him. In response, with a smile on his face, he thanked both girls for remembering him and coming here. He said that he met Mom and Dad here, and thanks Bella for this meeting. She continued to observe her past memories from the side, but could not influence the events that had already happened. Then she turned to Tom with the words that he had been trying to say her with such persistence all this time. Tom listened carefully to her speech, not understanding what she was driving at. Suddenly, Bella declared that she didn't really want to live and didn't need to be saved. These words shocked our hero. It was strange that they sounded from the lips of his girlfriend. All these images remained in Bella's memories, which she specially modeled for Tom. The boy came to the mountains because of Bella's lie that there is life in the sky. Meeting his parents was probably his fantasy because he was really seriously ill. But instead of being angry with Bella, he thanked the girl and was completely happy. Thanks to this, the three guys became true friends and were always close in the future. Bella looked at these memories with sadness, regretting many moments of her life. Tom also carefully watched what he saw in Bella's reaction to these events. Many years passed and Bella was already preparing to study at the university. It was decided where all the students would go to study next, and who would be enrolled in a special exclusion order. Bella sat with this young man at the same desk and thought about her future. One of the friends said that she wants to go to a factory, earn money, and run a business, while the other has not yet made her choice. Bella then looked at her neighbor, wondering what he was going to do next. She felt a little embarrassed that she had underestimated the mental abilities of her friend, who was actually quite capable. However, it was not clear why he was so keen to study in the Department of Earth and Environment with an interest in global warming. The girls claimed that this would happen in 100 years, and they would already be dead before this warming happened. They talked about everything with interest, and Tom and Bella looked at these memories. Bella said that she sees good guys in front of her and could live her life again next to them. She began to look completely different. Her mood changed significantly. Finally, a radiant smile appeared on her face, which was very useful for her. The kids had fun when they grew up a little and took pictures for group shots. It was this photograph that was captured in the frame that stood in Bella's room. So they continued to study together until that fateful event happened. Bella came face to face with the guy who was considered the main bully at school. He honestly admitted to the girl that he really liked her, and he would like to be much closer friends with her. Bella listened to his words calmly, because she was completely uninterested in him. This confession was inappropriate for her. She did not want to hear the words spoken from this guy. Our heroes continued to observe the entire past that happened in Bella's distant childhood. Of course, she refused him. There was no question about it, because she didn't like him. The guy was left in splendid isolation, and Bella turned around and went about her business. This greatly hurt the bully, and he began to take out his emotions on his defenseless friend. The girl couldn't just look at it and threatened him if he dared to do something like that again. He listened carefully to her threats, but knew very well that this could not stop him. The abuse extended not only to this defenseless guy, but also to his two girlfriends. One day the boy told them that these attacks were only happening because of him, and asked for their forgiveness. Yes, he really repented that it was his fault that they had to experience all these difficulties, which he knew about firsthand. In response to this, the girl said that he behaves this way because Bella refused him, so the boy had absolutely nothing to do with it. Unexpectedly, he announced that he would try to fix it and would not leave his girlfriends in trouble. But Bella did not want anyone to interfere in this conflict. It was her personal matter. She told him to just relax and do nothing until his feelings went away on their own. In response, the boy stated that he was ready to fight if there was no other choice. He said that he would not allow anyone to offend her or say nasty things about her. This approach, of course, was very nice of him, but she understood that he was too weak. At the last moment, she told him to do as he wished, since he had not understood her words the first time. Then she left the office and went to the next class, where she waited for the next lesson. Our heroes watched her go, and Bella knew perfectly well what this would lead to. She closely observed her own memories, which she had already returned to more than once. For some reason, she only thought about the beating,
and not about the boy's feelings, which really were. He remained in that office with a sad look, and it was clear that he liked Bella too. Finally, the evening came, which became decisive for the life of that boy. The meeting with the bully took place face-to-face right on the roof of the school. He ordered him to immediately repeat the words that had been spoken very recently with threats. The boy loudly demanded to leave Bella behind and not torment her, otherwise it could lead to dire consequences. The bully arrogantly listened to his conversations. He found all these speeches funny. Has he seriously decided to deal with this pumped-up guy and is not afraid to get hit on the head for it? Then the guy said that he had been living too well lately, and now it was time for him to die. These words greatly frightened the young boy. He did not expect him to be so decisive. It was clear how his body was trembling with fear. He did not understand what to do next. His body began to sweat from horror because he was beginning to guess who he was really talking to now. At the same time, normal work was going on in the classroom. The students were preparing for the start of the lesson. New tasks that will be needed in the upcoming seminar were written on the board. Everyone was passionate about work. Bella was also busy with her work and did not suspect anything at all. Suddenly, unexpectedly, she heard a noise outside the window, in which she recognized a familiar voice. The next second, she turned in the direction from which these strange screams were coming. She saw something that made her shudder, because two young people were flying to the ground upside down. Bella's whole life flashed before Bella's eyes. She understood that these two would die right now. It's scary to imagine what was in the heart of this young girl and what she was thinking about at that moment. But it was clear that the death of these guys was inevitable, and right now she was destined to see it. The students did not immediately understand what was happening. Many simply did not believe their eyes. They all rushed to the windows and began to look at what was down there, and the girl screamed in fear. Bella continued to sit in her place in a daze, because she was right next to the window. The students saw with horror what the bodies of the two children who fell from the roof turned into. There was wild horror in Bella's eyes, because she saw the worst thing that could happen in life. Two bloody bodies with broken heads lay on the ground, and no one showed signs of life. Among the two students was her close friend, who vowed to protect her and never leave her in trouble. Yes, it was the most terrible day of her life. Today she witnessed death. The boy, who desperately wanted to protect her, deliberately took this step. A fight broke out on the roof, and it was obvious that the bully was greatly hurt by Bella's refusal. Her friend dodged it with all his might to avoid falling from a great height. The next second, he deftly jumped to the side and managed to avoid a collision with this guy. The bully did not expect such a quick reaction and was not prepared for the boy to resist. But the next moment, the guy was right in front of him and pushed him in the chest with all his strength. He did this with tears in his eyes, because in his life he had never experienced such feelings. Did he really intend to push this big guy down and crash to the ground with him? That's right, he sacrificed his own life to eliminate the person who was hurting Bella. All the students looked at what was happening in bewilderment and could not move from fear. Probably they should have called an ambulance, but a crowd of onlookers had already gathered below. It's hard to imagine what was going on in Bella's soul when she saw this whole picture and understood its reason. More and more people flocked to that place to see what happened. Bella was in the same place in a daze, unable to even move, and those two continued to lie below, and it was clear that they were unlikely to survive. Suddenly, the same bully who was responsible for the whole situation screamed loudly and showed signs of life. And her faithful friend lay head down and did not move. It seems that he was already dead. Many people had already gathered around the bloody bodies. Everyone was running in panic. He died as an attacker, when in fact he was only defending himself and his girlfriend. One day shortly after this, Bella came to his house and saw his coffin and a photograph above it. The boy, as usual, smiled cheerfully. In this photo, he was as friendly as in life. It's hard to imagine what happened to that woman next to the coffin. There was no face on her after this tragic loss. The girl could not hold back her tears. From what she saw, she was inexpressibly sorry for what had happened. She had to take it for granted, because she could no longer change anything in the fate of this boy. She recalled how he promised not to let anyone say nasty things about her, and was ready to fight with anyone who offended her. Was it her fault, or was this fate bound to happen anyway? She was very frightened by what happened, and could not come to her senses for a long time. Our heroes continued to watch, although this was not the first time Bella had looked through this tape of memories. She said that she was the worst person on Earth, and since then she's firmly decided this for herself. At the scene of that incident, only a silhouette outlined in chalk remained, and police investigations were ongoing. And then, the same thing began, day after day. As if nothing had changed, the guys behaved relaxed. It was disappointing that this cocky guy was still alive and acted like nothing had happened. Looking at this, Bella was disappointed in all people, including herself. Since then, she had changed a lot. Her face changed its expression. The girl was unrecognizable. For a long time, she remembered the very mountains to which they went in search of the boy. Yes, he really wanted to enter the department where they study global warming and save all nature. Was he really that naive? Or did he know something that she didn't even know about? Most likely, Bella underestimated his intelligence too much, and autism did not become an obstacle to his ability to think. And the stupidest person in this situation turned out to be Bella. She is the one worthy of contempt. Strange, but for some reason Bella did not have a sense of duty after the death of that boy. In general, it seemed to her that throughout her next life, she was simply paying for the act she had committed. Just at this time, they met Tom, who walked straight into the middle of the road and saw her ahead. It was that night when she rushed at great speed along the mountain highway. After this collision, Tom lost his memory, and she had to take great care of his rehabilitation. He didn't remember anything at all because the blow of the stone on his head was really hard. Then the girl took a good look at his appearance, and in Tom's face, she suddenly saw that boy. He was incredibly similar to him, as if he were the same person. Suddenly she remembered all the mistakes of her past, and she wanted to atone for her guilt. It was for this reason that Bella took Tom's hand and led him along, not wanting to leave him alone. Then they began a relationship, and the reason for this was difficult memories from Bella's past. This was the whole essence of her help and their further joint relationship. But now she wanted to tell him what she had not dared to say all this time. She's really tired of it all, and it seems like now she just wants to die. Tom listened to her words in bewilderment but could not believe that it was true. He didn't understand what was going on with Bella and why she was acting this way now. The next second, she put her hands forward and wanted to embrace the guy in her arms. Indeed, she hugged him as if she was saying goodbye to him forever. The next second, she said that Tom no longer needed to save her and he could be free. Tom couldn't believe he was hearing these words from Bella. Maybe it was the virus communicating with him. Hydra continued to mutilate his dead body in an attempt to get rid of him completely. It seemed to her that if she did not tear it apart, it would begin to recover again. Her hands were up to her elbows in blood. She did not let up, wanting to finish what she started. Suddenly, something distracted this creature. It seems something completely unimaginable happened. The real Bella spoke inside her and ordered her to stop immediately. Then she gradually began to leave her body, wanting to finally die. Hydra was furious that Bella was leaving her body. The virus still needed her for the next mission. At the same moment, Tom's body began to illuminate with some kind of bright light. What was happening? That's right, Bella did give her own life to Tom, giving him the opportunity to live. Tom opened his eyes. Now he is alive again and ready to complete the job. Hydra could only watch as his body was illuminated with a bright yellow light, and his flesh became alive again. It was an incredible sight. She had never seen anything like it before. Bella was able to sacrifice herself in the same way that boy sacrificed his life for her. And now she handed over her own life to Tom so that he could dispose of it correctly. A few moments later, Tom was already standing safe and sound, and the Hydra watched in horror what was happening. He was completely transformed. Now he became even stronger than he was before his death. Tom realized that Bella was no longer there, which meant there were no obstacles in the fight against Hydra. Although he still had hope of saving her, everything said that she had sacrificed herself and would not return. The sky lit up with the sun's rays, signaling the beginning of the long-awaited day. Tom seemed to be transformed after his death, becoming even more impressive than before. Everything happened as Tom predicted. Bella sacrificed herself, giving him her life. He, looking forward, understood that he had to complete an important task, for the sake of which Bella did it. Before him stood the Hydra, still possessing Bella's body but no longer possessing her soul. She watched her opponent with fury in her eyes, already resigned to the thought of his disappearance. But here he appeared before her again, full of strength for a new battle. Tom felt a completely different sensation in himself, because nature had already brought it all to him. His gaze became calm and completely devoid of any emotion. He only carried out the will of the universe itself. Hydra also had incredible power, because death is known for its energy of destruction and chaos. But our hero acquired an absolute understanding of all processes, which means he thought one step ahead. Virus understood that the changes that had happened to Tom would spell big problems for her. She didn't even have time to react to his attacks. His speed was so high. A second later, he had already missed a monstrously powerful blow and looked like a punching bag. And Tom did not waste a single moment. He wanted to completely deprive her of the opportunity for counterattacks. He rushed after her to deliver a series of fatal blows and finish off the manager. The speed allowed him to move faster than the speed of sound, already approaching the speed of light. Tom made his way through the forest, located on top of steep cliffs. He was approaching his target, and there were only a few seconds left before they met. Finally, the Hydra crashed to the ground, raising a whirlwind of dust around it. The blows she received became intolerable and beyond what was possible. Severe pain ran through her body as her nervous system was still functioning. Tom stood nearby watching her motionless figure from above. He was calm, knowing full well that she did not have the strength to resist him. So they stood in the forest, and it seemed to Tom that they had nothing more to talk about with each other. Suddenly, a strong wind rose on the mountain. Did Tom really call on the elements for help again? A second ago, the dandelion stood motionless and the weather was calm and quiet. But then the wind became so strong that it tore them off and carried them away. It seemed that all of nature rallied around Tom to help him break the vicious circle and destroy the virus.
Tom stood in front of Hydra, his body radiating natural energy. He was sorry that Bella left this world, but now nothing stopped him from finishing what he started. Hydra, not understanding this guy's actions, asked about his intentions. He only replied that he was a little cold, as if everything else was completely unimportant. These words puzzled Hydra, and she did not see the connection between them and her question. But at the same moment, he unleashed a powerful blow on her head, catching her by surprise. The Hydra flew away from him a great distance, missing another attack. Having difficulty staying on her feet, she continued to feel gusts of wind directed directly at her. The element of wind helped Tom, directing air currents against the virus. Hydra realized that nature itself had taken up arms against it, and Tom was no longer alone in this fight. He swung to strike again, and each of them was fatal. He attacked Hydra again, and again she was unable to dodge his attack. I wonder how much more he will injure her before she finally accepts her defeat. It seemed that his powers were inexhaustible, and they would definitely be enough to destroy one creature. Her face was distorted by the blows. It seemed that her skull was completely crushed. Tom mercilessly mutilated this creature that brought so much suffering into the world. After another series of blows, she found herself on the ground and lay there motionless. Her face was disfigured, and where had her former enthusiasm and self-confidence gone? But the next second, the same thing began as with that doctor, the creator of the virus. A minute later, she was able to lean on her hands and get up from the ground. Tom understood that Hydra had the ability to regenerate, and its wounds would soon heal. And indeed, after some time, not a trace of the previous beatings remained on her face. If you think about it, this had a certain meaning, and our hero understood it perfectly. After all, her strength lay in the human energy with which she fed her entire body. It could only be enough to prolong the life of a dying body, but nothing more. Suddenly, the Hydra came to an unexpected new conclusion. She declared that she was no longer a parasite since Bella was no longer alive. This means that her body is completely hers, and now she is an independent being. All of Bella's memories stored in her mind and heart were transferred to Tom. It seemed to him that he felt the same as she did, and now they were together in one body. He remembered how he recently saw Bella in heaven, and she admitted to him that she was tired. But Tom understood that it was a lie, and her attitude towards the death of that boy was also a lie. He knew that she was actually the most saddened because she truly loved people. Now he knew for sure that she cried bitterly when she found out about what had happened because she was in more pain than everyone else. From that moment on, Tom could read all her thoughts because they were in the same body. And in fact, she wanted to live all this time. But she gave her life to Tom for the sake of saving humanity. Knowing this, Tom must destroy the Hydra at any cost, because he has already dealt with one global problem. But it seems that the Hydra had already gained strength that was not at all like Bella. Now she was not a parasite, which means she could independently dispose of this body. And this gave her many new opportunities, because she did not have to waste energy fighting Bella. With a powerful blow, she threw Tom far away from her. It was unexpected. Yes, these forces will be enough to fight him, but it is unlikely to give her a chance to completely destroy him. Tom remembered how much Bella loved people, and knew full well that Hydra's words were a lie. He collected all the life force of nature and united it in his body. It seems that a decisive battle was approaching, in which only one survivor would remain. Fury and confidence were visible in the face of our hero. He was ready for battle. The acting president was awaiting the first results from her aides. Laura continued to look out the window while sitting in her wheelchair. Suddenly she heard her assistant come in with new information. It turned out that fighting was currently taking place near one province, and Tom was seen among the combatants. Yes, the assistant confirmed that the situation turned out exactly as Laura predicted. Tom was in the mountains. A Hydra stood in front of him, ready to tear him apart. The event was monitored by a video camera from a drone, broadcasting the events in real time. People watched what was happening in bewilderment, and it seems had already managed to understand who the real hero was here. The battle was broadcast throughout the country, and every resident could watch it. The fate of all humanity was being decided, but the roles of the warring parties had changed radically. The cycle, as Tom said, actually had its own natural logic, which he did not understand before. Some were born, while others died, making room for new lives. Tom understood the nature of people, and the nature of the entire universe much better after he returned from the other world. All the news broadcast the same information, on which the fate of all mankind depended. Every resident of the country worried about Tom with all his heart, wishing him a speedy victory. These people understood perfectly well that now he was protecting their lives, and their own existence depended on the result of the fight. Tina and Lily could not contain their emotions and sobbed bitterly, looking at all this. At this time, Tom missed another blow and was sent towards the rock, leaving a large dent on it. Yes, the Hydra had already gained quite a lot of strength and now posed a serious danger. She looked completely different, and it was clear that she was no longer a parasite, having completely taken over Bella's body. The next second, she approached him again, wanting to strike Tom with a new, powerful blow. From this force of the blow,
The guy pierced the mountain with his body and flew right through the other side. He then deftly landed with his feet on the ground, trying to remain focused and in control of what was happening. He understood perfectly well that the virus was very similar to him, or rather, to who he was in the past. She also had the same values that Tom had shortly before the main event that happened to him. Tom was a real threat to her because he wanted to stop her from destroying humanity. Erasing all the inhabitants of the planet was the main goal of this virus. Hydra was ready to do anything for this. She once again rushed to attack our hero, without doubting her abilities for a second. But Tom was also very strong at that moment, as if all nature was helping him in the fight. There was determination in his eyes, and a willingness to run towards this threat to humanity. It was as if at that moment, good and evil clashed. Life and death fought against each other. In this struggle, Tom brought life with him, and Hydra brought only death and destruction. Perhaps there was some truth in her words, and there was some truth in her intentions too. But Tom understood that the Hydra was aware of only a small part of the whole truth, which means that its intentions were actually a lie. This battle should show all of humanity who will be stronger and whether life can prevail over death. There are things that cause hatred in a person, namely his personal destruction of life. Humanity, in the same way, without noticing the interests of all other creatures, pollutes and destroys all living things. The waste that ends up in water bodies destroys the existence that exists inside the oceans and seas. People sacrifice everything in the world for themselves, without thinking about anything else. For some reason, they take this for granted, considering themselves the only rulers on this earth. And there is no doubt that people are extremely selfish creatures who are ready to do anything to satisfy their needs. Tom lay motionless on the ground for some time. It was clear that he was having a hard time in this fight. Right now, he was performing a true feat, not for his own personal benefit, but trying to save the entire human species. Tom's position has not changed, but the very understanding of what nature lies in people's behavior and how it affects the entire planet has changed. There was something very important that is difficult to express in words, and this new understanding completely changed the consciousness of our hero. In a sense, people really were a real disaster for the planet, and in this sense, Hydra could be understood. From the sky, there continued to be a live broadcast of all the events that happened on Earth with our hero. In all chats and on all forums, people discussed these events, wondering who would win this fight. They did not understand why these two were fighting among themselves if they both wanted the destruction of humanity. They believed that in any case, humanity would be exterminated, no matter who won this war. Humanity still called them monsters and couldn't understand that Tom was saving their lives. It was believed that these two monsters should have been destroyed in order to save themselves and their loved ones. Tom missed another blow from the Hydra, of which he had already suffered too many. Even with the power that Tom now possessed, he could not do anything with this entity. It was truly strong. Tom remembered his mother and how Louise loved him with all her heart, without giving offense. Memories also came to mind of Peter, who died after their joint journey into the forest. Our hero remembered his old friend, who appeared at the right time at the moment when Tom became very weak. And finally Bella, who helped him all this time in order to correct the mistake of her distant past. Tom was never able to protect any of these people. He did not have enough strength to do so, and meanwhile the Hydra still did not subside. She continued her series of blows, each time defeating our hero. If you think about it, Tom made many mistakes and suffered failures just like everyone else. Just like them, he now regrets many things and wishes he could turn back time. People tend to reflect on their past and project it onto the present in order to understand what the future will be like. But after each new failure, people still find strength in themselves and move on, no matter what. Thus, humanity learns to find answers to its questions and solve all existing problems. The only question is whether our hero will be able to act in accordance with this logic and make the only right decision. It was obvious that Tom could not cope with this test, but the Hydra now dominated in all its power. With another powerful blow, she threw him against the rock, and his body was once again subjected to unbearable pain. Having hit the rock, Tom fell to the ground but continued to resist. Where did this creature get so much power? Was Bella really holding it back all this time? Perhaps it was Bella who was the factor that did not allow her to gain all her power and realize her full potential. But now Tom is fighting only the virus that was originally embedded in Bella's body. Hydra told Tom that he survived only to die a little later, and in her eyes this was ridiculous and ridiculous. Then she suddenly said that now he could not defeat her, and his next death was only a matter of time. Her gaze was confident, but our hero also showed amazing willpower. Yes, this selfish, arrogant look with which the Hydra looked at the world had irritated Tom for a long time. She again began to gain new strength, and it seemed that she was drawing energy from death itself. Yes, this could make anyone afraid, but not Tom. He was not one of the timid ones. Hydra promised to finish him off, without doubting for a second the truth of her words. Tom could barely keep himself from passing out, but still tried to stay on his feet. The next second he opened his eyes, and his crippled face expressed readiness for the next fight. Bella rushed towards him with great force, wanting to finally put an end to this problem. She gathered into her fist all the energy of death that was within her control in order to deliver her next blow. In her face there was only rage and confidence in her inevitable victory. Tom continued to look at her carefully and was surprisingly calm. He seemed to be aware of something very important and did not hinder the attacks of this virus at all. Tom had already experienced millions of existences, and another death was not at all terrible for him. He was an ant that was connected to him right now by some invisible energy. He had to be a herbivorous dinosaur, and it seemed that Tom could sense all these creatures through time. The fish swimming in the water also understood his thoughts well and could respond to his commands. Birds flying high in the sky, like all other creatures, had a direct connection with him. And finally, the human body in which his new life was born made it possible to understand people. Hydra did not have all this knowledge, and knew nothing about people. This deep knowledge was not available to her. She came close to our hero and delivered an unthinkable blow, piercing Tom's body with her hand. Blood sprayed in all directions, and this blow was the most serious of all the ones she had made. The entire Hydra was in Tom's blood, and she understood that now would come the end of this battle. Inside his chest at the level of his heart was the hand of a Hydra, piercing the guy through the body. She once again repeated to him the words about the inevitable end and the futility of resisting her power. Strange, but Tom did not resist her actions at all, as if he himself had expected this. Suddenly, Tom said something that took her by surprise. He confessed the main thing to her. Tom said that this was enough to get rid of the virus, but he still didn't do it sooner. Hydra, furious, asked what this meant and why the hell he was saying all this nonsense. Then he told her the name Bella, saying that it was she who had given her life force all this time. The next second, a powerful energy wave followed from Tom's side, enveloping both participants in the battle. Hydra looked at what was happening and did not understand what was happening. Yes, all this time Tom did not specifically resist her attacks, knowing how this whole massacre would end. Hydra understood that right now she needed to free herself from the hands of our hero, but it seems that it was already too late. She looked in horror at how this guy confidently fought the fight, and there was calmness and knowledge in his eyes. Tom said the words that she needed to accept this as a given and not resist his next actions. The next second he grabbed her head with his hand and held her tightly, not allowing her to move. Then suddenly Tom kissed her, and at that moment something completely amazing happened. It was as if new life had been reborn in Tom's body, as if new energy began to rage in his heart. Suddenly, Hydra realized that the energy of life was penetrating into her consciousness and completely changing her perception. Somewhere deep inside her, there was still a part of Bella that Tom communicated with through a kiss. Yes, no words could explain this information that he is able to convey through touch. It was this touch of lips that made it possible to awaken the same Bella in the Hydra who lived deep inside her. The drones continued to film everything and broadcast it to all screens in the country. All the onlookers gathered in the city square could not believe that this was happening right now. Tina and Lily also watched what was happening and could not believe that Tom managed to do this. They continued to be in the same place, and Tom continued to kiss Bella, not letting go of her. Suddenly, Hydra's appearance began to gradually change, and familiar features appeared in her eyes. After another second, her appearance became completely healthy, and the image of the same Bella who fell in love with our hero became visible. It seems that Tom managed to convey that energy that cannot be obtained even from natural force. It can only be generated within a person. It is love that allows people to look for something human within themselves, even when the whole world is collapsing before their eyes. Tom's face was bloody from the wounds he had inflicted, and now that blood remained on Bella's lips. Tom held her in his arm to keep her from falling. A huge wound was visible in his chest. It was as if even the sky lit up with bright colors at that moment, and life still defeated death. Bella was still in oblivion. She continued to be in her dreams with her eyes closed, and Tom held her with his hand. The guy did not let her fall, because he promised to protect her at all costs in any situation. Suddenly, Bella woke up in heaven, again feeling the presence of someone next to her. She began to look around, trying to understand where she was and what was happening to her. Suddenly, behind her, she saw a painfully familiar guy standing and looking at her. She called his name, trying to talk to him, but she didn't succeed the first time. Tom also wanted to answer her and shouted loudly in her direction, but this scream disappeared into thin air. Bella didn't understand what was happening, and why she couldn't hear the words Tom was saying to her. It seems that there was no sound here, or speech does not exist in this world. Otherwise, the current situation cannot be explained. Bella screamed loudly to Tom that she couldn't hear him at all and couldn't make out what he was saying to her. Yes, now Tom could tell her a million things. He wanted to discuss so many things with her. However, she does not hear him, and all he can say is just one single word. One confession. She looked at our hero in bewilderment, trying to understand what he could tell her and how he would express his feelings. Tom loudly shouted to Bella that he loved her, and this emotion became perfectly clear to her without any words. Bella opened her eyes, realizing in horror everything that had happened to her. There was still dried blood on her lips. She rose with difficulty and remained sitting in the same place, looking straight ahead. What she saw ahead shocked her, because there was the result of all her recent actions. Tom showed no signs of life. His lifeless body was still next to the rock. It was all covered in blood. Yes, we can say for sure that this guy is dead, and it is unlikely that he will be able to heal his wounds. Tom's face was beaten. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and he could no longer help anyone. Bella rushed towards him in tears. It was hard to imagine what was going on in the heart of this young girl. The sky was cloudless, and its rays illuminated the entire city. As usual, Lily was working in her coffee shop and now thinking about her future plans. Bella sat at a table in the distance, taking notes in her notebook. She recalled recent events with sadness, but now understood their true purpose. She kept a diary in which she wrote down all her thoughts and feelings. A lot of time has passed since then, and all the hardships have already been left behind in the distant past. The virus problem was finally resolved, and the future looked bright. She remembered Tom and the journey they had made together side by side. It was a series of incredible events that she will remember for the rest of her life. The world has still not recovered from the consequences of that terrible past. How many lives were taken by those tragedies, and how many loved ones were lost by people in the fight against all threats? Now all that remained was to bitterly mourn those who could not be saved. The city lay in ruins, and the bodies of victims of the tragedy were still being recovered from the rubble. People's anger was directed at Tom, whom they for some reason considered to be the culprit of the disaster. And Bella remained alone in the same place, remembering her past. It was not easy for her either, because her heart was heavy with painful memories. During all this time, she underwent many examinations and remained under strict control. Agents were keeping an eye on her, and that surveillance would likely continue for a long time. Bella understood the situation and did not resist the actions of the authorities. There were too many questions remaining, and they required their speedy resolution. The main question was why Tom saved her, sacrificing his own life. She remembered the guy only with warmth and hoped to meet him again someday. I especially remember his last declaration of love, pronounced with such happiness. In reality, Bella did not experience such feelings. Her perception of the world was completely different. She recently found a job at an environmental foundation, fulfilling her lifelong dream of protecting nature. She wanted to benefit this planet before it was too late. This was what Tom expected from Bella, and now she was fulfilling his wish. The girl hoped that her activities would help change at least something, and Tom would definitely be happy to know what she dedicated her life to. She understood that Tom had been reborn into different beings over billions of years. She didn't know who he would become in this life, but she saw him in every living creature. Perhaps that is why she was so compassionate to everyone and cared about everyone in the world. Nature reminded her of Tom, for he could be reborn not only in living beings, but also in objects. This understanding gave her the opportunity to merge with nature, because perhaps this is the only way a person will know the truth. She had one big dream that could come true in the future. She wanted to meet him again in any form of his existence. It was true she really wanted to see this guy sometime in the future. And perhaps her dream will still come true, but it will definitely not happen today. I wonder if Tom now exists in the reality where they all were. Or has his cycle of rebirths ended, and he has ceased any form of existence forever? With each new approach of death, Tom was visited by the same question. He wanted to know why he was reborn again, and how to achieve absolute death without continuing his life. In this existence, he himself found the answer to this question and followed his own rule. At the last moment of his life, he did not feel a drop of regret, because he knew perfectly well why he lived this life. He seemed to be completely satisfied and finally realized the meaning of all his past existences. This was the only fact that was significantly different from all his previous existences. He was a little sad to leave Bella, although it was inevitable. He wanted to thank everyone who was with him in this earthly life and in one way or another was connected with him. In his heart, he thanked Peter and his mother for taking him in during his difficult times. He wishes all the best to Lily and Tina, who also loved him and tried to help him to the last. He thanks everyone who loved him and wishes to see him again sometime in the future. But now he is forced to say goodbye, for his earthly existence has come to an end. Suddenly the same cycle of life began again, although Tom's feelings were noticeably different from the previous ones. At that moment, he felt all his lives, and now he finally had a sense of the whole. All these lives seemed to live in one single being, which Tom now represented. It was as if he was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I wonder who he became this time. It was as if he had turned into something else, a piece of which everyone carried in their hearts. It seems that he realized who he had become this time. This existence was completely different from all the others. He realized that now he could neither be born nor die, for this form of existence was infinity itself. That's right, having lived the life of a creature called man, Tom became the planet itself. Now each of us carries within us a piece of Tom, and the very life that he left behind. Now he is the entire planet Earth, and his last existence will be eternal.